This is Audible.
Ruthless. The House of Rohan. 14. In the end, Lydia didn't buy the tripe, though not because of any lightening of her spirits. For all that she wanted to wallow in unhappiness, tripe was carrying it a bit too far, and Nanny was far from an inspired cook. It would be up to Lydia to prepare it, and she'd never had much of a fondness for offal. She bought fresh farm eggs, leeks and cheese, as well as a loaf of the freshest bread. If Nanny Maud couldn't conjure something delicious out of all that, then Lydia could. And would, once she'd gotten over her stupid fit of the sulks. It wasn't as if Etienne would help. After a riveting, arousing, frustrating encounter with the man she was foolish enough to be interested in, she had no choice but to follow it up with 3 hours of listening to Etienne go on and on. He had only 2 subjects of conversation: his brilliance as he worked through medical cases that he recounted in stomach-turning detail, and the great injustice served him by his cousin. Fortunately, he never needed much more than a word or two to encourage him, and Lydia was able to sit in the park eating cold chicken à la diable and pretend she was somewhere, anywhere else. Until a word caught her ear. "Jacobite?" she repeated, wrinkling her forehead. "Ah, I forget how young you are," Etienne said fondly. "That was before you were born. The stupid English were arguing over who should be king, and they tried to put the true Catholic ruler on the throne, a Scots prince." "I know about bonny Prince Charlie, Etienne," Lydia said with just a trace of asperity. "What has he got to do with my Lord Rohan?" The look that crossed Etienne's handsome face might almost be called a sneer. "He's not a lord according to England. He's a traitor. He and his family fought for the Scottish king, and when the rebellion failed, his father and brother were killed, he was stripped of everything and exiled. If he ever returns to England, he'll suffer a traitor's execution on Tower Hill. That's a day I'd be happy to see." She couldn't hide her horror. "You want to see Lord Rohan beheaded?" "You forget I am a doctor. I see death every day. Seldom is it a death I think just. Rohan escaped to France and claimed the title that should have been mine, and he's gone to the devil ever since." Etienne sniffed. It was an unfortunate habit of his, and she could imagine it getting worse as he grew older, with her trapped beside him. "How old was he when this happened? He's not terribly old now, is he?" she said. "When he was exiled? When he fought in England? 17, I believe." "Oh, God," Lydia said in a hushed voice. Both Nanny Maud and Jacobs had Scots relatives, and they'd been firm Jacobites. Nanny had told her all about the true king and the hideous massacre that was Culloden, when Butcher Cumberland had slaughtered thousands. That a 17-year-old boy had endured that bloody conflict and the savage aftermath was both cruel and enlightening. Living through a time like that would change someone forever. "I almost wish he'd find some reason to try to go back," he said. "I would make it my business to alert the English authorities, and his execution would clear any last lien on the French title. The woman who married me will be the Comte de Giverny. Sooner or later." She ignored his meaningful look. "But Lord Rohan has no interest in returning to England, I believe." "No," he said sadly. "We shall just have to wait, ma chère." We. The idea was demoralizing and inescapable. By the time he returned her home, she had a raging headache. Elinor was clearly bursting with news, something about her cousin, but Lydia couldn't listen. and she stumbled into the darkened bedroom and lay down on the soft, comfortable bed that Lord Rohan had given them. There were too many things beating at her head. Etienne's monotonous, self-serving voice, Charles Redding's haunted eyes, the thought of a lost boy caught up in the grisly horror of the rebellion. Mamma was talking again, though none of it made any sense, and some of the words made her blush, while others were entirely unknown to her, and she thanked God for that. She pulled the pillow over her head to shut out the sounds and tried to sleep. It wasn't much of a relief. In her dream, Charles Redding stood there, ready to kiss her, when Etienne ran up and slashed his face with a lance. He fell, and as he lay on the ground, his life's blood drained from him, and she found she was looking down at a much younger version of Francis Rohan, without the mockery or the faint sneer. And when she woke up, she was crying. She was being absurd. She dragged herself out of the room, ready to help with dinner, only to find Nanny Maud was just setting it on the table. "There you are, lass," Nanny said. "We weren't going to wake you. You looked exhausted, poor thing." "I'm fine," she said. Elinor was already seated. "I gather we had a visitor today." The four of them sat down at the old table, a terrible breach in protocol that Elinor insisted upon. They were a family, she would say, and she wasn't going to have half her family eat in a kitchen. "Our cousin Tolliver," she said. "He seems a good man." But Mamma was so disturbed by him that she scared him away. "Humph," said Nanny. "Just ignore her," Elinor said. "Nanny's got a fixation about the man. Swears there are no distant cousins and he's some kind of imposter. You only have to take one look at him and know he's no imposter." "The Harriman knows?" Lydia inquired. "Exactly." "Don't listen to me," Nanny said darkly. "I'm an old woman, what would I know? But you mark my words, there's something wrong with that Master Marquis Harriman." "I certainly hope not," Elinor said in that stiff voice she sometimes used, the one that Lydia hated. "If he won't help us, it leaves us entirely at the mercy of Lord Rohan, and a useless degenerate is unlikely to—" "I wish you wouldn't insist on vilifying him," Lydia said, staring down at the cheese and leek pie Nanny had made. They all turned to look at her at once. "My dear," Elinor said, and Lydia couldn't miss the fear in her voice, the ridiculous fear that had been plaguing her. "He's not at all the right person for you. How many times must I tell you I have no interest in Lord Rohan, and he has none in me? Having spent an entire afternoon with Etienne has made me a great deal more sympathetic with the Viscount than I was before." "Why?" Elinor said flatly. "Do you know why he lives in Paris?" Lydia said. "I really don't care, dearest. I imagine he's here because the world knows that Paris is the center of a society that is, to put it mildly, indulgent. And since Lord Rohan has an interest in indulgences, it only makes sense. He's exiled from England. He can't go back or he'll be executed." Elinor raised an eyebrow. "Oh, really? Whose husband did he murder?" "No one," Lydia said. "He's a terrible man, miss," Nanny Maud said. "Consorts with devils, he does, and drinks blood and—" "He was at Culloden," Lydia blurted out. "He was not even 20 years old, fighting for Bonnie Prince Charlie, and he saw his entire family slaughtered. He barely escaped with his life." There was a shocked silence. And then Nanny Maud cleared her throat. "I always said there was good in the lad." "Indeed, and I tried to tell you so. Handsome, too. And I expect a good woman would put a stop to these parties of his." Jacob said nothing. merely nodding his head approvingly. Finally, Elinor spoke, and her voice was raw. "Does that excuse him for the rest of his life?" she said. "Does that give him the right to destroy other lives?" "Whose life has he destroyed?" Lydia demanded. And she could hear her sister's answer as if she spoke it out loud. "Mine," she cried. "Mine!" Lydia's muffled coughing woke her, and for a moment Elinor lay there, not moving. Something was wrong. She felt it in her bones, and she sat up, squinting in the darkness around her. Her eyes burned, her throat ached, and she heard the ominous crackling sound far too close. Horror filled her. Fire in these rickety old parts of town were disastrous, spreading through streets and alleyways, and there was nothing anyone could do to stop them. She shook Lydia, scrambling from the bed, her eyes burning. "The house is on fire," she said. "We have to get out." Lydia was already alert, grabbing her robe and pulling it tight around her as Elinor went for the door. Smoke was pouring in under the door jamb, but the wood itself was still cool, and she yanked it open, only to be momentarily blinded by the wall of smoke that billowed in. "Nanny!" she screamed, fighting her way through the smoke, stepping out into the hallway just as Jacob stormed by. He was heading for Lady Caroline's bedroom. She heard the laughter then, her mother's silvery voice chuckling merrily, and the sound raised the hairs on the back of her neck. Jacobs kicked the door open, and flames poured out of the room. He didn't hesitate, charging into the fire, and a moment later he emerged, a small figure bundled in his arms. He headed for the front door, looking back at them. "Follow me!" he shouted from above the noise of the crackling flames. "Mama!" Lydia cried. But then from beyond the flames the voice came again, singing a bawdy sailor's song in a hoarse, scratchy voice. "He's got Nanny Maud," she said. "Go with him. I'll see to Mama." "No, I won't leave you," Lydia said. But Elinor simply shoved her toward Jacobs, and he was strong enough to catch her arm and drag her to the door, even as he held Nanny Maud's slight figure. He seemed to be having trouble with the flimsy front door, and a moment later he simply kicked it down, charging out into the cold night air with the two women. "There was a jolly tinker who lived in southern France," her mother sang, the hoarse sound a shadow of the once light soprano that had captivated so many men. Ignoring the flames, Elinor pushed into the room. Lady Caroline was curled up on the floor, crooning, as the flames ate through the silk covers of her bed and started up the bedposts. "Mama!" Elinor cried, trying to move closer. There was a river of flame between them, and if she jumped across, there was no guarantee she could get back. Her mother was so slender and frail, she could easily pull her to safety if she could just be persuaded to reach out. Lady Caroline's glazed eyes focused on Elinor. "Where's my daughter?" she croaked. "Where's my Lydia?" "She's safe, Mama. You need to come with me, and I'll bring you to her. Just stand up and come to the edge there, and I'll lift you over." Lady Caroline's cackle matched the noise of the fire. "You look like him, like your father. He wants to kill me, and you do too. Get me Lydia. I'm not going anywhere without Lydia." The path of flames widened, eating up the flooring between them, and Elinor's panic increased. "You don't want to hurt Lydia, Mama. If she comes back in this house, she could die. Just stand up and walk over here, and I'll bring you out safely. Trust me, Mama. I've never done anything but love you." "Love?" She laughed heartlessly, and by a cruel twist of fate, she was once more lucid. "What do you know of love? No one's ever loved you in this life. No one ever will. I won't go where it's cold. It's warm here, and it's cold outside. Mamma! The smoke was so thick, Elinor could barely see her. But her bare feet could feel the flames getting closer, and if she waited much longer, she wasn't going to get out of the house alive. She couldn't leave her there, wouldn't. A strong arm came out of the darkness, snaking around her waist and lifting her up. She shrieked in protest, but the stranger paid no attention, scooping her into strong arms and moving through the burning house. Rafters fell behind them, and she could hear her mother's screams of laughter as they burst through into the cold night air. She found herself dumped down on the snow with little ceremony, and she tried to run back into the house, but the hands that hauled her away were painful, and she turned in rage, and even the sight of Francis Rohan looking back at her had no effect on her. "I have to save her!" she cried as her mother's screams and laughter echoed into the night. "She's not worth dying for, child," he said, his voice cool and practical, and she hated him. "And I'm afraid it's too late." He spoke the truth. The burning house collapsed in on itself, and her mother's voice was shut off, gone completely. And she heard Lydia's sobs. She tore herself away from him, going in search of a sister. Lydia was kneeling in the snow by Nanny Maud, and she'd covered her face, weeping. Elinor knelt beside her, putting her arms around her, holding her tight. There were tears on her own face, she realized with surprise. She'd given up on her mother long ago, and the King of Hell was right. She wasn't worth dying for. Even at the end, she'd rejected her. And yet still, Elinor wept. He had moved to stand over them, and she ignored him, hugging her sister more tightly. Jacobs appeared out of the shadows, white runnels of tears against the soot-dark face. "We need to get Nanny someplace," he said in a voice choked with pain or the fire, or both. "She needs a doctor." "Put her in my coach," Rohan said, his orders crisp and clear, and Elinor wanted to pull away from Lydia and scream at him. She had no choice. Lydia's grief was more important than her rage. "We'll have my cousin come to check on her," Rohan said. He'd moved away from her, wisely, and raised his voice. "Redding, why don't you see to Miss Lydia? I'm sure she'd appreciate your strong arm. She needs to get out of the snow and into the carriage before she freezes to death." Elinor considered holding on to her, but Charles Redding had appeared out of the darkness, and Lydia went to him, letting him fold her into his arms, leaving Elinor alone on her knees in the snow. Alone with Rohan. "You can't stay there all night," he said. "You let her die." "I kept you alive." "You can get up on your own, or I can carry you, whichever you prefer. But I expect you'd rather have me keep my hands to myself," he said in a weary voice. "Make up your mind. I'm cold, and I've ruined another pair of shoes. You really are wreaking havoc on my wardrobe." She forced her head to turn, to look up at him, and she didn't disguise the fury in her eyes. She was awash with pain, and there was nowhere else she could direct it at but at her cool nemesis. He looked down at her, and his smile was crooked. "But how charming," he murmured. "You despise me. Feel free to, Poppet, but I'm getting you out of the snow and into my carriage now before my feet turn to icicles." He held out a hand to her, waiting for her to take it. She didn't want to touch him. She wanted to curl up in a ball and weep, but Lydia was waiting for her. She put her foot out, expecting to rise gracefully, but the pain in her feet was excruciating, and her legs wouldn't hold her. He caught her before she fell, and scooped her up into his arms again, carrying her toward the waiting coach. He dumped her in, unceremoniously, and Lydia reached for her, pulling her onto the seat beside her. Rohan closed the door behind them, remaining outside the crowded carriage, and a moment later they were off, leaving him behind, standing alone in the snow beside the still burning grave of their poor lost mother. 15. Elinor fell back against the tufted seat of the carriage, too shaken to move. The carriage was made for 4, and with the 5 of them crammed in tightly, there was scarcely room to breathe. There were tiny silver candles in each corner, encased in glass holders, and they shed enough light that Elinor could see Nanny looking very bad indeed. She wanted to throw her hands over her face and scream. She wanted to hide and weep. She could do no such thing. This was her family, what was left of them, and she was needed. She straightened her back. "How is Nanny Maud, Jacobs?" she asked, her voice rough from the smoke she'd inhaled. "Was she burned?" Jacob shook his head. "The shock, more like. And the smoke. She's an old lady. This will be the death of her." "It will be no such thing," she said sharply. "His lordship's cousin is a doctor, and I expect he'll be waiting for us as soon as we get there." Get where? She asked herself, though she knew the answer. "She's not breathing too well," Jacob said gloomily. His voice broke. "Her ladyship's gone, and now Nanny Maud—" "Stop it," Elinor said. "We're not going to lose Nanny Maud." She turned to Lydia and froze. Perched on the very edge of the narrow seat, Charles Redding held her in his arms, and she was sobbing quietly into the elegant shoulder of his coat, one hand clutching the fabric in a fist. Elinor reached for her, to pull her away, and then her eyes met Redding's, and she froze in shock. She'd never seen such naked pain, naked longing in anyone's eyes. She hadn't even known such depth of emotion existed. He was holding Lydia so tenderly, her curls tucked beneath his chin, and he was murmuring comforting words to her. Words Lydia needed to hear. Words that Elinor didn't have. Not then. She could sort that out in the morning. At the moment, she couldn't begrudge her baby sister any comfort she could find, no matter how unsuitable it might be. Redding was a member of the heavenly host, a libertine and a reprobate. He was no fit match for Lydia. But at that moment, she couldn't bring herself to care. Let her take what comfort she could. "Do you know where we're going, Mr. Redding?" she asked politely. He cleared his voice. "I believe we're heading to Lord Rohan's townhouse. It's quite close, and Dr. de Giverny should be waiting for us when we get there. I know this is not what you want, but if you would accept it for the time being—" "I have no choice," she said wearily. "Where else can we go?" The coach was well sprung, and she was able to slide off the seat and kneel by Nanny Maud, taking one limp hand in hers. Her breathing was labored, and Elinor glanced into Jacobs's grim face. "She's going to be fine," she said fiercely. "We all are." "But, Miss Elinor, your mother—" "Is gone. There's no way we can change that, and she hadn't much time left as it was. At least we can hope she went quickly, that the falling rafters killed her before—" She stopped talking, realizing what she was about to say. It was too late. Lydia raised her tear-stained face. "Oh, love, you did what you could!" She considered rising from her knees on the floor of the carriage, but it was as good a place as any. "She wouldn't come," she answered simply. "I did everything I could to get her to move, but she just screamed at me. The madness was in full force. I can only assume she set the fire." "Must have," Jacob said solemnly. "I made sure the hearth fire was banked before I went to bed, and there was no way a stray spark could have escaped, and Nanny was locked in the room with her. I had the devil's own time getting to her, begging your pardon, miss." Elinor knew if she began to laugh, she wouldn't be able to stop. Her mother's foul language still reigned in her ears, and they were being rescued by the devil himself. The carriage pulled to a halt, and the door was opened, opposite her, a liveried footman waiting to help them alight. Hans reached out to help Jacobs with his tender burden, and Redding leaped down before he reached for Lydia, holding her close as he guided her into the house. Leaving Elinor alone, on her knees, in the deserted carriage. For a moment she was tempted to stay there. Just let them take the carriage around to the stables and see to the horses, and no one would know where she was. She could curl up in one of the seats and manage to sleep relatively well. "Miss Harriman?" Etienne de Giverny stood in the open doorway, looking at her curiously. "May I assist you?" Too bad, she thought. It had been a lovely idea. "No, you may not," she said briskly. "You have 2 patients inside. Nanny Maud collapsed, and she has need of your expertise. And Lydia is understandably shattered. She needs your comfort. And to get away from Mr. Redding," she added mentally. "Go ahead. I'll follow in a moment." A footman remained by the open door to attend her, though Elinor wished he would go. She scrambled forward, pulling herself to the seat. The pain in her feet had passed, and they were blessedly numb. She realized with sudden shock that she wore nothing but her thin cambric night rail, so old that it was practically transparent in places. Lydia had had the presence of mind to grab a wrap and shoes. Elinor had been so distraught that she hadn't even thought of slippers. The enormity of their loss hit her like a blow to the stomach. They were penniless, homeless, without even clothes on their backs. What in God's name was she going to do? She climbed down from the coach, the snow cool on her bare feet. It was snowing harder now. Why had it waited to do this until all their possessions had burned away? Not that snowflakes would have any effect against a fire like that. It had been an angry, hungry inferno. She could only hope her mother's madness hadn't burned anyone else's home. The fire had come from everywhere. The living room had been ablaze, their mother's room with a river of flame holding them apart, the flames licking through the kitchen door, Nanny trapped inside. Had her mother done all that while they slept? There could be no other explanation. And yet... The coach pulled away immediately, heading out into the snow-covered street, and she wondered where it was going. Had they really left Viscount Rohan standing by the ruins of her house? It appeared so. How had he happened to come by their house just as a fire broke out? Accidents like that simply didn't happen. She looked ahead at the front door of the mansion. Someone had closed the door to keep the storm out, and she moved slowly, wondering if she was going to face the nasty butler from that trip that seemed so long ago. Perhaps he would recognize her as the woman who bit him and not let her in. But of course the door swung open promptly as soon as she approached, and the servant standing there looked vaguely familiar. She'd seen him before at least once, and he greeted her by name, his rough Yorkshire accent unmistakable. They'd taken Nanny to a small room at the back of the house, one that Elinor assumed was used for illness. Nanny lay still in the bed where she'd been placed, her colour ashen, her breathing laboured, with Lydia sitting on the far side of the bed, clutching her hand. Someone had made an effort to clean the old lady up, swaddling her small figure in warm shawls, but she looked like death, and Etienne de Giverny's face, when he turned to look at her, was grave. "She's suffered a great shock," he said solemnly, "and her heart isn't strong." "She's not going to die," Elinor said fiercely, sitting on the bed beside her, taking her other hand. "I'm afraid she is. But as to when, I cannot say. I've done what I can for her. The rest is in the hands of God," Etienne said, the pompous prig. Elinor wanted to scream at him, but he'd already dismissed both his patient and Elinor, turning to her sister. "Miss Lydia, surely you need to rest. Your sister is here now. She can keep your old nursemaid company." "I'm not leaving either of them," Lydia said in a tear-filled voice. Elinor looked up at her. "Dearest, he's right. It wouldn't do for you to become ill." "Come, Miss Lydia," Etienne said. He took Lydia's hand in his and drew her away from the bed. "My cousin's housekeeper will have already seen to a room for you. You're a frail, sensitive creature, and you've suffered a great shock. Your sister is far more sturdy. She can keep your nursemaid company with no ill effects." "Indeed," Elinor said with just a hint of dryness. "After all, I'm sturdy." "I'm just as strong as my sister, and I'm not leaving her," Lydia said mutinously, trying to pull back from Etienne's hands. "Where is Mr. Redding? He accompanied us back here, but I haven't seen him." "Mr. Redding has returned to fetch my cousin," Etienne said, and there was no missing the disapproval in his voice. "You have no need of him." Lydia had tears running down her face, and she made a hiccuping sound. "Of course not," she said, sounding somewhat hysterical. "No need at all." "No," Elinor wanted to cry as she looked at her sister. She couldn't be in love with Charles Redding. It would lead to nothing but disaster. But now was not the time to deal with it. Elinor pulled herself together. "I will take the first watch, my love, while you rest," she said gently. "Then you can come and take my place once you've regained some of your strength. I couldn't bear it if you were to become ill from this night's work. And you needn't worry about Lord Rohan or his friend. They will return safely." Lydia looked at her in mute distress, and then she closed her eyes. "Of course," she said, calmer now, and this time when Etienne de Giverny took her hand she didn't pull it away. He cleared his throat. "Then, if Miss Harriman is in no need of my assistance, I'll take you to my cousin's housekeeper," Etienne said. "Once she's settled, I'll return to see if there's anything that can be done for your servant." "Not our servant," Lydia said beneath her breath. And the look she cast Etienne, the look he missed entirely, was filled with dislike. Elinor didn't miss it, and her heart sank. Her sister loving the wrong man was hardly the worst thing that had happened this dismal night, but it was bad enough. Hating the man she should marry was far worse. But Etienne put a gentle arm around Lydia, leading her carefully from the room. And at the last minute, Elinor could see Lydia's shoulders drop as the anger left her. Elinor looked down at herself, at her soot-covered nightgown. At least the room had a hearty fire going, warming it against the cold night air. Her feet had moved beyond hurting her, though she tucked them beneath the hem of her nightdress to make certain no one would notice. For some reason, she didn't want Etienne touching her. The doctor was far from her favorite person in the world, but if Lydia could learn to accept him, he would be an admirable brother-in-law in all the ways that counted, even if he'd let her drop dead in front of him while he was admiring her sister. She turned back to Nanny Maud, and knew she was looking into the face of death. She rose, ready to call Etienne back, then thought better of it. He had the right of it. There was nothing more he could do for her. Nanny was very old, and the shock of the fire would likely be too much for her to withstand. Elinor raised her voice slightly. "Jacobs?" "Yes, miss." He appeared immediately from his position just outside the door. He looked down at Nanny's still figure and bowed his head. "May I stay, miss?" "Of course you can. There's a chair behind the door. She might like us to hold her hands." "Not me, miss. She always said I had the hands of a butcher. Clumsy." "I don't think she'll mind tonight," Elinor said gently. Jacobs brought the chair forward, sitting gingerly, and taking Nanny's other hand in his. She opened her eyes only once in the next few hours, and her gaze fell on Elinor. "You're being quite ridiculous, Nanny Maud," Elinor said in a voice thick with tears. "Lollygagging in bed, when we need you. You must decide to get better this instant, or I shall be very cross with you indeed." Nanny Maud smiled, squeezing her hand gently. "There's no need for me to stay any longer, Miss Nell. I'm tired, and more than ready. You're safe now, lass. Your mamma can't hurt any of you again." She closed her eyes for a moment, restless. "But I have to tell you something," she said. "I can't remember what it was, but it's important. There's something I remembered." "You can tell us in the morning, Nanny," she said soothingly. "Won't be a morning for me, child," Nanny said, a trace of her usual asperity in her faint voice. "It's danger. That's what it is." She began coughing again, her small body shaking. "He's not who you think he is," she said after a moment. "Who isn't, Nanny?" she said. But her eyes closed, and she fell back, her grip on Lydia's hands loosening as she sank into an endless sleep. Hours later, Etienne poked his head in one last time, coming no closer. It was already too late to help Nanny, and she had to trust that there was nothing he could have done if he'd returned sooner. "Your sister's asleep. I had the housekeeper give her laudanum. She'll sleep till midday." "Thank you, Etienne," she said. Lydia wouldn't be as grateful. She would have wanted to be there with them, with Nanny as she slipped away. And that was what she did, as the beginning of dawn light began to climb over the window, a grey, murky light. Her breathing slowed, with longer pauses between each one, and then, finally, there were no more. Jacobs let out a harsh, choking sob, and she went to put her arms around his hulking shoulders to comfort him. "To lose them both in one night, miss," he said, tears streaming down his face, "is too much." "Yes," she said with unnatural calm. "It is." After a moment he lifted his head. "I'm going to go get drunk," he announced. "I'm going to get so drunk that you won't find me for days, and then maybe I'll get drunk again." Elinor was too weary to smile, though she was tempted. "That sounds like an excellent idea, Jacobs. Just be certain you remember to find us when you're done with such a noble activity." He didn't recognize her irony, and indeed, getting roaring drunk was a fitting tribute to her mother, even though Nanny Maud would have abhorred it. He strode wearily out of the room and was gone, and she was alone. For the first time since she could remember, she was alone. The number of people in her care had suddenly been cut in half, and yet there was no relief, only guilt. She looked about her. The house was still and silent. A few candles were burning, enough to light her way into the broad hallway. It didn't look familiar to her, but then this house was huge, and she'd only seen a small portion of it. It stood to reason they'd brought Nanny to the servants' quarters, though the room had been large and comfortable. And this certainly wasn't a servants' hallway, with its rich carpets and paintings on the damask-covered walls. She needed to find someone, to tell them Nanny Maud was dead. She would need to be washed and laid out properly, a decent burial scene too. But she had no money. Nanny would end in a pauper's grave. Unless she asked Rohan to pay for a decent funeral. Which she would. She would have thought she'd never ask him for anything, but she knew right now she was wrong. At least she didn't have to make arrangements for her mother, she thought, half in a daze. She really should try to find some help, but right then her mind couldn't concentrate. There were stairs to the servants' quarters somewhere, but she couldn't remember where they were. If she could just find where Lydia slept, she could crawl into bed beside her, filthy, soot-stained clothes and all, and sleep. She'd need none of Etienne's laudanum to help her. She just needed to find the right place to go. She moved down the shadowed hallways, her nightgown flowing about her. She was becoming alarmingly light-headed. She ought to sit down before she fell down, but her feet had begun to hurt again. Her legs felt weak, and she was afraid that if she sat, she would never rise again, and she was... For a moment she couldn't remember where she was, which was truly absurd, and she ought to laugh, but she wasn't supposed to laugh, was she? All she could do was keep moving through the long, endless hallways of this mysterious place. A door opened, and a young girl backed into the hallway, a tray in her arms. She turned, took one look at Elinor, and screamed loud enough to wake the devil, loud enough for reality to come crashing back as she remembered exactly who and where she was. "It's a ghost!" the girl babbled in French. "God protect me, it's a ghost!" Suddenly the hallway was filled with a great many more people than she could have wished. All she'd wanted was one sensible person to help her find her sister, and suddenly there were servants in various stages of dress and undress, holding candelabra, and what must be the housekeeper coming in one direction, and the evil Cavale coming from the other, a murderous expression on his face, and she suddenly thought she'd better run. And she tried to spin around, but her feet tripped her up, and she felt herself falling toward the heavy carpet when strong hands caught her. And even without looking up, she knew whose strong hands they were. Just as she'd known in the smoke and the darkness who would have snatched her up, no matter how little sense it made. "I have always had a dislike of screaming servants," Rohan said in a mild voice that held a note of steel. "Would someone please smother that girl?" The maid was still screeching about a ghost, and the housekeeper made quick work of her with a harsh slap and an even harsher reprimand. "Thank you, Madame Bonnard. And could you please tell me why my guest is wandering around the house in rags when I had assumed she'd been properly seen to? Is this the way I wish to have my guests treated? And where is her sister scrubbing floors in the kitchen?" To a stranger, his voice might sound almost genial, but the servants looked uniformly terrified. He was behind her, still holding her up, and since her feet weren't working, she couldn't turn and look at him. "It's not their fault," she said, and she almost didn't recognize her own voice. It was raw from the fire, raw from tears, both shed and unshed. "Someone needs to see to Nanny Maud. She's dead." The words were so short, so harsh, that she couldn't stand it anymore. She needed to disappear into the darkness, to pull the shadows around her. "I need to sleep." And then the blessed darkness folded down around her, and she opened her arms and embraced it. He caught her as she fell, and when several footmen rushed to assist him, he snapped at them like a caged tiger. The thought would have amused him, if he weren't in such a cold, towering rage. He had a tendency to keep his temper, and to view things with a distant amusement. but at the moment he would have happily seen all of his incompetent servants whipped and turned out into the streets. This was the third time tonight he'd had to scoop her up in his arms, and the thought of how much she would have hated it brought a smile to his lips. As far as he was concerned, she could swoon all she wanted. He was more than happy for an excuse to put his hands on her. Madame Bonnard had the temerity to approach him. "I will send 2 of the maids to see to her woman. I am sorry, Monseigneur. I had no idea she hadn't been properly seen to. I promise you I will dismiss those responsible." "And will you dismiss yourself, madame?" he said in a silky voice. "I'm taking her to the green bedroom. I will require hot water, enough for a bath, some clean clothes, and some French brandy." "Sir, should she be having brandy when she's fainted?" Madame Bonnard was foolish enough to ask. "The brandy is for me, you idiot," he said in his most amiable voice. The one he used before he destroyed someone. The servants immediately scattered in every direction. His way was lit to the green room, and lights were placed all around the elegant bedchamber. The first pails of hot water appeared almost before he'd set her down on the high bed, and a moment later Madame Bonnard read his mind and presented him with a basin and a cloth. Perhaps he might let her live after all. He took the wet cloth and began to clean the soot from Elinor's face. There were salt trails of tears there, which oddly surprised him. She was such an Amazon, he didn't expect her to ever cry or show weakness, even at the loss of her mother. That old bitch was well and truly gone, and he could only view that circumstance with relief. The glowering nurse, housekeeper, he could have dealt with. After all, he'd managed to fend off Mrs. Clark's efforts to reform him for all these many years, and for Elinor's sake he was sorry she was dead. It was too much a burden for one night. He was gentle with the cloth. The filth was on her clothes, down her neck, and he unfastened her chemise as he absently ordered the footman from the room. "My lord," Madame Bonnard began, scandalized. "Let me do that." He looked up at her. "How long have you served me, Madame Bonnard?" She flushed. 7 years, my lord. "And did anything ever give you the impression that I wasn't entirely capable of undressing young ladies on my own?" "No, Monsieur le Comte," she said. "It wasn't your capacity I was questioning. It was the young lady's feelings on the matter." His housekeeper was treading dangerously close to disaster. "Ah, Bonnard," he said in a silken voice. "You remind me of my better self. Unfortunately, I have no interest in listening to that part of me, and I'm much more interested in taking care of my own best interests than the young lady in question. If you're so worried about her, go see to a dead nursemaid. When Miss Harriman wakes, she'll be distraught if her friend hasn't been seen to." A moment later, the door closed, and he was alone with his awkward puppet. She looked like hell. It was interesting washing the soot off her face, discovering the creaminess of her skin, admiring once again the faint tracing of freckles across the Harriman nose. It really was a lovely nose, narrow and elegant. It made her much more striking than a pretty little sister. By the time she was 40, she'd be magnificent, and he couldn't wait. He pulled back. He might not even be alive when she was 40. He'd be 56, an old man, and even if he were still alive, he was unlikely to be anywhere near her. He wouldn't even remember her existence. He rinsed out the cloth and drew it down the side of her neck. She was in a deep, untouchable sleep, shock and exhaustion and grief having overwhelmed her. He hated seeing her defeated, but he had no doubt whatsoever that she'd be ready to fight back tomorrow. To fight him. She was like an angry Roman goddess, nothing could defeat her for long. He set the cloth down and put his hands on either side of a thin nightgown, pulling it apart to look at her. He was a degenerate bastard to do so, but he had no illusions as to who and what he was. He was surprised Madame Bonnard still did. Her breasts were quite lovely, small and perfect, and the nipples were pleasingly dark, not insipid pink. He'd always had a weakness for dark nipples. He should have known she'd be hiding such a treasure. He stared at them, and he could feel the beginnings of arousal stir in his cynical body. What other treasures might her flesh provide? He reached out to tear the gown down to its hem, and something stopped him. It was hardly decency, he told himself, pulling the gown back together, covering her breasts reluctantly. He was finding himself quite stimulated at the sight of her, and at the moment there was no one he was interested in, spending that stimulation on. He'd have to do something about that. And he was hardly likely to make love to her while she was unconscious. It would be like making love to a corpse, something that had never appealed to him. He rang the bell. Bonnard appeared immediately, which annoyed him. "You didn't think I meant what I said," he said in a silken voice. "Of course you did, Monseigneur. I was merely counting on the fact that you're easily bored." He found he could laugh. "You know me rather better than I thought," he said. "I'm not sure how comfortable that makes me." "Monsieur?" "Bonnard, you know as well as I do that it wouldn't be boredom that stopped me, and that I'd need some shallow excuse to salve my wounded amour-propre. Which you have done admirably. Send chambermaids to finish taking care of Mademoiselle Harriman while I go get drunk." Bonnard didn't argue. "Oui, Monsieur le Comte," she said, dipping into a curtsy. Rohan took one last look at Elinor, lying still and silent on the bed. Not for him, he thought. And taking his glass of brandy, he left the room, closing the door behind him. 16. If it hadn't been for her sister, Elinor would have refused to wake up. She heard the noises from a distance. It seemed the great house was in a state of complete chaos. Furniture was being moved, servants were chattering in lowered voices. Those things she could have ignored. If she opened her eyes, she'd have to face reality. That her mother was gone, burned in the flames of her own making. And far worse, Nanny Maud was dead. The last person she could even think of turning to. All their possessions had gone up in smoke, and they had nothing, only each other for comfort. Lydia would need her. She couldn't stay in bed, the covers pulled over her head, and pretend none of it had happened. She would need to make plans. Accepting charity from the notorious Viscount Rohan was bad enough. Actually living underneath his roof would destroy any chances of Lydia making a decent marriage. Unless Etienne came through, and there was no guarantee of that. He'd given every indication of being smitten. Unfortunately, she'd seen Lydia in Charles Redding's arms, heard her piteous cry for him. She might be too blinded by infatuation to see Etienne's worth. Except that Lydia had never been easily swayed. Despite all the men, young and old, who'd been naturally smitten by her charm and beauty, she'd viewed them all with impartial affection. That was not how she viewed Redding. Elinor opened her eyes to the grey-green light that filled the room. She closed them again for a moment, her nerve failing her, and then opened them once more resolutely, and made herself sit up in bed. And what a bed it was! The sheets felt like silk. She looked around her slowly. She had no idea how she'd gotten there. Her memory of the night before was hazy and jumbled. She remembered that Nanny had died, slipping away peacefully, and she'd gone in search of Lydia in this vast dark house. And then nothing. She was no longer wearing her shabby nightdress. Someone had stripped it off her, replacing it with something made of the finest cambric. She no longer stank of soot and smoke. She'd been bathed as well, and when she swung her legs out of bed, she saw that her feet had been bandaged. For a moment, the notion startled her. The thought of being stripped and bathed when she had no knowledge of it was unsettling in the extreme. But then she reminded herself that her unwilling host would have had no part in it. He'd have waved a pale, careless hand to have his servants take care of her and forgotten her existence. She climbed down from the high, impossibly comfortable bed and limped toward the window. The room was huge, a fact which startled her. Such elegances made her uncomfortable. She pushed open the curtain, letting in the murky light. She had no idea what time it was, and the light outside was no help. They were in the midst of a blizzard. The snow had piled up everywhere, and it was coming down at a fierce rate, blasting against the windows. She could feel the cold radiating from outside, and she pulled the curtain shut again, shivering. The fire was glowing brightly, sending forth waves of heat, and she turned and moved toward it. There was a robe laid across the foot of her bed, and she pulled it around her. She felt as if the blizzard had entered her brain as well. She wasn't thinking clearly. She'd slept too long, or not long enough, but she could no longer afford such weakness. She pushed open the door to a corridor filled with servants. One of the maids immediately ceased what she was doing and came to the door. "You're awake, mademoiselle," she said, stating the obvious. "Last time I checked on you, you were still sound asleep. If you go back to your room, I'll bring you some dinner." Elinor looked past her at the hallway. The servants were busy wrapping black cloth around the portraits and windows, a singularly odd procedure. "I need to see my sister," she said. "Could you take me to her?" The young maid hesitated. "His lordship said you are to keep to your room and not wander." "If you take me directly to my sister, I wouldn't be wandering," she said reasonably, "and if you won't take me there, I'll find her on my own." The maid looked doubtful, but she nodded. "Would you like to dress first, mademoiselle?" "I have no clothes." "I filled your closet, mademoiselle. His lordship's orders." And now she was going to have to be grateful to the King of Hell for the clothes on her back. The alternative was not acceptable, not at this moment. But the last time a man had provided clothes for her had been 6 years ago, and the memory still had the capacity to make her ill. "I'll see my sister first, thank you." "Jeanne Louise," the girl offered. "As you wish, mademoiselle. If you will come this way." She started toward the stairs, and Elinor pulled back. "My sister's room isn't near mine?" "No, mademoiselle." That seemed extremely odd. She could feel the servants' eyes on her as she followed Jeanne-Louise up the winding stairs. Even with the bandages, her feet were painful, but she was determined not to limp, not with so many people watching her. The marble staircase was hard and cold beneath her feet, and she gritted her teeth and climbed. Why would Lydia have been put on a different floor entirely? It made no sense. They reached the next flight, and then Jeanne-Louise turned right, heading into another wing of the huge building. Elinor was having a hard time keeping up with her, but kept on. At that point, she would have walked over coals to see her sister. In fact, it probably would have been less painful. This wing of the house was older, smaller, the ceilings lower. The maid stopped in front of a door and knocked, then pushed it open, and Elinor quickly took stock of her surroundings. It was a small salon off an even smaller bedroom. Pretty and comfortable, it was a far cry from the opulence of her own bedroom, which at this point seemed half a mile away. Why in the world had he separated them? And why the disparity in their rooms? Lydia was sitting by a window, dressed in dove grey, and she turned at the sound of the door. "Oh, Elinor!" she cried, and rushed to her, flinging her arms around her and bursting into tears. Elinor rocked back for a moment from the strength of her, and then hugged her tightly, murmuring soft, comforting words. After a moment, she nudged her toward the sofa, afraid her feet wouldn't hold her anymore, sinking down on it with gratitude. She glanced back at Jean-Louise, but she'd closed the door behind her. So much for finding her way back, though in truth, there was no reason for her to return to the gilded green room she'd woken up in. She'd left nothing behind. It was a long time before Lydia's tears shuddered to a halt. Elinor had already discovered a fine lawn handkerchief in the pocket of her dressing gown, and she gently dabbed at Lydia's face. "You know, dearest, you're the only person I know who can cry for an hour and still look absolutely radiant," she said fondly. "Oh, blast that!" Lydia said forcibly, and Elinor managed her own weak chuckle. "What are we going to do, Nell?" For a moment, Elinor closed her eyes as the enormity of their situation washed over her. And then she pulled herself together. "Don't worry, sweetheart. I'll see to everything. I have a plan." "You do?" Lydia said hopefully. "I do," she said, hoping to God that Lydia wasn't going to ask for details. She'd come up with something soon enough, even though right now her mind was a total blank. "Have you seen the doctor today?" "Etienne keeps asking for me," she said, and there was no missing the reluctance in her voice. "I've pretended to be asleep." The panic she'd squashed down began to rumble in the pit of her stomach. She'd forgotten Lydia's look of dislike. "You did?" she said carefully. "I thought you liked Etienne." Lydia managed a weak smile. "Oh, I do. I like him very much. But I know what he wants, and I cannot give him the answer he's looking for. Not yet." "What does he want, sweetheart?" she asked gently, trying to keep the despair from her voice. If Lydia hated the thought of Etienne, then that was the end of it. "To marry me," Lydia said, making it sound like a death sentence. All the language of the stable came roaring back to Elinor's head, but she kept her face passive. "You don't wish to marry Etienne? I thought it would be a good match. He's handsome, dependable. He adores you." "Yes, he's all those things," she said sadly. "The problem is, I'm not in love with him. Love is—" Elinor trailed off, words failing her. She swallowed, then continued. "Love is highly overrated, my sweet." Lydia turned to look at her, her eyes still swimming with tears. "Do you want me to marry him, Nell? Because I will, of course, if you think it's the best thing to do. I know I've been selfish, daydreaming. If you want me to marry him, then I certainly will. You're right. He's all that's kind and proper, and I should make a very good doctor's wife." She even managed a sunny smile, one that didn't quite reach her eyes. For a moment, Elinor didn't move. It was the wise thing to do. Hadn't she learned in the last increasingly hideous few years that you had to take the lifeline one offered? Here was safety dangling in front of them. She had little doubt Etienne would welcome her into the household as well, simply because she could be useful. They would never have to worry about where the next meal came from, which creditors to duck, whether they'd freeze to death in the night. She looked down into dear Lydia's face, at the determinedly cheerful expression. "Except that he's so damn stuffy," she said. Lydia exploded with laughter. "Your language, Nell! I haven't gotten any Maud to keep me in line any more. You know I spent too much time in the stable when I was young. Don't marry Etienne, Lydia. Tell him no, in the most gentle of ways." Lydia looked at her. "Are you certain? What else shall we do? I hadn't thought it through, clearly. We seem to be out of resources and possibilities. You forget there's Cousin Marcus. I have yet to find out what our small bequest is, but with luck it's enough to keep the two of us and Jacob's. If not, our cousin might be disposed to be charitable." "Dearest," Lydia said, "you know as well as I do that the bequest is for you, that the cousin is yours." "Dearest," Elinor responded fondly, "you know as well as I do that everything I have is yours. I could still marry Etienne. I think he'd have me." "Have you?" Elinor scoffed. "The man would be lucky to kiss the hem of your garment." "In truth, I don't want you to marry Etienne. His lectures would drive me mad. I expect we can rely on Cousin Marcus. Otherwise—" She failed to think of any way to complete the sentence. "Otherwise we become adventuresses," Lydia said. "Why not? We have no reputations to lose. We'll travel Europe and be very mysterious and very gay, and men will adore us and women will want to be like us. We'll dress in the finest clothes and be very witty. I think we should go to Venice first." Elinor blinked. "And how are we to support this new life?" "We'll have to find protectors, of course," Lydia said brightly. "Wealthy men in need of a mistress. We'll pick and choose, of course. Only the most handsome and most amiable of men should be allowed anywhere near our bedrooms. They'll give us fabulous jewels, which we can sell off when times are difficult. Don't you think it would be glorious?" "Glorious," Elinor echoed. "And totally impractical. I'd have you married to Etienne before you became a courtesan, no matter how stuffy he is." Some of the wicked light left Lydia's eyes. "You're right, of course. And a few months of passions is no fit trade for a lifetime of safety and sobriety." She could blame the shocks of the last few days and her own exhaustion for not having put things together before. Lydia's fanciful idea hadn't been plucked from thin air. It took Elinor but a moment. "You're in love with Mr. Redding." Most people would have believed Lydia's light silvery laugh. Elinor was not most people. "How absurd, Nell! I barely know the man. And while there's no denying he's very handsome, he's far from agreeable and not very flattering, and he's hardly the type of husband one could look for." "Hardly," Elinor echoed, remembering him from her night at the chateau. "He would, however, make a fitting partner for an adventuress." "For a month or so." Lydia's smile still didn't read truthful. "Don't worry, Nell. You said you had another plan as well as applying to your cousin. What is it?" Her stomach dropped, but she managed a cheery smile. "Let's see if I can get in touch with Lord Tolliver first," she said. "He was most amiable when I met with him, and I would think he would be the answer. If I could convince him to give us a small cottage on one of the estates, perhaps a tiny stipend that we could augment with pianoforte lessons, and you'd be bound to marry, and there'd be no financial incentive to force you into making the wrong choice." "And he said he'd offer you this cottage?" Lydia asked, looking skeptical. "We didn't get that far. Mamma—" Oddly enough, her voice seemed to have developed a catch. "Had one of her fits, and he left. but I have no doubt he'll hear of our misfortunes and be more than happy to provide assistance. He would have no reason not to help us, and he would dislike the disapproval of society if he abandoned us." "If you say so," Lydia said, looking unconvinced. "What shall we do in the meantime?" "In the meantime, I shall speak to my Lord Rohan about sending a message to my cousin. I despise having to rely on Rohan's charity, but I cannot decide which would be worse, sleeping in his house or taking money to sleep elsewhere." Lydia looked around her. "If this is hell, it's quite cozy," she said. "Where are you sleeping? I asked for you, but no one would give me a clear answer." "This house is massive. I'm on another floor and in another wing. I'm certain they'll have no objection to my joining you here." She was certain of no such thing. She was certain of nothing at the moment, and the lack of control was making her mad. She prepared to rise, dreading the pain. "I'll go speak to our host. Perhaps he's already made arrangements. He could hardly want two properly brought-up young females in his household when he's about to commence on a—" She let her voice trail off. "About to commence what?" "Something neither of us need to know about. You know, for the King of Hell, he's quite charming." "No," she said flatly. "No what?" "I've told you, he has absolutely no interest in me. I'm not naive. I know when someone has lustful thoughts about me. Lord Rohan treats me like his sister." Now it was ice forming in the pit of her stomach, freezing away the panic. "How many times have you seen him?" "Just twice, dearest. Once at the house and then this morning. He told me about Nanny, and he was very kind." "Ha!" Elinor said. "The King of Hell doesn't know what kindness means. He was doubtless being ironic." "Perhaps he was. You certainly seem to know him better. All I know is he calmed me down, expressed his sympathy, and made certain I was well taken care of." "He's good at that," Elinor grumbled. Lydia said nothing, looking at her sister for a long moment. "You might consider looking at the truth," she said. "What truth?" Elinor said, alarmed. "You are far from uninterested in the man. If I didn't know you so well, I would say you've fallen in love with the King of Hell. But that's impossible. You're much too level-headed when such a thing would lead to disaster." She peered more closely at her sister. "Aren't you?" "Absolutely," Elinor said truthfully. "The very notion horrifies me. He's a man who likes to play games, and on occasion his malicious interest alights on me, particularly since I do my best not to let him win. But trust me, there is nothing I would like better than to get as far away from him as I possibly could." "Indeed," Lydia said, watching her. And then she shook her head. "I believe you. He's a fascinating man, but you're not interested in fascinating men, are you? You want someone strong and stable." "I'll give you Etienne," she offered. Elinor laughed. "In fact, he was sent for me in the first place. Rohan thought I should be married, but Etienne took one look at you and forgot Rohan's games." "He was trying to arrange a marriage for you? But why?" She wasn't going to tell her sister the truth, particularly when truth was a subjective matter in the house of Rohan. "If I were comfortably married, he would no longer have to waste his time on charity." "But he doesn't have to now. We have no claim on him. And do not tell me that the founder of the notorious Heavenly Host is a charitable man. I suspect he has a reason for everything he does." Elinor rose to her feet, refusing to wince. The only way to avoid this turn of conversation was to leave. Besides, she was going to have to face Rohan sooner or later. She might as well get it over with. If he has any reasons, I doubt he'll share them, my love. I'll go speak to him. I'm certain that at the very least I can have my room moved closer to yours. That would be a comfort. Lydia rose as well, pressing a kiss on Elinor's cheek. Don't worry about facing him. You're more than a match for the most devilish of gentlemen. Elinor managed a calm smile. She opened the door and stepped out into the cool hallway to see her maid waiting, accompanied by an immense footman, taller and broader than anyone she'd ever seen. "Are you ready, mademoiselle?" he said. "Ready for what?" "To return to your rooms," Jeanne-Louise said. "Yes, but—" The footman swooped her up effortlessly, holding her with such easy strength that it almost felt as if she were floating. "His lordship said you weren't to walk. Antoine is very strong," Jeanne-Louise said, moving down the hall beside them. It was an extremely odd sensation. "This is unnecessary," she began. "His lordship has insisted," Jeanne-Louise said, as if that was the end of the matter. Elinor bit her lip in frustration. "I would like to be closer to my sister. If you could move my things—" She suddenly remembered she had no things other than what he'd provided. "If I could be moved—" "That isn't up to me, mademoiselle. You'll need to speak to his lordship about that." "Then perhaps you could take me to him." Jeanne-Louise shook her head. "He is having a dinner party and is not to be disturbed. I will leave a message that you wish to see him, but I doubt it will be before tomorrow. There are women at the party." "Of course there are," Elinor said, remembering the woman stretched out across his arms when he first saw her. That woman's breasts exposed to the night air. Since then she'd only seen Rohan on his best behavior, assuming the guise of a perfect gentleman. She couldn't forget the real Viscount Rohan, the strange and terrible man who directed the most depraved behavior imaginable. 17. The hulking footman set her down on the brocade-covered settee in the salon that led from her bedroom, treating her like precious crystal. "Does mademoiselle require any other assistance?" he asked. "No, she does not," Jeanne-Louise said, leaving Elinor with the impression that she wasn't simply a chambermaid, she was a prison guard. It didn't matter. As long as she knew Lydia was safe, she was content, at least for the time being. And as far as prison guards went, Jeanne-Louise was very kind. She bathed and rebandaged Elinor's feet. Blood had soaked into her old bandages, and she dreaded to see the damage, but already the cuts and burns had begun to heal. "You need to stay off your feet," Jeanne-Louise said severely. The room was brightly lit with candles. Night had fallen sometime during her visit with Lydia, and for the first time she looked in the mirror. And then froze. She'd known her dark brown hair was pulled loose down her back. She didn't realize how very pretty it was, or how flattering the clothes Rohan had provided for her. For them. It was unsettling. She rejected the offer to put on one of the frocks in the closet, all rich, elegant gowns in demi-mourning. She had no doubt they would fit her, just as Lydia's dress had been perfect. Rohan had almost supernatural powers when it came to getting what he wanted. Instead, she bathed and changed into a fresh nightgown. They were all thin cambric, and she wore the combing robe over it to hide anything that shouldn't be seen. Combing robes tended to be cumbersome, made to be worn while one's hair was arranged. But Elinor didn't care. She'd wrap herself in a blanket if that wasn't enough coverage. Dinner was brought to her on 3 trays, an impossibly rich assortment of foods, from roasted squab to salmon à l'anglaise, well-cooked mutton to a fine puree of turnips. more than she could possibly eat. And it wasn't until she got to the final tray that she saw the small plate of toast strips. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She wasn't hungry. She ate half the toast strips and drank the tea, sending the rest back. Every time she thought of her mother and Nanny Maud, her stomach would clench, and she'd want to throw up. Anything to get rid of the helpless pain she was feeling. Even Jean-Louise's blandishments couldn't get her to try anything more. There were books there as well, and for the first time since she'd seen Lydia, she felt a glimmering of pleasure. He'd given her a fair assortment, but she picked up the novel first. She wanted dark, Gothic delights rather than philosophy at that moment, and she curled up in bed reading with pleasure. When she awoke, her room was pitch black except for the coals on the fire. She rolled over on her back in the huge, soft bed, luxuriating in the richness of the covers and the way it cradled her. She glanced over at the windows, wondering what time it was. But the small amount of light that came in was clearly from the street lamps. She reckoned it was somewhere between dawn and dusk, but she had no idea which was closer. He moved out of the shadows, like the dark creature he was, and Elinor didn't have time to scream. For a moment it had seemed like an illusion, but then she realized he'd simply been waiting for her. For how long, she wondered? "You wish to see me, Poppet?" he inquired in his silken voice. She cleared her throat. "I thought you had guests for dinner." "It's well past dinner time. I sent the rest of them home." "All of them?" "What are you asking, my precious? Redding is still here, but have faith he's miles away from your darling sister. The rest have gone." He paused. "Except for Madame de Tourville, who lies naked in my bed awaiting me. What is it you need?" It was a vast relief that he'd forgotten about her, she told herself. Even as it shut off one avenue of escape, an unacceptable one, it was all for the best that he no longer seemed interested in her, but had Madame de Tourville instead. "I didn't wish to disturb your entertainment, my lord. It could have waited until morning." His smile flashed white in the darkness. "My pet, you are never a disturbance. Simply tell me what you want, and it shall be yours." "For one, I wish to be nearer my sister." "Alas, I'm afraid that is quite impossible. The rooms in the south wing are being renovated. Your sister resides in the only room completed." "She can certainly come and sleep with me here, then. There's plenty of room." "Indeed, but there are problems with that," he said softly. "And those are?" "Lent is approaching, and it's carnival time. I'm afraid the heavenly host is particularly perverse when it comes to such occasions. Instead of feasting and rioting the weeks before Lent, like most good Christians, we tend to choose the time of fasting and repentance for our time to indulge in the pleasures of the flesh. Gluttony, lust, sloth, all some of our favorite activities. I would think you'd prefer your sister not to be near while such things are going on." "I could stay with her." "Her room is too small. Besides, that wouldn't suit me." She froze. "Why not?" "Because I wish to have you closer, my pet. I've told you before, your sister doesn't interest me. You do. Unfortunately for you, I thought I might hold her hostage." For a moment, Elinor was unable to breathe. "Hostage for what?" she finally said evenly. "You know we have no money." "Hostage for your good behavior. Or your bad behavior, if you want to be specific. As long as you do what I wish, your sister will be safe and protected like the beautiful English virgin she is." She felt hot and cold at the same time. She couldn't see him clearly. The shadows seemed to flow around him. "Permit me to clarify this, Lord Rohan," she said in her most practical voice. "My sister will be safe and well cared for if I get in your bed." He laughed. "Acquit me of being quite so gauche, child. I have innumerable women to satisfy my carnal urges." The ice vanished, and she was hot with shame. Of course he didn't want her. How foolish could she be? "Then what do you want from me?" Her voice showed nothing of her raging inner torment. "You managed to keep me from being bored. That's far more valuable than what's between your legs." She made a hissing sound at his deliberately shocking words, and once more she could see his smile. "You see," he said, "that's just the sort of thing I find so enchanting. You could find any young lady to shock, my lord. But you're not missish. You're not even a virgin. You're quite an original, my dear Elinor. A prim and proper, starched-up young woman of impeccable morals who nonetheless has already relinquished her maidenhood. I'm counting on you to tell me all about it." "Over my dead body." "No, my sweet, over your sister's virginity." She stared at him through the shadows. "You wouldn't. Even you aren't that depraved." "Oh, precious. I am absolutely that depraved, and more. But in fact I would give the task of deflowering the fair Lydia to Charles Redding, who seems to be oddly enamoured of your sister." She couldn't help it, the tiny sound of distress that bubbled up from inside her. "I beg your pardon, my precious, did you say something?" he said with exquisite courtesy. She couldn't answer, and he continued smoothly. "Unfortunately, Charles seems infatuated with your sister, though he denies it. It can go nowhere. He needs to marry a rich woman, and your sister won't do, and he knows it. He's got a disturbing streak of decency, but I know he won't be able to resist if I offer her. I'm afraid she'll be ruined. I'll warn Lydia. She's no fool. Indeed, she's smarter and more resilient than I gave her credit for, but you won't warn her. You won't be going anywhere near her until we come to an agreement." There was a sudden flare of light as he lit a taper, and she could see his face then. Beautiful. Brutal. A fallen angel reigning in hell. "I have a cousin," she began. "Marcus Harriman will be of no use to you. My lawyers will insure it." Ice again. Her only recourse was not to show it. "Indeed," she said coolly. "Then pray tell, what are your terms? What kind of agreement do you wish to come to?" "You should be glad, my precious. I'm being quite reasonable and almost gentlemanly." He waited a moment as she laughed in disbelief. "I have no designs upon your so lovely body. It's your mind I want. Now, any wise person would understand that that's a much greater sacrifice, but women tend to be valued for their cunts, and as long as I leave that alone, you won't be totally ruined. Your language is foul." "I'm foul, darling. Haven't you discovered that yet? But as long as you willingly keep me company, your sister will be safe." "For how long?" He appeared struck. "I hadn't thought of that," he said. "Clearly you are used to haggling in the marketplace. I salute you. How long?" He tapped his long white fingers against his chin. "In truth, I can't imagine growing tired of you, but I'm bound to, sooner rather than later. And I'm a fair man. Don't scoff, precious. I should pick a reasonable amount of time. Shall we say, until the end of Easter? It has a certain lovely symbolism. At the time your God has risen from the dead, you get to go free." "Not my God," she snapped. "You continue to amaze me," he said. "Consider this. Your sister will join Mrs. Clark at the chateau, where she will be well looked after. You will stay here with me on some pretext. You're a more experienced liar than I am. I don't usually have to bother. You'll come up with something. You keep me company during Lent and the revels of the heavenly host, and come Easter morn you get to rise from the dead and start a new life, with a generous stipend from me to ensure that life is prosperous. How does that sound?" "Blasphemy is far from attractive." "I thought he wasn't your god," he murmured. "And I'm not particularly worried about you finding me attractive, pet." "Because you have no designs on my body," Elinor supplied. "No, sweetness. Because you're already completely fascinated by me, and nothing's going to change that. It doesn't matter what I say or do. You're trapped like a sweet little moth in a spider web." "You may find you're mistaken, my lord. You may have a wasp in your web." "Oh, I do hope so, child," Rohan said, rising. He blew out the candle, plunging the room into darkness again. "I'll have the agreement drawn up for your signature tomorrow morning." "Drawn up? You expect me to sign something?" "But of course. That way, if you renege, I have merely to show the contract to a few influential people to destroy you completely." She looked at the shadowy form in the darkness. "I'm not sure there's much difference between my current position and total destruction." "Your sister is the difference, my pet." "Do we have an agreement?" She wanted to scream at him, rage at him, beat at him with her fists. She did nothing. Later, when she was alone in the darkness of her bedroom, where no one would see or hear, she would give in to grief and rage. For now, she would show him none of it. "We do. Now may I sleep? I find I'm quite fatigued." She even managed a credible yawn. "Indeed. Madame is waiting for me, and she tends to be quite insatiable. I can only hope that I have not stayed away so long that 3 men have taken my place." "Why 3? "Darling, it takes that many to replace my skills." To her astonishment, she felt a brief caress against her face. An impossibility, because he'd already gone. With shaking hands, she lit the candle beside her bed. To scare away the shadows, perhaps. She peered through the darkness, but she was alone. Elinor slipped out of bed, cursing at the pain in her feet. She'd forgotten about it, but in truth, it was already improving. She limped over to the salon, but there was no sign of him. There were 2 doors leading into her room. She went to the first to lock it, and found it was already bolted from the inside. She hobbled across the room to the second door, the one that led to the dressing room, to find that it, too, was locked from the inside. How had he managed to get in? To materialize through locked doors? It didn't matter. He wasn't going to do it again. She dragged one chair and shoved it under the door handle, then took another chair and tucked it under the other. No one would get past her barricade. She went to the windows. The heavy snow had almost stopped, with only gentle flakes still drifting down, and she could see the rooftops of the building quite well. If need be, she could go out that way. She wasn't going to stay trapped in this room if he chose to disturb her again. But she was fooling herself. She had nothing to run from. As long as she agreed to his rules, Lydia would be safe, and she herself would simply suffer the annoyance of his company, not the insult of his physical attentions. So why did it feel as if his lack of interest was the true insult? Where did she get these sudden, silly ideas that she might be desired, wanted? She'd gotten them from him. Part of the games he played. The games she would have to endure for the next 6 weeks if she remembered her liturgical calendar correctly. But nowhere in his rules did it say she couldn't fight back. He could play his games all he wanted. That didn't mean he was going to win. She limped back to bed, taking a look at the bandages on her feet before she blew out the candles. No fresh blood seeping through. They really were improving. Before long she'd be able to walk, to run, to dance rings around Francis Rohan, who foolishly thought he'd have everything his way. She wouldn't let him win. She would ensure that he sent Lydia away to the country where she'd be safe, and then she'd start in on him. She would make his life so miserable he'd be begging to send her away. 2 hours later, Francis Rohan lay naked and stretched across his current lover's equally naked body. Juliet had always been inventive, and he'd found himself particularly inspired tonight. It was a great shame that he was imagining Elinor Harriman's body naked beneath, above, in front of his, but Juliet wouldn't mind, as long as he gave her the mind-numbing pleasure she demanded. Indeed, even dear Juliet was worn out this evening, taken to her limit and beyond until she had to beg him to stop. It was troublesome, this fascination with his reluctant house guest. A great deal too bad that it was bordering on obsession. His friends, if he could call them that, would be astonished. He knew his reasons were simple. He was denying himself, when he usually took what he wanted like the rakehell he was. Normally Miss Harriman would be seduced and forgotten by now, but something had stayed his hand. Perhaps it was her calm, pragmatic air, or the curiously vulnerable streak that broke forth occasionally. There was no denying that he was enjoying himself, enjoying the wanting, enjoying spending that need on others while the ultimate prize awaited. Unless he came to his senses before he actually managed to bed her. He had no idea whether that was going to happen or not. He'd never gone through anything like this, so he had nothing to compare it with. All he knew was he hadn't felt more alive in years, perhaps decades. He couldn't remember. He slipped out of bed, away from Juliet, and frowned for a moment. He was totally unacquainted with guilt or regret. They were the emotions of fools. Nevertheless, as pleasantly exhausted as he was, there was the oddest sense that he'd done something wrong. Nonsense. Do what thou wilt. He'd wanted a female quite badly, and Juliet was more than available. Life was too short to stint on pleasures, and if Elinor Harriman started interfering, then he'd simply have to ship her back to England where she belonged. He wasn't about to let anyone or anything interfere with who and what he was. Juliet stirred, whimpering slightly as she moved, and she could thank him for that. Would he really consider making Elinor submit to the deliciously perverse things he sometimes fancied? Perhaps he wanted to make love to her chastely, like a careful bridegroom. He was nobody's bridegroom. He'd have her on her knees in front of him, taking him in her mouth. He'd have her every way he could, and then think of new ways to try it. The heavenly host was keeping a chapbook of positions and variations, often named after the lady first willing to attempt them. Perhaps 10 years from now, he'd open the book and be reminded of the Harriman. There was something displeasing about that, though he wasn't going to brood about it. There were no rules in the host, but the generous sharing of partners was expected. He rather thought he'd skip that with the enchanting Miss Harriman. When he was done with her, he'd probably send her back to England, along with her sister. He knew very little about her cousin, but there would be some way to pass along a comfortable stipend without anyone knowing and becoming offended. There was something rather delectable about a starched-up creature like Elinor actually being a kept woman. Juliet moved again, and her eyes flew open. She looked at him in the candlelight, and she smiled slowly, holding out her hand. He moved back to the bed. 18. "I don't understand," Lydia said, staring at her sister in dismay. "Why in the world should I go into the country while you stay here?" Elinor looked uncharacteristically nervous. Lydia's darling older sister held the fond belief that Lydia couldn't tell when she was prevaricating, as she was now. "I told you, dearest. I'm helping his lordship with his library. Actually, he's been very kind," she said. And Lydia said nothing. "He needs someone with a knowledge of Latin who can write a good hand, and that's one thing I can do. He's been given a score of very valuable old texts, some more than 100 years old, and he needs someone to ascertain what they're about and make a record of them." "He doesn't know Latin?" Every young man of quality had endless years of Latin drummed into him, and despite Lord Rohan's dissipated character, he still struck Lydia as someone conversant with the classics. "Of course he does," Elinor replied. "He simply doesn't have time to do the work. He has a very busy social calendar." "Indeed," Lydia said with an unbecoming snort. "Everyone in Paris knows about his social calendar." "You know how people gossip, Lydia," Elinor said, trying to sound reasonable and failing. "I doubt his parties are any worse than what goes on at Versailles. People love to make up stories and spread rumors. The more vile, the better." "I thought you arrived in the midst of one of his notorious parties," she pointed out. Why in heaven's name was her sister suddenly changing her severe disapproval of the man? Was it possible that she was beginning to see what her baby sister had known all along? That her sister, her practical, unromantic older sister, was drawn to the beautiful and dangerous Viscount Rohan? "I did," Elinor said stoutly, "and I didn't see anything untoward. Surely you don't still think that Lord Rohan has any feelings for me? He can have any female in Paris, up to and possibly including the Queen. He finds me entertaining. Nothing more." Lydia surveyed her sister. She was wearing a grey gown that fit her slender figure beautifully, exposing more of her chest than Elinor usually allowed. She tucked a fichu around her shoulders in an effort to hide herself, but it was a failure. With her rich, dark hair flowing down her back, her brown eyes nervous, her lips red, colour in her cheeks, she looked absolutely lovely, and Lord Rohan was connoisseur enough to recognize it. "You are naive," Lydia said severely. "For all that you're older than I am, in many ways you're much more innocent. I don't want any man taking advantage of you." Elinor's smile was forced. "I think that's unlikely to happen. I swear to you that he has no interest in me apart from my mind," she said flatly. And her words had the ring of truth. Lydia recognized it, or at least that Elinor believed it. "Then he's a blind fool." Elinor laughed. "Darling, you're more than a bit partial. Look at it this way. It's to my advantage to be plain. It enables me to work for his lordship without running the danger of any importune advances. I never thought I would come to bless the Harriman nose." "Blast the Harriman nose," Lydia said crossly. "You're not plain, and you never have been. Just look at yourself in the mirror." "You're a true sister," Elinor said, clearly not believing a word. "You'll love Mrs. Clark. She's kind and welcoming. And after Easter I'll come and get you and we'll go home to England. We'll find a nice small cottage. It might be on Father's land, perhaps in a village, perhaps just outside of one. We'll have a garden, and we'll grow peas and lettuce, and we'll raise chickens, and maybe ducks. It was a fairy tale, Lydia thought, but she wasn't going to point that out to her sister. I love ducks, but no geese. They bite. What about swans? That depends whether we're on water. It would be nice to be near a river or a pond or something, Elinor said. Since we're making this up out of whole cloth, let's simply decide we'll have water, Lydia said. I say a stream leading into a pond, where we can have swans and ducks and absolutely no geese, and we'll live very happily, two old maid sisters. I do think we should have cats, a great many of them. They won't go after the ducks, will they? We'll have cats that are afraid of ducks, Elinor said. But I'm not certain how long we'll get to be two old maids together. You're sure to get married. Not if I don't want to, she said firmly. And I suspect I'm not going to. I've always been stubborn, you know, and faithful in my affections. Once given, I don't change my mind. The trick to that, darling, is don't give your affections, Elinor said lightly. Just wait until we arrive home and you catch the eye of some dashing gentleman with comfortable means. I'm going to want nieces and nephews, you know. I'm afraid it's too late, love, Lydia said. She quickly changed the subject before Elinor could respond. I'll agree to go to the country if that's what you wish. A little seclusion would probably be good for me, as long as you absolutely swear to me that you aren't staying behind to be Words failed her. Fallen woman? Elinor suggested helpfully. Courtesan? Lady of the night? Don't be ridiculous, child. Do I look like a lighter love? You look very beautiful, Lydia said truthfully. I don't want you staying behind to be hurt. Elinor had deep reserves of calm good sense, and a remarkable ability to weather crushing blows. She smiled at her sister. I'll be fine, you little goose, she said with a laugh. When have I lied to you? Lydia just looked at her. More often than I suspect. She didn't want to leave Elinor. She didn't want to go out to the countryside, far away from the temptation of Charles Redding. Not that he was any danger. Though he'd held her so tenderly the night of the fire, she hadn't seen him since, and she doubted she would. Going out of town would ensure that, doubtless one of her sister's reasons for encouraging it. Elinor was still looking at her, anxiety beneath her calm exterior, and guilt swamped Lydia. I'll go, she said, and Elinor's relieved smile was reward enough. As long as her strange, irrational faith in Lord Rohan wasn't misplaced. He wouldn't hurt Elinor. He wouldn't dare. If he did, he'd have Lydia to deal with, and she would ensure that he was very, very sorry. Elinor slept late the next day, waking with a guilty feeling. She dressed quickly, not waiting for Jean-Louise to assist her, and started out her bedroom door, only to run into the oversized footman from last night. Before she could say a word, he'd scooped her up. His lordship said I was to transport you, mademoiselle. I'm entirely capable of walking on my own, she said. She refrained from squirming for the sake of the poor footman, who was pink from either embarrassment or exertion. I have my orders, mademoiselle. His lordship bade me carry you, and I will do just that. If you please, mademoiselle. There was just the faintest note of pleading in his voice, and Elinor took pity on him. Disobeying Rohan was not something to be done lightly. I want to see my sister. The footman looked even more uncomfortable, as if he was struggling with something a great deal more weighty than her not inconsiderable body. And then he nodded, starting off. "You're going in the wrong direction," she said. He nodded again, signifying God knew what, and Elinor took pity on him. Lydia must be waiting for her elsewhere. The vastness of the house once again startled her, as they seemed to tread through miles of halls, many of them decorated with black cloth. It was a good thing she wasn't walking herself. She'd doubtless get totally lost. Once Lydia left, Elinor had every intention of staying in her room. With luck, Rohan would be so distracted by the lascivious temptations of the revels that he wouldn't remember she was there. Except she recognized the last hallway they turned into. She'd been there before, 2 weeks ago, when she'd confronted him in a righteous fury. "I don't think my sister is in Lord Rohan's bedroom," she said, beginning to struggle. "At least she'd best not be." The footman ignored her, knocking gently on the door without losing his grip on her, and then pushing the door open. Rohan stood there, still in shirt-sleeves and small clothes, as 2 valets dressed him. He glanced at her, unmoved. "My dear Elinor, what a delightful surprise. What brings you here?" "You're so helpful, footman," she said in a tart voice. "And I didn't give you leave to call me by my name." "I thought you might prefer it to endearments," he purred. "But if you want me to use more intimate terms—" "You may use my first name," she said hastily, just imagining the terms he could come up with. "I asked the footman to take me to my sister. He brought me here. If Lydia is anywhere around your bedroom, I'll cut your liver out." He blinked. "What a delightfully bloodthirsty image, Elinor. Would you then eat it? I didn't know you had such a violent streak." "I do where my sister is concerned." "Your sister is safe," he said. "You may set her down, Antoine. I would suggest the bed, but she would fight you. The green chair should suffice." She found herself settled gently into one of his chairs, and she jumped back up immediately. "Someone restrain her," Rohan said in an unconcerned voice. "Without hurting her," he added, and the footman took her arms and forced her back in the chair, careful not to be too rough. She sat back, knowing when a battle could not be won. "Where is my sister?" "Where I promised she should be," he said as the 2 valets helped him into the rich satin coat that fit him perfectly. "She should be arriving at the chateau by now, and Mrs. Clark will welcome her by taking her to her bosom. She'll thrive in the good country air, and by the time the revels have concluded, she'll be delighted to rejoin you and return to England." "Why didn't you let me say goodbye to her?" He smiled thinly. "Dare I say I don't trust you?" "I gather you were very delicate when you first told her what the future held, but you have a ridiculously tender heart beneath that calm mien, and I think your sister's tears would have broken through that admirable self-control." "She was crying?" Elinor picked up the salient point. "Of course she was. She just lost her mother and her old nanny, not to mention whatever meagre possessions she still had, and her sister, the person she thought she could count on, has abandoned her." Elinor clenched her hands, hiding them in the folds of her skirt. "Why would she think I've abandoned her?" "My dear Elinor, do you really think she believed that ridiculous story you told her about becoming my amanuensis? Yes, I made certain someone was listening and reported to me. No, don't jump up again. You should have realized I would do that. It's wise not to underestimate me." She did her best to hide her bitterness. "Indeed, I shall endeavor not to." He turned away to survey himself in the mirror. Clearly the vision met with his approval. "Your sister is much smarter than you give her credit for," he murmured. "Right now her imagination is running riot, coming up with all sorts of wicked things you might be getting into. You'll have to write her and set her mind at ease. And I have no doubt that Mrs. Clark will manage to make her feel better. She could cheer up Satan himself." "She cheers you up?" He laughed softly. Oh, no, my precious. I'm not Satan, merely one of his fallen angels. He waved away the offer of a wig, letting his luxurious silver-streaked black hair be tied in a neat queue. He held out his hands, and his servant slid rings onto his long, elegant fingers. Then he cocked his head, looking at her. In truth, I'm glad you came in search of me. I had some questions for— I didn't come in search of you, she snapped. I would be happy if I never saw you again. I was looking for my sister. Since she is no longer here, I will repair to my room, on my own 2 feet. You may call off your footman. Once I ascertain that your feet have healed, certainly, he murmured. Do you want me to undo your bandages, or would you prefer to handle the honors yourself? She immediately tucked her feet under her voluminous skirts. Don't be ridiculous. I've already seen your bare feet, Poppet, he pointed out, the soul of reason. And quite delightful they are. But I can assure you that unlike the Chevalier du Corval, I find other parts of the body to be far more stimulating. Although you do have exquisite arches. She looked at him with clear dislike. I should have known better than to have trusted you. We made a bargain, and you cheated. I would call a man out for saying such a thing. His voice was silken. Do not trespass on my good nature. You're not going to call me out? Indeed, I would be happy if you did. Shooting a gun couldn't be that difficult, and I would like nothing more than to put a bullet in you. I think I like the cutting out of my liver a bit better, child, he said critically. Firearms are so tediously impersonal, not to mention loud. She glared at him. She had been determined to keep her face and voice calm. She'd certainly had years of practice. During their slow descent into the lower echelons of Paris society, she'd managed to convince her sister, and indeed the entire household, that things were not as dire as they seemed. She could lie quite handily, hide her fear and other roiling emotions. And yet Lord Rohan seemed to knock them down as swiftly as she erected them. You truly are a despicable man, aren't you? She said, no longer mincing words. His smile was charming, exquisite, as he looked down at her. I am indeed, my precious, a true villain. You'd best remember that. As well as remembering that you had no choice when it came to your sister's safety. If you wanted her away from here while my friends break almost every commandment, then you must agree to whatever terms I offered you. It is that simple. She didn't bother to argue. He had the upper hand, which was both unsettling and infuriating. Fighting against him got her nowhere, and he probably enjoyed it. She needed to plan her battles more wisely. She took a deep, calming breath, forcing her hands to release their tight grip. So, tell me, how are you feeling after the death of your dear mother? I expect the sense of relief is almost overpowering. She glared at him. You are such a despicable man, she repeated. Give it o'er, child, he said wearily. She was in the midst of dying a protracted, painful death. I would have said this was God's mercy if I believed in mythical creatures. You can't expect me to believe you truly mourn her. I don't expect you to believe anything, she said calmly, looking around her. The large, hulking footman had remained in the room during their conversation, and she signaled for him to come forward. You may take me back to my room, Antoine, she said, having learned his name the day previous. I've finished with his lordship for the time being. She'd hoped to see Rohan's eyebrows snap together in anger. Instead, he merely smiled. And Antoine made no move in her direction. You haven't eaten yet, have you? Neither have I. I'll have the servants lay for both of us, and we can set forth the rules of our little truce. I'd prefer to return to my room and eat there. But I'd prefer you to join me. he said in the sweetest possible voice, with absolute steel beneath it. "Antoine, you may transport Miss Harriman to the Green Salon." "Oui, my lord," Antoine said, coming forward to scoop her up again. She fixed him with a look, and Antoine halted, clearly torn. "Touch me, and you'll regret it," she snarled at the poor boy. He looked so frightened she almost took pity on him, but that had gotten her into this mess in the first place. "Terrorizing the servants, my dear? You're learning from me." He waved an elegant white hand in Antoine's direction. "You may leave, boy. Clearly the lady would much rather I carry her myself." She had played piquet in the past, and recognized herself outplayed by a master. "Repique, monsieur," she said. "Antoine, you may assist me." Antoine didn't move until Rohan gave a slight nod. "You disappoint me, ma belle," he murmured. "You're no featherweight, but I've managed to carry you on more than one occasion, and I believe I'm up to the challenge. But if you prefer young Antoine, so be it." Antoine had already scooped her up with due deference. "When have you carried me?" she demanded. "Out of your burning house, my sweet, and when you fainted in my hallway." "I've never fainted in my life," she protested. "You needn't worry, Poppet. I carried you into your bedroom, and for the most part the servants undressed you. Your virtue was safe with me." "For the most part?" she said in an icy voice. "I remember none of this." "Just as well," he said airily. "Take her away, Antoine. I have a small bit of business to conduct. I'm certain she'll manage to entertain herself well enough while awaiting me. Make certain you see to it. In other words, keep her prisoner." There was nothing she could do. She was well and truly trapped, and she'd put herself into his hands. At least his interest in her seemed as base and uncomplicated as a cat playing with a mouse. He would let her escape, just a bit, and then slam his paw down on her to hold her there. But mice didn't snarl and fight back, as she most assuredly would. He wanted entertainment and respite from boredom. She would provide it, so thoroughly that he'd be afraid to go to sleep at night for fear she'd stab him. She could play games as well. She wasn't strong enough to challenge him to a duel. She had no resources, but she had every belief that she could make his life a living hell. And she had every intention of doing just that. Mr. Mitchum was a troubled man. He dealt with estates and finances, not the cruder business of trials and criminals, and he'd been fortunate enough to spend most of his busy life dealing with the émigré population of Paris. To be sure, young men of quality were a feckless lot, and it had been his duty to ensure that their spendthrift ways didn't land them in a French prison, but by and large it had been a good living. Until this recent case. Clients lied to him all the time. He expected it. But he was unused to full-out fraud, to attempted embezzlement, to crimes on a scale quite unexpected. So unexpected that he had no notion what to do about it. He could scarcely turn the man over to the French authorities. He had the Englishman's distrust of the French, combined with the nationalistic shame over one of his countrymen perpetuating such a lie. He was certain that once he confronted the gentleman, the situation could be handled with diplomacy and tact. The impostor would simply have to withdraw his claim and disappear. Really, it was astonishing that he had gotten as far as he did, and he thought less of his colleagues back in London that they hadn't noticed something irregular in the situation. Had it not been for his own diligence, the man would have gotten away with it. A notion that chilled Mr. Mitchum's legal soul. He believed in the sanctity of marriage, the superiority of the British race, and the infallibility of British law. That someone would attempt to contravene it was a blow to all he held most dear. He'd sent his clerk home for the day. The fewer witnesses to the man's disgrace, the better. He sat behind his desk and waited, patiently, as the snow fell outside. He was going to be late getting home, and his dear wife would scold, out of worry rather than temper, and he would drink a glass of Burgundy and tell her just a little of what had been troubling him for the last few days, and she would kiss his forehead and tell him he was a good man, and he would feel better. The man finally showed up, half an hour later. Mr. Mitchum despised tardiness, but he had a moment's sympathy. Though he couldn't quite make the leap and put himself in the gentleman's position, he thought it likely that if he'd been caught in wrongdoing, he would be reluctant to face his accuser. He glanced outside his window. A storm was brewing. Indeed, the winter and late spring had been unusually harsh. The sooner he got home, the better. His client was all charm and apologies for his tardiness when he arrived, shaking the snow from his hat. If he had any idea what was troubling Mitchum, he didn't show it. After a moment, not wanting to waste time with conversational niceties, Mitchum forged ahead. "I'm afraid," he said, "that I've come across a grave problem, Mr. Harriman. Your papers are forged. You are no more the heir to Baron Tolliver's estate than I am." Marcus Harriman was a handsome, affable man, and he smiled at Mr. Mitchum. "I think you must have made some mistake, Mitchum," he said pleasantly. He'd refused a seat, and was standing near the window, looking out into the gathering storm. "Has someone been slandering me? Who knows of these accusations?" Mr. Mitchum drew himself up, all offended dignity. "I believe I know how to be discreet, sir," he said with a sniff. "So far, I have passed my suspicions on to no one. I thought it only fair to give you a chance to right the situation." "Only fair," Mr. Harriman echoed in his warm voice. "I do appreciate the chance to set things right, Mitchum. Perhaps you might show me where in the papers you find a flaw." Mr. Mitchum was well prepared, and he spread out the various proofs of identity on his desk as Mr. Harriman came round behind him. "Here," he said, pointing to one clear forgery. "And here," he added, as Mr. Harriman leaned over him. Mitchum saw his blood first, before he felt a thing, and he put his hands to his neck in a vain attempt to staunch it. There was no pain. A blessing, he thought. His wife's face swam in front of his vision. A moment later, he slumped forward, dead. Marcus Harriman wiped the blade of his knife against the old lawyer's coat, then slid it back under his waistcoat. He moved swiftly, scooping up the blood-soaked papers and stuffing them in the fire. He waited while they burned, then took the small shovel and scooped up some of the bright red coals, sprinkling them over the rug and the wood floor. The fire caught almost immediately. He took a step back, admiring his handiwork. He hadn't dared stay long enough in Rue de Pelican after he'd set the fire. It had been a rush attempt, and in the end it had failed. This would be easier. He glanced back at the lawyer. His wig had slipped from his head and landed in the pool of blood. He looked ridiculous, and Marcus laughed softly. Serve the old fool right. And a moment later he let himself out the door, closing it and the fire behind him. 19. Rohan moved through the candlelit hallways, threading his way around entwined couples. He knew he looked exquisite. He'd spent many hours on his toilette, and everything was as it should be. From the top of his perfectly curled and powdered wig, down the front of his grey satin coat encrusted in black pearls. His clocked stockings were made from the finest silk, and his evening shoes had diamonds on the high heels to match those on his fingers and in his ear. He was of mixed feelings about those shoes. They were quite magnificent and had cost a small fortune, one of many he could afford to waste. They matched his evening dress perfectly, and the heels added to his already considerable height, making him taller than any member or guest of the heavenly host. The problem was, he'd never managed to master the perfect mincing walk. He had too much a tendency to stride, and half a lifetime living in the scented drawing-rooms and bedrooms of France hadn't been able to change that. Early influences were often the strongest he knew, and the first decade and a half of his life had been spent alternating between his father's vast estates in Cornwall and his grandfather's lands in Scotland. Cities were virtually unknown to a young man with far too much energy, and he'd roamed the countryside, coming in each day covered with mud, an equally filthy spaniel or two by his side, sometimes with a brace of pheasant, sometimes with a string of trout from the nearby stream. He would dream, at times, of stretching out by that stream, his line in the water, a spaniel snuffling in the grass nearby, and he would think he was back in that well-nigh perfect time in his life. And then the water would turn red with blood, and men were dead and dying all around, and he'd be holding his brother in his arms, trying to staunch the flow of life's blood as Simon's eyes slowly glazed, when he saw the pike just as it was thrown, and there was no way he could duck. He'd wake up screaming, covered in sweat. It had been a great many years since he'd had that reaction, and the blessing was he'd never been sharing his bed with anyone who might ask questions. He'd come to the reasonable conclusion that if he was able to exhaust himself with the soft form of a woman, the nightmares would keep their distance, and he'd acted accordingly. It was a good thing he hadn't gone the way of Elinor's mother. Though in fact the English disease, as well as other lesser misfortunes, were easy enough to avoid if one was careful in one's choices. When in doubt, he simply walked away. He'd never wanted someone enough to put himself in danger. There was always someone just as charming, with a more trustworthy history. He was willing to change that careful plan, however. He had no idea exactly who and what had occasioned Miss Harriman's deflowering, but in truth it didn't matter if she'd been raped by a boatload of infected sailors. He wanted her. It was that simple. And there were contraptions to avoid illness, envelopes made of sheep guts or linen soaked in chemicals. He'd never used one, but for the sake of partaking of Miss Elinor Harriman, he'd been willing, and he'd sent his valet to procure a goodly number. He had the strong suspicion that once was not going to be enough with his charming, so unwilling houseguest. In truth, they ought to be available to the revels of the heavenly host, but proper caution was such the antithesis of "do what thou wilt," that he imagined his fellow members would ban them. There were times when their games seemed remarkably foolish. The formal start of the revels was not till tomorrow night, but members had already begun to arrive, including the new applicants. There was one of them who interested him mightily, though he pretended to have no knowledge of him. Marcus Harriman, Lord Tolliver, had been brought to their gatherings by Sir Henry Pennington, which was far from a recommendation. Sir Henry was an annoying little toad with a particular affection for the giving of pain, but he had enough friends in their close circle that Francis simply chose to ignore him. But the Harriman name had caught his eye, and he was most curious to meet the heir whose inheritance had forced Elinor into his wicked toils. Not that he would see her. He had every intention of keeping Elinor well out of sight of the heavenly host. Still, he would have to find some way to express his gratitude. He'd had word from Mrs. Clark. Lydia had settled in well enough, as he'd no doubt she would. If Elinor stopped to think about it, she'd known that giving Lydia over into Mrs. Clark's tender care was a boon worth any sacrifice. Her warm, practical affection could heal any sort of wound. He'd been 3 years into his exile in Paris when she'd simply shown up, husband and infant daughter in hand, and proceeded to dig him out of the dark, wretched place he'd retreated to. She hadn't been able to bring him all the way back. No one could, not after the things he'd seen. It was of no consequence. She helped him keep his life neatly partitioned, and when the dubious pleasures of the heavenly host grew too wearisome, he could always escape into the world Mrs. Clark had created for him. That was what Miss Lydia needed right now. Fate had not been kind to her, but then fate was a fickle jade. If her sister was determined to provide her with some kind of happy ending, the cards were stacked against her. Interesting that his puppet might even consider that a happy life was possible. She certainly didn't think one would be available for her, and he once more considered Etienne. He was a humorless bore, but Elinor had the ability to charm even one as world-weary as he. After a few years, perhaps, she could get Etienne to laugh. One thing was certain. Etienne was not going to get his wish. He was not going to have Miss Lydia Harriman, no matter how sweet she was to him. He expected Charles Redding would be seeing to that. And Etienne was not going to be inheriting the title of Comte de Giverny, along with the considerable estates, until Rohan chose to die, and he had no intention of doing so for quite a long time. No intention of reproducing, so Etienne would most definitely end up as a wealthy count. And Elinor a comtesse. Would she like it? He'd have to be dead for that to happen. Would she think of him, and what he'd given her? It was a great deal too bad that Mrs. Clark's civilizing influence hadn't extended very far. Etienne had presented his lawyers with a simple way to turn over the estate and the title. He'd inherited it on a fluke, and if Etienne had had the money, he could have contested it, and chances were the French king would have favored his own countrymen over the exile. After all, they'd driven the young pretender from their shores in record time once he became a liability. Which was just as well with Rohan. He'd only seen bonny Prince Charlie from a distance, that red-gold hair shining in the cold sun, not near enough to see the famous blue eyes. He'd lost everything for the man whose arrogance had led to disaster at Culloden, putting them at the mercy of Butcher Cumberland, and he was perfectly happy never to see him again. Rome was too close. "Care to join us, Francis?" A woman's voice lured him. Juliet was lounging on a sofa, a man kneeling beneath her voluminous skirts, and her eyes glittered in the candlelight. He shook his head so as not to disturb the young man servicing her. He was guessing by the sight of his rump that it was my Lord Valancy, who was a good 15 years younger than her most recent bed partner, and he allowed himself a small smile. She was indefatigable. It was good that she was choosing a young man bursting with energy. She would be less likely to come looking for him. He heard shrieks of laughter coming from the smaller ballroom. At least he assumed those whooping noises were amusement. Whatever they were not his concern. Right now, he was going to visit his captive princess, to see if he could convince her to let down her hair. There was music playing, a recent conceit of his. He discovered the surprising pleasure of coupling whilst listening to music, and the habit had spread among the members of the host. A small quartet played in what he preferred to call the evening room. Long ago, it had been a morning room, complete with a chaise for a young lady to recline on, a desk at which to write her letters. There were no young ladies in his household. The chaise was still there, and had seen much vigorous usage, but the desk was gone, and the east-facing windows were covered with black cloth to keep the curious from peeping inside. He moved past the gaming room, resisting the urge to play a few hands of piquet. The focus was not on the game, and he was ever a man who preferred to do one thing at a time and to do it extremely well. Besides, it was far too easy to win when people had other things on their minds, and he found winning under those circumstances to be an utter bore. He climbed the flight of stairs to the second floor. The numbers of guests would reach above this one, filling most rooms on this floor and the next, with even some in the east wing that had previously held Miss Lydia Harriman. Of course, he'd lied about their previous occupancy. He'd had no interest in letting Elinor spend too much time with her sister. The luncheon they'd shared had been interesting. She'd watched him like a wary fox, certain he was about to attack. And he'd been his most amiable self. Any other woman, and she would have been put entirely at ease, which was why he didn't want any other woman. Elinor simply watched him out of her warm, brown, skeptical eyes, waiting for him to cross the line. He didn't, of course. The sturdy Antoine carried her back to her bedroom, where, in her absence, he'd had books and sweetmeats delivered, and since then he'd heard nothing. Reports came that she had asked for a light supper, but apart from that she was entirely self-sufficient in her apartment. He was about to change all that. Paris was a noisy city at the change of the hour. Bells from every part rang in the cold night air, and as he approached her door, the hour of 11 o'clock announced itself. To his astonishment, he could feel his arousal stirring. While his body parts worked perfectly and reliably, no matter what he demanded of them, it had been many years when anticipation had caused a reaction. An anticipation that might not be met. 11 o'clock, a lovely hour. The girl he'd assigned to be her maid was sitting in a chair outside her room, wise enough to be awake at his approach. "You may go," he said softly. "Where, milord?" she asked, startled. "Do I look as if I care?" he said, caustic. "Far enough away that you won't be listening to every bit of her conversation, close enough that you will arrive if she calls for you." "Yes, milord," she said, ducking her head quickly. She scurried off, and he watched her go, impatient. The door was locked from the inside. The key was still in the lock, keeping him out, and he suspected there might be a chair in front of it as well. He laughed to himself, and the pleasant tension in his body grew. He liked to play games. There were 2 doors to the suite where he'd had Elinor placed, as well as 2 covert entrances. The rooms had once belonged to his great-aunt, whose appetite for lovers had astounded even the jaded French. There was always a way for an enterprising man to make his way inside the fortress. She'd found the first one, and blocked it, and his interest grew by measurable accounts. It was a panel in the hallway that would slide open if one touched the right part of the cherub that perched on the moulding. Tant pis, he thought, moving on. There was one more entrance, this one through a cupboard in the adjoining room, opening up beside the massive curtained bed. If she'd found that one, he'd simply call for Antoine to beat down her door. The adjoining room was still and quiet. In the daytime, the damask covers on the wall were a peaceful grey-blue, while the faint light from his candle rendered everything into shades of black and grey. It was a large apartment, almost as large as his own, and he made the sudden decision to have some of his clothes moved in here. The moon was almost bright, filling the darkened room with enough light to see his way. He blew out his candle, opened the cupboard door, and reached for the latch. There was a satisfying click. He pushed open the door and moved into her bedroom, as silent as a ghost. She was sitting on the chaise, a candle by her side, a book in her lap, and the same lovely little pistol pointed directly at his black heart. "How in heaven's name did you manage to regain that nasty little weapon?" he murmured, moving into the room. "Charles Redding returned it to Jacobs. He thought we needed protection, living where we lived." "And where is Jacobs?" "Who, may I ask, is Jacobs?" He strolled across the room. The pistol didn't waver. "Our coachman." "You had no coach." "Don't be pedantic," she said briskly. "At one point we had any number of coaches. He came with us to France and stayed with us over the years, looking out for us." "Ah, the larcenous coachman. May I point out that his caretaking abilities fell short?" "He did the best he could." "Where is he?" "I rather believe he's accompanying your mother and your nursemaid's bodies back to England for burial." She almost dropped the gun, which might have been unfortunate if it had gone off. "What?" "I assumed both of them would rather be buried on English soil. I made arrangements for them to be brought back to your father's estates and buried there." "And you didn't think to ask me?" "Obviously, we had to move with a fair amount of speed, although Winter made such a gesture more reasonable. You don't think that's what they would have wanted?" "Nanny Maud, of a certainty. She always missed England. My mother would be rolling over in her grave to be buried with my father." "There was always that advantage as well," he said solemnly. "You think your mother deserved eternal peace?" "I think my mother had her own hell in this lifetime," she said. "True. However, she was more than generous enough to share it with her daughters, her older one in particular. I don't happen to believe in heaven or hell, so I can't imagine it will make any difference where she's buried, but you'll have to allow me my quixotic gesture." "I don't really have a choice in the matter," she said tartly. "True enough. May I sit?" "No." Which leaves me with a quandary. If I sit anyway, will I simply be rude, or will you shoot me? You've been quite hard on my clothing so far, and I'm particularly fond of this toilette. I would hate to have it marred with bullet holes. Why don't you try it and see what happens?" She had the most delicious amount of menace in her voice. It would almost be worth it, just to see how far he could push her. "Thank you, I will," he said, spreading the voluminous skirts of his coat out and sitting on the end of her chaise. She quickly pulled her legs up, away from him, and her grip tightened on the gun. "You certainly do like tempting the fates, do you not?" "Are you my fate puppet? I've had that uneasy feeling ever since I saw you huddling beneath your rags out at my chateau. Most men would run in the opposite direction, but I must admit I'm inordinately fond of risk." "Are you really going to shoot me?" "It's quite possible." He smiled at her. "Why? Simply because I annoy you? That's a bit extreme. Do you think I'm going to rape you?" He felt the sudden jerk of her body, so near to his, and he allowed himself to be grateful that her finger hadn't jerked on the trigger of the pistol that was still pointed in the general direction of his belly, and he could feel the effort she made to calm herself. "No," she said. "Why not? I've made it very clear that I intend to have you, even though you've chosen not to believe me." "You said you wanted me to stay for conversation." "To entertain you," she said. "And you believed me? Silly child. You're talking to a libertine, a member of the heavenly host. I don't believe we're known for our love of good conversation." She grew very still. "So, you are going to rape me?" "Good heavens, no," he said with a soft laugh, and some of the tension left her body. "I never take by force what I can have by charm." Her astonished laughter was genuine, and it might have wounded a more sensitive soul. It just made him want her more. "If you're relying on your charm, you'll have a long wait, my lord," she said tartly. "Perhaps," he said. "Why don't you put that pistol away? I'd take it from you, and you'd let me, but then we'd simply have to go through the rigmarole of getting it back to you. Set it down, Poppet. You know you don't want to shoot me." "You're wrong. There's nothing I'd like more than to pull this trigger," she said, her voice uncompromising. He laughed. "I do concede that part of you would like nothing better than to put a very large hole in me. But I hold that the rest of you would much rather have me in one piece. I don't want you at all. Now that, my precious, is a lie." He took the pistol from her hand, uncocked it, and set it down on the parquet floor very carefully. He hadn't thought she'd had it properly primed. He really shouldn't underestimate her. She said nothing. Now that she was no longer clutching a gun, her hands lay in her lap, and he picked one up, letting his thumb rub against the inside of her wrist, letting his long fingers slide around hers. She tried to curl it into a fist, but he stopped her, and she didn't fight him. She took a deep breath, forcing herself to relax, and he could have told her that was a mistake. One needed to be wary around a member of the heavenly host when he wanted something. She pulled her hand free, and he let her, and she leaned back against the chaise, surveying him out of those deliciously practical eyes. "I think, my lord, that you haven't thought this through. For some bizarre reason, you decided you wanted someone innocent and untried in your bed. Perhaps you have the French disease and think a virgin would cure it. Perhaps the novelty of it, after so many whores, was irresistible. But I'm not the woman you want. I'm not innocent, I'm not inexperienced, I'm not a virgin." Poor darling. Virginity be damned, he didn't know when he'd met a more innocent female. It almost made him feel guilty. "You'll give me leave to doubt you," he said, not doubting her for a moment. "The fact that you've freely said this twice now makes me think you're lying to distract me." "I'm not lying." "Prove it," he said. "You've made a devil's bargain, Scheherazade. Tell me the story of your love affairs, and perhaps I might let you go." He could practically see her mind working as she balanced her options. The truth, or an elaborate fantasy? He waited patiently, entirely at ease. "My first lover was my sister's music teacher," she said after a moment. "We were still living in Faubourg Saint-Martin. My mother had several generous friends, and we were happy. He was my age, 17, and quite beautiful, with long blonde hair and blue eyes and the most gentle touch. He loved me," she said simply. "And what was this paragon's name?" "Pascal de Florent," she said without hesitation, and for a moment he almost believed her. "Move over." She glared at him. "Why?" "Because you're going to tell me all about this, and I want to be comfortable. This chaise is big enough for the two of us, unless you'd rather we retire to the bed. No? Then move over." She hesitated, but clearly he'd managed to still her fears. She moved over, and he slid up beside her. "Ouch," she said. "Do you have to wear so many blasted jewels?" "Of course not, my dove." He unfastened the diamond-studded buttons of his coat and pulled it off. He'd chosen one of his less severely tailored coats for the evening, wanting to be certain he could divest himself of it without help. He dumped it on the floor, smiling faintly as he thought of what his valet might say. He leaned back again, very close to her. "Shall we continue?" he said. She turned to look at him. Even in the candlelight he could see her quite clearly, the gold flecks in her rebellious brown eyes. He wondered if they ever softened. She leaned back beside him, their shoulders touching. She tried to move away, but there was no place for her to go. "Well, then there was one of my mother's young admirers." "Not so fast, my precious. You're telling me a story. The adventures of an impure maid. I want to hear about it." "Did you fall in love with the music teacher?" Of course." She paused. He was beautiful, and he was very kind. Not the words to describe a lover, he thought. "So, tell me about it. Where did you manage your assignations?" This should be fairly easy for her. He had no doubt the music teacher had existed, that he was beautiful and very kind. No doubt that she'd spent hours fantasizing about him. No doubt that he'd never touched her. "My bedroom at first. He would sneak in there after he finished with his lessons." "How did it feel, precious? Did it hurt?" She turned and gave him a look of real dislike. "Of course it did. But that doesn't matter when true love exists." "Of course not," he said soothingly. "So he deflowered you on your bed, and it was tender and beautiful, and painful. How many times did you do it?" Her brow was wrinkled. "Once. Once the first time, or only once with the music teacher?" He could practically feel her annoyance. Unfortunately, her body was pressed up against his, and no matter how she tried to keep her distance, the warmth of his leg against hers, the feel of his body next to hers, even through the many layers of petticoats and cloth, was loosening some of her tension. "Many, many times," she said between gritted teeth. "We did it in my bedroom, in the music room, in—" "Where in the music room?" She looked at him with real dislike. "Underneath the pianoforte, on top of the pianoforte. Unfortunately, Nanny Maud caught us, and my mother dismissed the piano teacher, and I never saw him again." "Very tragic," he murmured. "But I'm encouraged by your inventiveness. Who came next?" "There was an actor at the Comédie Française. His name was Pierre Duclos, and he was quite beautiful, with dark hair and an angelic smile. He was enjoying himself immensely. Scheherazade was doing an excellent job with her stories, which were just that, stories. Apparently you favor beautiful men. How fortunate for me." She looked at him. "You don't suffer from an excess of self-doubt, do you?" "Why should I? It's a waste of time. You and I both know I'm exquisite." He flicked his flowing lace cuff. "My valet puts a great deal of effort into making me look glorious. It would distress him greatly if he somehow had failed. Perhaps I should get rid of him." "He hasn't failed," Elinor said in a disgruntled voice. "You're very beautiful. So much so that you put everyone around you to shame, like a strutting peacock surrounded by little brown hens. Do you see yourself as a little brown hen, my sweet?" "Thinking of me that way might be a very grave mistake," she said, appearing unmoved. He leaned back against the side of the chaise and smiled at her. "I seldom make mistakes, precious, and I haven't underestimated you since the moment I first saw you. I know just how dangerous you are. Then why don't you let me go?" "Let you go? I wasn't aware that I was imprisoning you. Exactly where was it that you wanted to go?" She bit her lip, which annoyed him. He wanted to be the one biting her lip. Perhaps you could be kind enough to offer me shelter at the chateau." "I could most certainly do that," he said gravely. "I can have Charles drive you out there first thing in the morning." "You can?" She actually looked hopeful. He almost hated to dash that hope. "It doesn't do to underestimate me, either. You may go, and Charles will bring your sister back in your place." Her eyes narrowed. "You're a bastard, you know. A heartless, manipulative monster." "Oh, surely that's too harsh. I'm not a monster. I wouldn't even say I'm a bad man. I'm just not a very good one." He picked up one of her cool, limp hands and brought it to his lips before she jerked it away. He kept his grip on it, letting her drop it into the covers, but his fingers were like steel, unbreakable. She took a deep breath, clearly trying to calm herself, and he could almost imagine her counting to 10 to try to settle her temper. It was simply too bad for her that he liked arousing her ire. He liked the thought of arousing everything about her, and intended to do just that. Slowly, but surely. "So tell me about this handsome actor of yours. I have seen him on stage. He is indeed very pretty, though his performance was at best mediocre. How did you happen to form a liaison with him?" "Easily. I sent him a note praising his acting ability and suggested we meet, and we did." "And what did you do?" She looked at him calmly. "Fuck," she said. He laughed softly. "I wasn't aware that you even knew that word, my darling." "I spent time in the stables." "And exactly which positions did you prefer?" He could see the momentary blankness in her eyes, and he hid his smile. Anything he fancied. I was very amenable." "I'm most certain you were," he said in a soothing voice. "And who after him? The assembled court of King Louis?" Her warm brown eyes could glare at him, but they could never grow as cold as he knew his could. "You don't believe me?" she demanded, clearly affronted. "Oh, I imagine there's a grain of truth in your intricate tales. You most likely had a crush on your sister's music tutor, perhaps shared a kiss or two. As for Duclos, he quite adamantly prefers the company of men." "So you persist in thinking I'm a virgin?" "Oh, I know you are not, my sweet. You simply are lying to me about how you lost that particularly useless bit of your anatomy. What exactly is it you want, my lord? Why don't we simply stop this charade? You tell me what you want and I'll give it to you." "But where's the fun in that, Poppet?" She bit her lip again, and he couldn't stand it any more. "Don't do that," he said sharply, putting his fingertips on her lower lip to stop her. She bit him. On purpose. He should have pulled his hand away, but he didn't. She had very strong white teeth, and she bit down hard. He didn't move. "Child," he said in a deceptively weary voice, "if I didn't still retain a tiny, unwanted shred of decency, I would shove you back on this chaise, push your skirt above your head, and take you here immediately, ignoring your struggles. Didn't your oh-so-many lovers teach you that biting is highly erotic?" She immediately released him. He smiled at her quite pleasantly. "Please go away, Monsieur le Comte," she said in a polite voice. "You must have tired of your absurd, inconsequential games by now." "My games are never inconsequential, as long as they entertain me." She closed her eyes in frustration for a brief moment. "This house is filled with beautiful women," she began. "Oh, not quite filled," he said frankly, leaning back. "The revels won't start for another day. At this point, there are no more than half a dozen beauties in residence." "Then why don't you go bother one of them?" she said in a tart voice. "Because I don't want one of them, my sweet. I want you." She made a low noise that was deliciously close to a snarl. "No, you do not." He still had possession of her hand. Before she had any idea what he planned, he picked it up and placed it on his lamentably hard cock. She tried to yank it away, but he bore her hand down, giving her no choice. "That's not the member of a man who doesn't want you, pet." For a moment she ceased her struggles, and her eyes met his. It was a moment of rare intimacy, something he usually avoided. It was part of the piquant danger of her, and she froze, staring at him, her breath coming in short, rapid pants. "Hold very still," he said in a soft voice. "Why?" she whispered. "Because I'm going to kiss you, just once, and then I'll leave you be for, perhaps a few hours. If you move around too much, I might be inspired to move beyond a simple kiss, and that—" His drawling words were silenced by her mouth against his. It was the first kiss she'd initiated, and it was clumsy, endearingly so, her soft lips against his, not quite on the mark. His cock jerked in her hand, and she jumped away from him, startled. "Now go away," she said. "You promised." He smiled thinly. "I wasn't aware that it was exactly a promise, but that's enough for now. Perhaps next time you'll tell me the truth about your deflowering." She met his limpid gaze defiantly. "And why should I?" "Because I want to know. And I always get what I want, my sweet." He leaned over and brushed a gentle kiss against her mouth, clinging for a moment, then removed her hand from between his legs and rose. "À bientôt. We'll continue this on the morrow." She stared up at him, and her lowered eyelids hid her expression. "Perhaps tomorrow your conscience or your sanity will have returned, and you will arrange for me to join my sister. My conscience has been lost to the fires of hell for these many years." "And your sanity?" "I am," he said, "quite mad about you, Poppet. And I doubt anything will change that until I finally have you. But you needn't worry I'll force anything. The chase is as delicious as the capture." He set her hand down, oh so gently, and strolled to the door, unlocking it and pocketing the key. "Good night, my dear." She had been reading when he first disturbed her. She threw her book at him, a charming display of temper. He blew her a kiss and disappeared into the hallway, a smile still lingering on his usually cool face. 20. Francis Rohan mounted the dais in the grand ballroom, slowly, surveying his assembled guests. He could recognize most of them. There were a number of new members to be welcomed into their hallowed halls, and he'd long ago lost interest in vetting them. Roland was in charge of such things, and the newcomers were lined up, dressed like monks, with the ropes around their waists, tied to each other. They alternated male and female, conveniently, though he doubted it would remain that way for long. He would sit in his chair and tried to keep from drumming his fingers beneath the flowing lace cuffs, and watch while they went through their silly rituals, drinking from the sacred cup, a tacky piece of glass that was shaped like a phallus. He wasn't quite sure what Roland had planned next, and he didn't particularly care, as long as he wasn't required to watch. He would stay long enough for his guests to scatter to their various pastimes, and then he would visit his unwilling guest for more interesting sport. There was only one thing that caught his attention. Marcus Harriman, Baron Tolliver, appeared to be missing. He was supposed to be one of the new members. Apparently he'd been a guest out at Chateau de Giverny during their last festivities and acquitted himself well, and yet he'd suddenly chosen not to partake of the legendary pleasures of the spring revels. It didn't fit with what Roland had said. Still, he wasn't going to worry. Elinor had only met him once, and there'd been no offer of help forthcoming. If he felt any responsibility as head of the decimated Harriman family, he appeared to have forgotten it. Or, doubtless, he would have demanded that Elinor remove herself from his lustful clutches. Except that Lord Tolliver had just as much interest in lust as he had. Perhaps more. All Rohan's lustful feelings went in one direction and one alone. According to reports, Tolliver was more generous. All this frolicking, hadn't Elinor called it, would be going on for 2 weeks. The thought wearied him. At least he wouldn't have to make an appearance more than once a day to proclaim the motto and begin the revels. He did so now, rising, his cloth of gold coat magnificent in the candlelight. Fais ce que tu voudras, he pronounced the ancient words. Do what thou wilt. The resounding cheer made the candles waver, and he smiled faintly. And then he turned around and left, as the adjoining doors were opened, and the festivities began. Charles Redding was in the library, sitting crosswise on one of the leather chairs, his booted foot swinging, a glass of claret in his hand. "You didn't stay?" he inquired idly. "As you see. You didn't attend?" "As you see," Redding replied evenly. "Are we getting old, Francis?" "My boy, you're a child compared to me," he protested. "Oh, give o'er, Francis," he said in a lazy voice. "I'm 8 years younger, scarcely a child. I wonder why you like to fancy yourself older and wiser than anyone else. His Grace, the Duke of Leicester, is in attendance tonight, and I believe the old gentleman turned 80. I gather his main pleasure at that advanced age is to simply watch," Francis said, pouring himself a glass. "Nothing wrong with that." "Then why aren't you there, watching? It might keep your mind off other things." Charles sent him a dangerous look. "Other things, such as what?" "Such as your pathetic affection for Elinor's sister." "Elinor, is it? I hadn't realized the two of you had become so intimate," he said, with just the touch of a sneer. Rohan refused to be offended. "I'm enjoying the approach to the summit, my dear. Once reached, I imagine I'll quickly lose interest, so I'm putting it off as long as possible. And you? I trust someone a bit more approachable has caught your eye." "No." "No?" Rohan echoed in mock horror. "My dear boy, you are ill. Tell me no more of constancy, that frivolous pretense." "You know nothing about it," Redding said in a less than equable voice. "Faith, I'm as constant as a northern star," Rohan quoted back cheerfully, "for there is nothing as constant as inconstancy." "I'm not in the mood to swap poets with you, Francis," Charles said. "My dear, that voice could almost be called surly. Perhaps you should ride to Chateau de Giverny and give in to temptation," he suggested. "And be her ruination? When has our kind ever cared about such things? Fais ce que tu voudras, child. Do what thou wilt. She won't object, I promise you." Redding swung his head around, gimlet-eyed. "What do you mean by that? Are you going to call me out, Charles? I meant nothing but that the poor chit is enamored of you, and if you choose, you could take advantage of that fact." "No," he said shortly. "Let us talk of other things." "Certainly. Do what thou wilt," he said mischievously. "Did I just hear you growl?" "I went and looked around the street where you were shot," he said grimly, changing the subject. "And we will resist discussing whether I wish the bullet had come a little closer. You are damn irritating at times, Francis." "It's part of my charm." I could see no way the shooting could have been an accident. It would have been a tricky shot to make, and I wonder at anyone even attempting it. It could have just as easily hit whoever else rode in the carriage with you, and it was woefully inadequate." "Woefully so," Rohan echoed lightly. "So who would most like to kill you? Apart from you at this particular moment." "The two men who covet my titles come to mind. My dear French cousin Etienne would be delighted to see me dead. He'd come into the title, the estates, and he'd no longer have to sully his hands with common people. He really is the most insufferable snob. He thinks the canaille are subhuman, made only to serve him. Don't we all?" "Oh, heavens, don't tell me you're a reformer," Rohan said with deep distress. "I much prefer my creature comforts to a fair and just world. My servants are rightly terrified of me, and I never have to do a thing to prove how heinous I can be." "Everyone is rightly terrified of you, Francis." "With the exception of you, dear boy." He thought for a moment. "And Elinor. I imagine that's a great deal of her charm. Is Miss Lydia terrified of you?" "We will not discuss her," Redding said in a flat voice. "So tell me, do you think Etienne was behind the assassination attempt?" "Probably not. He strikes me as someone more likely to use poison. I won't say it's impossible, but he wouldn't be my first choice." Rohan rose and poured himself another glass of wine. He held the decanter up in a silent question, and Redding responded by raising his glass to be filled as well. "Who else?" "There's my dear English cousin, the one who currently thinks he holds my title." Rohan's lip curled. "The so charming Joseph Hapgood. If you were dead, there'd be no claim on it. He'd have it free and clear," Redding pointed out. "He already has it free and clear, as long as I'm exiled from England upon pain of death," Rohan said lightly. "And I don't fancy ending up on Tower Hill, separated from my head. Something could be done about that. You could apply to the king. I doubt the so-called king has forgiven the rebellion, and my case might strike a little close to home. One man with the stolen title and the true heir wishing to claim it?" Francis shook his head. "I think his clemency is unlikely." "Francis," Redding said in an uncharacteristically gentle voice, "Culloden was over 20 years ago. A blink of the eye, dear boy. Shall we make a bargain? I will refrain from discussing Miss Lydia if you keep away from the subject of my lamentable ancient past. It is of no importance to me. Lost causes are distressing. Let us return to whoever is trying to murder me. It's not going to be Joseph Hapgood. Did I tell you he visited me a few years ago? I don't remember where you were at the time. Delightful fellow. Hates Yorkshire. He's a farmer, you know. Already had vast estates in Cornwall, a plump wife and 8 children. Probably more at this point. He seemed exhaustively procreative, both in agriculture and offspring. He says he never really wanted the title or the responsibility." "And you believed him?" "Most certainly I believed him. I believe he still had a whiff of cow dung clinging to his boots. He would give up the title most happily if he could." "And what did you tell him?" "That I never considered him to have it in the first place," Rohan said sweetly. "Not the most tactful thing to say in the circumstances, but he's the annoying kind of man who refuses to take offense, no matter how hard I tried to give it. So no, he wouldn't kill to ensure there was no other claim on the title. He'd much rather do without it. So we eliminate one suspect. Who else?" Rohan shrugged. "I have no idea. I did have an entirely contrary theory, One that has absolutely no substance in any kind of common sense, but the idea has stayed with me. Suppose I was not the intended target. You think someone was trying to kill me? Redding raised an eyebrow. I have to say, Francis, that I do not boast the number of enemies to your credit. Not you, my boy. My dear Miss Harriman. I just delivered her in that self-same carriage less than an hour beforehand. What if the assassin thought she was the one in the carriage beside me and was aiming for her? And why would anyone want to kill Miss Harriman? I have no idea. But you know I was ever a fanciful creature, and the idea has stuck. I wonder about the fire as well. Lady Caroline could barely move or speak except in moments of extreme agitation, and her bed was well removed from the fire. How did she manage to escape and start the conflagration? Is that what they think happened? It is. It was quite clear the fire was started by artificial means, which means your sweet Lydia was put at risk as well. He could see Redding stiffen for a moment, then deliberately relax. The man was pathetic, Rohan thought. In love like a calfling, besotted by a pair of blue eyes and a pretty face. Lord save him from ever becoming so obsessed. Which still begs the question, Redding said. Why would anyone want to kill Miss Harriman? What do you know of the new Baron Tolliver? Rohan countered. The contract lay on the table, elegant fool's cap written in a fine hand. Miss Elinor Harriman agrees to remain in residence at Maison de Giverny until the end of Lent, while her sister resides at the chateau. And her signature on the bottom, written with a hostile flourish. It was far from the first contract she'd signed. While most of working-class Paris made do with a handshake, there was still any number of issues involving her mother and their motley family that had required contracts of one sort or another. And she was about to break one. She could tell herself it was his fault. He'd forced her, blackmailed her into this position, and she was simply doing what she had to do. They were his just deserts. So why did it feel so dishonorable? It didn't matter. Someone in this vast household had taken pity on her. The ordinary cloak and new boots had appeared hidden in her bed, like one of the pillows, with a note and purse full of coins. Escape when you can, the note read, and Elinor would be a fool not to. She had friends in this household. She could even count Willis and Jean-Louise as people with sympathy toward her situation. But it was unlikely that any of them could write, particularly with a fine masculine hand. And then it came to her. Mr. Redding. He was enamored of Lydia, though for some reason he'd kept his distance. Maybe rescuing her gauche older sister was his way of winning Lydia's favor. Except as far as she could see, Lydia's favor was a foregone conclusion, and it was Mr. Redding who was diffident. Escape was all well and good, she thought, feeling particularly cranky. But where did one go if one managed to actually leave the house? Obviously, she'd head for the chateau and extricate Lydia. Mrs. Clark certainly wouldn't stop her. But how did one leave in the first place when one was a prisoner? She had no idea how to get out without running afoul of Jean-Louise, or heaven spare her, Rohan himself. He seemed to roam the halls like a bat, waiting to pounce. She had no idea whether bats actually pounced or not, and Rohan wasn't at all like a bat, which were horribly rat-like and not to her preference at all. Rohan was like some kind of cat. When she was very young, Nanny Maud had taken her to an exhibition of wild animals in Hyde Park, and there were all sorts of huge exotic cats. Rohan wasn't a lion. He was one of the others, sleek and black and dangerous, with hard eyes and a strange beauty. Rohan was like some kind of cat. And she was a mouse. A mouse who snarled and had teeth. An angry little mouse who fought back. For the first time in what seemed like forever, she giggled. "What's so amusing, my precious?" She jumped. She'd given up locking and barring her doors. He always seemed to find a way past them. This time, he'd simply strolled in from her dressing room, moving as silently as a cat. She couldn't help it. She giggled again. Once started, it was very hard to regain her composure. "I was thinking about you, my lord," she said in a dulcet tone. He raised an eyebrow. He looked particularly elegant tonight, and she remembered it was the beginning of the revels. "You were thinking about me and laughing. How very damaging to my self-esteem. Actually, I was laughing about me. I was envisioning you as some kind of cat, playing games with me, but that, unlike a timid little mouse, I fought back with hisses and fangs." "Hisses and fangs, dearest? Oh, surely not. You really do have the strangest notion of your charms." Elinor snorted, an act Nanny Maud had always deplored. "To what do I owe the honor of your visit, my lord? Your vast orgy begins tonight. Shouldn't you be planning on ruining some innocent?" "But you see, Poppet, I am." He took a seat on the divan, glancing around him with great interest, and she could only thank God she'd had the sense to hide the clothes and money. "How have you been entertaining yourself? I sent an array of books to entertain you." And lovely they were, though certain illustrated volumes were not to my taste. I don't know what antiquities those drawings were taken from, and I doubt that such interesting contortions could actually take place. And I took leave to doubt the size of various portions of the anatomy of some of the people represented. She managed to keep the flush of colour, which had flooded her face when she first opened the volumes, away. "Well, many of them were gods," Rohan said carelessly. "Those were drawings taken from Roman ruins and temples in India. If you like, we can look at them together, and I can explain which are exaggerations and which are not. I do believe most of the positions are feasible. I could be persuaded to attempt some of the more unlikely." It did no good to glare at him. "I found the books very instructive, but now you may take them back. They are irrelevant to the life I intend to lead." She could feel some of the colour begin to creep up. Unfortunately, she was remembering a particular plate where the young lady, dressed in nothing but a silver girdle, was astride an Indian gentleman of quite astonishing proportions. She seemed quite happy about it, and Elinor inadvertently pictured Rohan in the place of the Indian gentleman. "Indeed," Rohan murmured. "You don't intend to procreate?" "Those books aren't about procreation, they're about—" Words failed her. Rohan was ever helpful. "Lechery? Degeneracy? Ruination?" "Pleasure," she said. She'd managed to startle him, which was almost worth bringing up such a dangerous word. "I beg your pardon, my dear Elinor. Did you just equate pleasure with coupling?" "It must provide pleasure," she said frankly. "Otherwise, why would they continue to do it? Why would you hold these ridiculous parties where people can fornicate in public if they don't find pleasure in it?" He smiled at her. An enchanting smile that must have seduced 100 women, or more. "There is great pleasure in it, child. I've offered to show you more than once." "It's a pleasure I can do without, my lord," she said. "I don't think so," he said softly. There was a gleam in his hard blue eyes, at odds with his faint, charming smile, and she was held captive by that look for a long, breathless moment. And then it was past. "So why don't you tell me the truth about your lurid past, my dear? You know I don't believe your tales of music teachers and actors. You would be far more receptive to my delicate overtures if you'd ever consorted with, how did you put it, pleasure?" She was going to escape, she reminded herself. She would have enough money to get away from him, enough to book passage back to England if that's what she wanted. He could never return to those shores. She would be well and truly safe. If telling him the truth, which she'd never told another living soul, would keep him occupied for the evening, then so be it. She took a deep breath, determined to be calm and unemotional. "My mother sold me as a bed partner to a friend of hers, a gentleman who was so terrified of the clap that he only bedded virgins. I remained in his service for 3 months before he found a replacement." "Indeed," he said, not sounding particularly shocked. "Was he kind to you?" "No, he didn't speak to me. He rutted." "And how old were you, my pet?" His voice was silky soft. "Just turned 17. There's no need to feel sorry for me. I agreed to it. Agreed to become a whore." "And why was that?" "My mother said he preferred Lydia." "Ah. And what was this gentleman's name?" If he'd shown pity, it would have been unbearable. His calm curiosity had the desired effect. It kept her recital calm and matter-of-fact. "Why would you want to know that?" "Simple curiosity, my pet. His name?" "Sir Christopher Spats. He went back to England, I believe, and married." "Did he indeed?" Rohan was very still and calm, almost unnaturally so. "And did your mother continue to barter you to her acquaintances?" "Hardly. I've lived a life of blissful celibacy ever since. I'm not made to be a courtesan. My only value to Sir Christopher was my virginity. Without that, and lacking a pretty face, I had no value to anyone. For some reason, she wanted him to say something. To tell her she had value to him. God, she wanted him to tell her she was pretty. How pathetic." He rose, graceful in his cloth of gold coat. "I was going to continue your education, my dear Elinor, but I find I have something more important that has arisen. I know it will desolate you to know I'm not going to teach you about your breasts tonight, but there will be other times." Odd, but his words set a sudden, ridiculous tingling in her breasts, almost as if he'd touched them. In the pictures, grown men had suckled on the breasts of women, something that surprised her. Now, with the sudden tight sensation his words had inexplicably caused, she could begin to understand. He crossed the room to her, graceful as ever, and she didn't move from her chair, managed not to jerk away when one slim, elegant hand reached out to touch her face. "Poor puppet," he said softly. With no one to avenge her. She wanted to turn her face into his hand, to press her lips against his palm. She was mad. "My mother is dead, sir. I believe she was the one who sold me." "Indeed," he murmured noncommittally. "I'll let you rest tonight. Tomorrow is time enough to continue your education." "What if I don't want to learn?" she said, trying not to tremble at the gentle touch. His smile was genuine. "You will, my child. I assure you, you will." 21. Francis Rohan moved through the vast hallways of Maison de Giverny, his jeweled heels clicking on the parquet flooring. He no longer bothered to pace himself, to achieve the perfect mincing walk. Most of his guests had retired to places of privacy, and those who were still cavorting in public would be far too interested in their partners to notice the King of Hell striding through their midst. He found Charles at one of the gaming tables, staring at his hand with a complete lack of enthusiasm. He turned inquiringly when Rohan came to stand over him, and with one look at his face, he immediately turned his cards over and rose, following his friend to the empty hallway. "You look like death," Charles said. "Was your puppet that bad in bed?" Rohan gave him a measured look. "Do you really want to be discussing the sister of your true love in such a crude manner?" "She's not my true love," Charles said. "And considering all the blasted effort you're putting into having Elinor Harriman, I would assume a question would not be out of line. Phrase it better." There was a note of steel in his voice. Charles looked at him for a long, thoughtful moment. "You too," he said ruefully. Before Rohan could respond, he went on. "Was your time with Miss Harriman less than you hoped?" "We held a short conversation. I have something I must do, and I need your help for it." "And what is that?" "I need to kill a man." Charles's sleepy eyes opened more widely. "Anyone in particular?" "The fat man who joined us tonight. Sir Christopher Spatz." "I'm not objecting, mind you," Charles said. "He's a slovenly creature, and there are rumors about some of his less savory activities." "Such as what?" "Such as his preference for children. The younger the better. He was quite disappointed when he heard you don't allow children to be part of the revels, but decided there were other ways to find pleasure. Why?" Rohan didn't answer. "Do you have any notion where he is at the moment?" "I believe he went off with young Rotham." "Where?" "Dear me," Charles murmured. "What did he do?" His eyes narrowed. "Good God, man! Are you wearing your sword? You can't fight him. He couldn't possibly be any kind of match for you. It would be murder." "Good," said Rohan. "Where is he?" For a moment, Charles didn't move. And then he nodded. "Come with me." Now was as good a time as any to leave, Elinor thought. He'd already made his nightly visit, though departing without touching her, even attempting to, was different. She understood completely. She'd told him the truth of what had happened 6 years ago, and he'd been disgusted. Whatever kind of exotic allure she'd held for him, and while she hadn't understood it, she'd come to accept that it existed, had vanished. She moved to the window, looking out into the street. She was probably being foolish, escaping when there was no earthly need. It was more than likely she'd be taken to a coach tomorrow morning with no explanation, just sent on her way, as it had happened so many years ago, when she'd been trapped by that horrible man. This had been a different kind of imprisonment, and she told herself she was delighted that Rohan had finally seen the error of his ways. She just didn't want to face him when he set her free. No, she would leave now, when the house was relatively quiet. She could hear the sounds of gaiety and something else drifting from a distance, and she remembered the frenetic energy as Rohan had led her, blindfolded, through the rooms in the chateau. Rohan would clearly be partaking of that gaiety, and for the time, perhaps forever, she was forgotten. Once she was out, she had more than enough money to hire a coach to take her out to his chateau. There, she would collect Lydia, and they would run back to England where no one, at least one particular person, could follow. She pulled the cloak around her shoulders. She'd managed to braid her thick hair and tie it with a strip of ribbon. For some reason, hairpins and the like had remained absent from the many elegancies provided. She took the plainest dress, since she could scarce leave in her ripped and shredded night rail, and the sturdy boots provided. Tucking the purse full of coins in her pocket, she started for the door, then stopped. The contract lay out on the table, the quill and ink still beside it. She reached for it, planning to tear it into pieces, but something stayed her hand. For some crazed, silly reason, she took the pen, dipped it in ink, and wrote, "I'm sorry," at the bottom of the page. And then she slipped out into the deserted hallway, heading for the servants' stairway. It was quick. How could it be anything but? Rohan thought dazedly. He was a gifted fencer, light on his feet, entirely ruthless. Sir Christopher Spatz was slow and fat and stupid, unable to comprehend that he was staring death in the face. He thought it was one more game played by the heavenly host, mocking the rules of life and death. It wasn't until he began to realize that he was going to die that he started to fight in earnest, slashing with the sword that had been provided him. Murder, plain and simple. They were no match. And when Rohan drove the blade into his heart, the man squealed like a pig, and Rohan wanted to shout in triumph. Sir Christopher crumpled to the floor, and Rohan turned and walked away, throwing his sword across the room. The man was dead, executed, as he should have been years ago. He walked out onto the snow-covered terrace, staring up at the night sky, trying to control his racing heart, the dark, murderous rage that had yet to leave him. Sir Christopher had managed to pink him a couple of times, probably luck driven by sheer terror, and there was blood staining his billowing white sleeves and seeping through the shallow cut on his chest. Another set of clothes ruined, he thought, shivering. Charles came to stand by him, saying nothing. Finally, Rohan brought himself to speak. "He's dead. Thoroughly. The seconds are satisfied. It was a fair duel." Rohan's laugh was harsh. "What was the fairness in that? It was like fighting a child." "You should have let me do it," Charles said. "I have no qualms killing those who need to be killed." Rohan looked at him. "How do you know I have such qualms?" "Francis, I know you," he said. "You've abhorred death and violence for as long as we've been friends. Have you ever killed your man before?" "I don't fight duels." "Then before?" Rohan turned his head away, looking out past the high wall of the stables. "It was Culloden, Charles," he said wearily. "What do you think? I watched my father and brother slaughtered. I saw good men bayoneted after they surrendered. I saw death everywhere. I saw what men could do, and I swore I would never take a life again, no matter how evil he was." "So you changed your mind," Charles said. "Why didn't you let me handle it?" "It wasn't your fight." He looked back at the house, filled with self-loathing. "I want you to take—" "Who's that?" Charles said, interrupting him. "Who's what?" "Moving along the side of the stables. Someone is sneaking around. I'm not sure if it's a thief or someone's outraged spouse, but I think—" He saw her quite clearly, though she hid in the shadows, certain he couldn't see her. He recognized her walk, the way she moved, even covered in that hideous cloak. He'd killed for her, betraying everything he believed in, and she was leaving. The cold anger settled down about him, a rage that should have burned hot if it were a little less powerful. He looked down, expecting to see blood on his hands. Fittingly enough, it was his own. "Go on in, Francis," Charles said gently. "Go find Juliet, or perhaps Marianne. I'll bring Miss Harriman back safely." He didn't hear him. His rage blinded him, and nothing seemed to make sense. "Go away, Charles," he said, his voice like ice. "This is my business." Charles grabbed his arm, trying to stop him. "I can't let you hurt her, Francis." Rohan slapped him. The same challenging slap he'd administered to Christopher Spatz's soft pink cheek after he'd tossed his glass of wine in his face. "Any time, any place," he said in an evil voice. "Now." Rohan's smile was ugly. "No, I'm busy tonight." He started after her, and Charles made one last attempt to stop him, grabbing for his arm. "You can't hurt her!" he repeated somewhat desperately. Rohan stopped, turning to look at his old friend who knew him so little. "I wouldn't think of hurting her." Everything unbearable in his life had narrowed down to focus on Miss Elinor Harriman. He'd been a fool, and he'd waited too long. The waiting was over. "I merely intend to finish what I started." Elinor kept close to the sides of the buildings. It was unlikely anyone would see her. Light spilled from the windows on the upper floors of the house, but the ground floor was mostly dark. Anyone still awake would hardly be looking outside, not when there was such decadent entertainment to be had inside. She was probably worrying needlessly. Maison de Giverny was huge, the size of an English country house in the heart of Paris. Her newly healed feet were freezing, the night sharp and cold and clear, like Rohan's heart. She pulled the cloak more tightly around her and moved on. The high walls ended in a narrow gate, and she almost thought she saw a carriage there. In the dark and shadows she couldn't be certain, but it seems her mysterious savior wasn't content with simply helping her escape the house. She moved away from the shelter of the stables, when a familiar, drawling voice sent chills through her body. "Did I give you permission to leave?" She spun around, like a fool, when she should have simply run. He was standing in the darkness, a mere silhouette. But there was something about his voice that sent shivers through her body. Something was wrong. Something very bad had happened, and her first mad instinct was to reach out to him, to reassure him, to hold him. She knew insanity when it blossomed in her heart. She turned to run, but it was already too late. He caught her as she fled, and there was no gentleness in his hands as he imprisoned her wrists, hurting her. "You broke your contract," he said in a cool voice. "I find I have a great dislike of cheats, Miss Harriman." "I'm not a cheat," she said hotly. "Are you not? You agreed to remain here with your sister as hostage for your good behavior, and now I find you running off in the middle of the night. Though perhaps I was wrong, and it wasn't actual escape you were seeking. Perhaps you were just meeting a lover for an assignation, and then planned to return to your room, once more presenting yourself as the proud demi-virgin wounded by a cruel life." His voice was mocking, cold, different. She'd heard him speak in that voice before, when a servant had displeased him, and she remembered the terror in their eyes. She had the same unexpected fear inside her heart. It was a waste of time, but she said it anyway. "Let me go!" She tried to pull away, but his hand tightened on her wrist so hard she cried out. "I think not." He started back toward the house, ignoring her struggles. She had one last despairing glimpse of the coach waiting for her, and then he yanked her forward. She stumbled once, falling to her knees in the snow, but he simply hauled her up again, barely pausing. There were servants waiting to open the doors for him when he approached, and she expected him to release her, to order one of the footmen to accompany her to a room, more prison guard than servant. But he didn't, dragging her after him along the wide corridors, up the broad marble stairs, past some of his more flagrant guests. She heard catcalls, a few cries of encouragement, but Rohan ignored them all, ignored her stumbling attempts to slow him down. He was intent, cold, furious, and for the first time since she'd met him, she understood the ferocity behind the name. King of Hell. He terrified her. She tried to talk with him once more when they reached the second floor, tried to reason with him, and he halted, dragging her in front of him. The sight of his face sent a chill through her. It was cold, blank, emotionless. "Pray refrain from making excuses, Miss Harriman," he said in that cold, angry voice. "I have yet to hit a woman unless she's requested it in sex play, but I'm always interested in trying something new. Be silent." And then he yanked her after him, down the hallways that grew narrower, darker. He wasn't returning her to her rooms, nor was he taking her to his, a small consolation. But there were no lights, only the candelabrum he'd taken from a waiting footman, and the revels hadn't penetrated this deep into the house. They were alone, beyond sight, beyond hearing. It wasn't until he kicked open a door that she realized how very dangerous things were. Imperturbable, elegant Lord Rohan had never evinced emotion in her presence, and his anger at his servants had been cold and remote. His rage right now was hot and wicked. He set the candelabrum down, kicking the door shut behind him, and this time when she tried to pull away he released her so that she sprawled on the floor. He made no effort to help her up. He simply stood there, looking at her out of hooded eyes. "Oblige me by removing your clothes, Miss Harriman," he said, his voice cool and clipped, at odds with the wildness in his face. She could see him clearly now, and the sight shocked her. He was wearing his long waistcoat and billowing shirt sleeves, and he was bleeding. The sleeve was torn and stained bloody red on his arm, and there was a slash on his chest through the layers of clothing, and she stared at him, uncomprehending. What had happened to him? He moved to stand over her, reached for the cloak and ripped it off her. "And who provided the means for your escape?" he inquired in a silken voice. "This hardly looks like the cloak I provided for you once your house burned down. I tend to have more extravagant taste than this." He pulled it from beneath her and tossed it away. The purse that had been tucked in one of the pockets spilled on the floor, the gold and silver coins bright in the candlelight. He looked at it contemptuously. "That's your price, Miss Harriman? It seems fairly paltry to me. I would have been willing to pay a great deal more for your relatively untried favors, assuming you haven't been lying to me the entire time you've been here." An expression crossed his face, so dark and bleak that it shocked her. A moment later it was gone, leaving him calm and cold. "You had best hope you haven't been," he said. "I couldn't answer for the consequences." "Who gave you the cloak and the money?" She started to pull herself together. She wasn't going to stay sprawled at his feet like a harem girl. "I don't know," she said, starting to rise. "Did I give you leave to get up?" "I don't need your leave," she said, anger overriding her fear. "Yes, you do." And with one strong, pale hand, he pushed her down into the rug again. "I would recommend you stay there until I tell you otherwise. I'm not ready to touch you, and you would only have yourself to blame if you anger me more than you have already." "What have I done?" she cried. "You should have known I'd try to escape if I had the means. I have no idea who helped me, but I would have been mad not to take the chance." He moved then, walking around her in a slow, deliberate circle, and his eyes were hard and merciless in the shadows. He reached up and began unfastening the heavy silver buttons of his vest, using his left hand. Did I not tell you to remove your clothes?" For a moment she watched, almost in a dream, as his strong, pale hand moved down the buttons of his waistcoat. "You told me you hadn't raped in decades, my lord," she said in a measured voice. "Are you so devoid of novelty that you want to experience that particular unpleasantness?" "Unpleasantness for you, Miss Harriman, not for me," he said smoothly. He shrugged out of the waistcoat. The blood on his chest was darker, and it looked as if it had slowed or even stopped. His arm was still dripping blood, soaking into the linen sleeve. "But no, I'm not going to rape you." She stared at him for a long, indecisive moment. "Why should I believe you?" "Because unlike you, Miss Harriman, in matters like these I keep my word." She was beginning to hate the sound of her own name, particularly when spoken in that contemptuous voice. But she knew he'd spoken the truth. He took a seat, still watching her. "Your clothes, Miss Harriman," he said again, in that silky voice that still made her uneasy. She was wearing a high-necked demi-morning gown of pale grey, with narrow hoops and lacing up the back. "Then I assume you simply want to make certain I don't attempt to leave again, and leaving me in my undergarments should ensure that. Not that half your household doesn't wander around in undergarments, or even less, but they don't attempt to leave the house. Your assumptions don't interest me, Miss Harriman." "Then what does?" "Your obedience." As nervous as she was, she laughed. "Never one of my strong points. And I'm afraid I can't take my clothes off. I need a maid to unlace me." "You forget the vast amount of experience I have divesting women of their most elaborate toilettes," he said. "Come over here, and I'll unlace you." The very idea was repugnant to her, but she wanted this horrible nightmare to be over quickly, so she nodded, starting to get to her feet. "On your knees, Miss Harriman." His voice was calm, almost bored. Her choices were not many, and they were all unappealing. She could move on her knees like some kind of supplicant. She could rise and run. He'd left the door unlocked, and in this deserted corridor she ought to be able to find a hiding place at least for a while. Or she could gather her lost dignity around her, rise, and let him decide what he was going to do with her. Surely his fury must be fading, but his eyes still looked empty, as if someone else inhabited his body. She made the calm, sensible decision not to incite him further. She slid across the floor, turning her back and presenting it for his hands, pulling her thick braid out of the way. He pushed a hand aside, catching the heavy braid and pulling it, and she saw the flash of the knife. She cried out, putting her hands up to her head, certain she'd find nothing but short strands. Instead, her heavy mane of hair flowed loose around her shoulders. She let out a small sobbing sound of relief, hating her own weakness. He pushed the hair over one shoulder, and she could feel his hands on the back of her dress, the knife slicing through the laces. "What did you think I was going to do, Miss Harriman?" he said in a silky voice. "I'm hardly likely to stab you." "I thought you'd cut off my hair," she said. His hands paused in their work. "How interesting. Why should you care?" She turned her head to look at him. "It's the one pretty thing about me." "And why should you care whether you're pretty or not?" He went back to cutting through her laces, and she took small comfort in the fact that he was taking his time, being careful not to cut her skin. He was favoring his wounded arm, and she wanted to ask him what had happened, but she was afraid to. Whatever it was, it had set this whole nightmare in motion. She looked straight ahead, into the darkness. There was a bed. She could see the outlines of it. He'd brought her here for that, she thought, whether it be rape or not. Her chest felt tight, and there was a low twisting in her belly that she realized with shock wasn't fear. It was something far more shameful and elemental. It was longing. "Every woman cares whether they're pretty or not, my lord," she said in a low voice. He'd finished with the dress, and he pushed it off her shoulders. She slid her arms from it and let it pool around her, all without asking, knowing what would come next. But he expressed no approval. He was cutting through her stays, closer to her skin with the same exquisite care. "Not you," he murmured. "You insist no man would ever want you. You pretend you're above such things. You ignore who you are and what you want." "What do I want, my lord?" The corset dropped around her, and she was wearing nothing but the thin cotton shift and her stockings and garters and the ugly shoes. "You want me, Miss Harriman. You have since you first saw me. You are simply too dishonest to admit it." "Take off your shoes." She'd been kneeling in front of him, and she sat back, reaching for the sturdy shoes that had been part of her escape. They were the wrong size for her, too big. The shoes that Rohan had supplied had been perfect. Whoever her aborted savior was, he didn't know her very well. She took off the shoes and set them to one side, then looked up at him. He was unbuttoning his shirt, and she knew this was going to happen. Nothing would stop it. And she knew he'd spoken the truth. She wanted him, in ways she hadn't realized she was capable of feeling. She started to rise, and he caught her, keeping her down. "Where do you think you're going?" "I was going to lie on the bed," she said. "You needn't worry. I won't fight you. I promise I won't move and disturb you while you do it. It would help if you had laudanum. I was lucky enough that one of Sir Christopher's housemaids gave me some the nights he chose to visit, but I'll try hard to lie very still and not make a sound." She even managed a shaky smile. He froze. He'd pulled his shirt free from his small clothes, and he paused in the act of unbuttoning it, staring down at her in disbelief. And then he closed his eyes. "Oh, Poppet," he said, and put one hand to the side of her face, and she let out a choked sob of relief, turning her face into his hand. "I'm so sorry," she said in a raw voice. "If it were only about me, I never would have tried to leave, but I'm responsible for Lydia. I have to take care of her, and I couldn't be sure. I can take risks for myself, not for her. Please, my lord." "Don't," he said. "I've hurt you." His voice was filled with self-loathing. He rose, pulling her with him, and clothes fell about her feet, leaving her covered with only the light chemise. And then he stepped away from her. "Cover yourself. You'll get cold. I'll call your maid." She stared at him in disbelief. "Why?" "Why? Do you need to ask? I was about to take out all my anger and pain on you. I hurt you, I know I did, and I didn't care. You're just fortunate I came to my senses. There are blankets on the bed. Go get under the covers until someone comes." "No." He was in the midst of turning away when her flat, simple words stopped him. "No," he repeated. "Not unless you get on the bed with me." "Child, I'm not in the mood to provide comfort," he said shortly. "I'm not a child, and I don't want comfort." She wanted to move closer, but the mound of clothing lay between them. "If I have to do that again, then I want to do it with you," She was starting to see traces of the old Rohan as he smothered a laugh. As flattering a confession as that is, I believe you'd be better off if I forego the honor. Get in bed, he said, and moved away from her toward the door, leaving her trapped in the welter of discarded clothing. There are no servants allowed in this hallway, so it will take me a moment to find someone to assist you. I'll leave you the candles. And before she could stop him, he went out the door, closing it quietly behind him. She stood there, frozen in disbelief. And then she kicked the clothes out of her way and went to sit in the middle of the bed. She counted to 10, and then began to scream at the top of her lungs. 22. It was only a few moments later that Rohan slammed open the door, looking as if he was ready to battle demons. Only his own needed defeating. "Are you all right? What's happened?" Elinor's voice was raw from screaming, and she cleared her throat. "Rats," she said. "Rats?" "I saw a huge rat in the corner, the size of a hedgehog, and he was staring at me out of his evil little eyes, and if I hadn't started screaming, he would have—" Rohan had closed the door behind him by then, moving slowly toward the bed. "And you're terrified of rats," he said in a voice devoid of inflection. "Absolutely terrified. There's nothing worse than rats. Nothing. And this room is infested with them. They're everywhere. I need you to rescue me." She saw the smile curve his mouth, slow, reluctant. "Do you know what you're telling me, Poppet?" "Yes, my love." "Come have your wicked way with me." And she lay back, closing her eyes, bracing herself. She felt the smoothness of the covers against her body as he slid in next to her. His hand on her face made her jerk, and she opened her eyes, startled. This wasn't part of it. He was looking at her with such tenderness. "You really are such a virgin," he murmured in a soft voice, his long fingers stroking the side of her face. "No, I'm not," she protested. "I've done this many, many times before." "I beg to correct you. You most certainly have never done what we're about to do. Permit me to demonstrate." And he leaned down and kissed her, holding her face still for his mouth. He was so gentle at first. His lips barely brushed against hers, feather-light, soft and sweet. And she moved up into the kiss, wanting more. He opened his mouth, tugging hers open as well, and she felt the astonishing touch of his tongue in her mouth. His hand still held the side of her face, and she knew nothing of this kind of kiss. But she closed her eyes and sighed in pleasure, liking it very much, loving it. She lifted her own hands to reach up and touch his face, and then froze. She'd forgotten that this was coupling. This was when she was supposed to lie still, and she started to put her hands back at her sides when he caught them, drawing them up. And as her fingers cradled his face, he deepened the kiss. And for a moment she couldn't think. She could only feel. And she slid her fingers into his long, loose hair and pulled him closer, making a soft sound of need. He pulled his mouth from hers, and she could feel the tension in his body. "Sweet Poppet, I can't do this. Not the way you need it." He started to pull away, and she simply put her arms around him, sliding underneath him. "This is the way I need it," she said. He'd put her hand on that part of him last night, and it had been hard with wanting. It had to be something he liked, so she did the unthinkable, sliding her hand between them until she touched the hard length of him. He groaned, pushing into her hand, and she knew she was right. It gave him pleasure. She slid her fingers along the shape of him, stroking, caressing, and when he reached down and freed himself, the warm flesh was even more wonderful. How could something be so soft and so iron-hard at the same time? It would hurt her, she knew it would, and accepted it, because this time she would welcome it. Because this was part of him, elemental and powerful, and he would give it to her, and she finally understood why women wanted this. He moved to his side, just a little bit, and she let him, as he wrapped her fingers around him, encircling him. And he moved his hand over hers, showing her what he liked, the rhythm of his grip, her grip, the way his hips bucked into the feel of her. And this was one more thing she loved. His eyes were closed, and she could feel the tension running through his body, building. She was wet between her legs, and she didn't know why, but it didn't matter. Nothing mattered but the feel of him, his body sliding against hers, his life pulsing in her hand. And then, with sudden, startling clarity, she realized what he planned to do. He planned to finish in her hand, leaving her body inviolate, and she froze. "Don't stop," he groaned. "I want you inside me," she whispered. "I want you to finish in my body." His groan was powerful, and his need was great. Without another word, he rolled over on top of her, shoving her shift up to her waist and pulling her legs apart, and she was just about to brace herself for the pain when he pushed inside her, hard, sliding deep into her with a smoothness that left her breathless, hungry. She put her feet on the mattress, arching her hips into him, wanting more, and he reached his hands under her rump, moving in deeper still, and she cried out, not in pain, but in some confused need that she didn't understand. "It's too late," he gasped. "I shouldn't have. You won't—" "Finish it," she whispered in his ear. Her words released him. He surged into her, his strokes smooth and hard and deep, and she felt something tight in her throat, in her chest, her breasts, her stomach, but most of all between her legs, and she thought back to the feel of him in her hand, and he reached up and put his mouth on hers, his kiss plunging, possessive, and she knew he was ready for his release, and she was going to love it, every sensation, every sound, every— Her own explosion hit her so hard she cried out, her body suddenly going rigid in his arms, and she knew she was sobbing with some kind of dark need, wanting more and more as everything spun out of control, light and dark, hard and soft. She made a choking sound, and a moment later he was there as well, spilling into her body, flooding her emptiness. She was holding him so tightly, her muscles felt locked, and then she suddenly let go, falling back against the mattress, soft and boneless, and he fell on top of her, his strong body covering hers, and she welcomed it. It was power. It was longing. It was safety. It was unimaginable pleasure. He was still inside her, and she wanted him to stay that way forever. For the first time in her life she felt part of something, of someone else, and she wanted to laugh out loud with the joy of it. He pulled away from her, and she tried to pull him back, desperate to keep him with her. He wrapped his arms around her and smoothed her wet face with his fingers. "Dearest, you're crying. I hurt you." She shook her head, but for some reason she was totally unable to speak. She managed to smile through her tears, and she pulled his head down to kiss him, and he laughed against her tear-damp mouth. "You're going to have me crying too," he said. He rolled over on his back, taking her with him, and his hands were busy stripping the chemise off her, so she was wearing nothing but her stockings and garters beneath the linen sheet. He was still wearing his clothes. His shirt and his breeches were open, and he divested himself of them quite handily, all without losing hold of her. And then he tucked her under his arm. "You need to rest, Poppet," he whispered, his mouth against her ear. "I promise to do a much better job of it in a little while." Her sleepy eyes flew open, and she found she could finally speak. "We're going to do it again? Tonight? Trust me, we could do it again immediately, but I think you need to rest. But we're most certainly going to do it again tonight, and tomorrow morning, and midday, and early afternoon, and tea time, and—" "I won't be able to walk," she said, alarmed and enchanted at the thought. "Then I'll carry you. Sleep now." And she closed her eyes and slept. She woke in the darkness, hours later, to see him leaning over her, and intent expression on his face. "You sleep too long," he murmured. "I've been waiting for you. You could have woken me." "Believe me, I tried," he said ruefully. "We have work to do, my precious. There are all these delicious parts of you that I was in too damn much of a rush to appreciate. So now your turn. Though, in fact, I may enjoy this even more than you do." "Enjoy what?" she said, curious. "Lie back, Poppet, and I'll show you." She remembered the last time he showed her something, in the carriage so long ago, and she wondered if there could be anything more interesting than that. He kissed her mouth, slow and deep, and she felt tremors vibrate through her, as if he were still inside her. He moved his mouth across her cheek, and when he reached her earlobe he bit, hard, and the tremors grew stronger. He moved his mouth down her neck, biting the base of her throat lightly, and she reached her arms to pull him down on top of her. "No, my sweet," he said, placing her hands down on the bed beside her. "This is the one time when you do have to try to lie still. Trust me, you'll enjoy it more that way." Enjoy what more, she thought, confused. The act of sex? How could that possibly be more enjoyable? And then his hands touched her breasts, and she tried to sit up, but he was very strong. "Lie back, Poppet. We hadn't gotten to your breasts yet, and they are absolutely delicious. Did I tell you I love your nipples? So dark, like black cherries." His hands cupped them, and one thumb flicked across the center. She jumped, keeping her eyes closed, as the sensation speared down between her legs. "How do you know what color my nipples are?" she said in a raw voice. "It's dark in here." "You know I am a very bad man, Poppet. I may have peaked when you were asleep. Believe me, I've suffered for my sins. I haven't been able to stop thinking of them in days." His thumb flicked the other nipple at the same time, and she let out a small squeak of shy pleasure. "Oh, you like that, do you?" he murmured. "I thought you might. This will probably be even better." He leaned over her, and she felt his long hair on her breasts, and then his mouth went where his thumb had been, latching onto her breast and sucking it deep into his mouth. She jerked, stunned at the pleasure rippling through her. He had told her to keep her hands at her sides, and all she could do was clutch the sheets to keep from moving as the first swirls of something dark and dreamy began to stir through her body. The more he sucked at her breast, the more she wanted, and when he moved to the other one she cried out, until he covered the abandoned breast with his hand once more, using his thumb and fingers to make her half mad, and she could feel the sheet in her hands as she clutched it. He lifted his head, and then blew softly on her wet nipple. "I want to put my mouth everywhere on your body, puppet. I want to taste you all over, and then I want my cock to follow. I want to do things to you no one has ever dreamed of doing. I want to have you so completely that no one else has ever existed, only you and me." She made a soft, whimpering sound. He slid his hand over her stomach and then down between her legs, in that wet, messy part of her, and she tried to close her legs, to keep him away, but he just laughed. "This is us, precious. Nothing to be shy about." And he slid his finger inside her. She arched off the bed with a muffled shriek. His thumb touched her, higher up, and she began to writhe, feeling the darkness pulling closer, dark and sweet and rich, as he pressed harder, so cleverly, and she hid her face against his shoulder and let go, as wave after wave convulsed her body, sharper and harder than last time. He moved, and he was between her legs, and just as the last tremor died down, he slid inside her. She was so slick from their earlier time that nothing stopped him, and he went in deep, so deep, and the tremors started all over again, and she could feel her body squeezing him tightly as he held still inside her. They slowed, those wicked tremors, and just as they died, he began to move, thrusting inside her, taking his time now, moving slowly, deliberately, pacing her, pacing him. He seemed to know just when she was about to explode again, and he would back away, slow the pace, then build it up again, so that she was no longer able to control herself. She let go of the sheets and clawed at him, begging him, and finally he lost his restraint, thrusting into her over and over, and the final release caught her just as his did, and she opened as he filled her, her hands digging into his hips, trying to take even more of him. Greedy, selfish, wanting more. This time, he was the one who fell asleep, still inside her. She lay still, feeling some of the wetness leak out, and she wanted to reach down, push it all back into her. She didn't want to lose anything of him, but she stayed still, and while he slept, he grew hard inside her again, bigger than he'd been before, and he was already moving when he awoke, stroking into her as he held her, his hands covering her breasts, his thumbs rubbing the tips, and as this final climax swept over her, she gave in to the darkness, to the rich, dark dream, and she was lost. He was lost. He felt it ripping through him, and he pulled out of her arms, shaken. She slept on. He'd worn her out, and they'd had nothing but the most pathetic of traditional sex. Her on her back, him on top, and he felt as drained as if he'd just survived a week-long orgy. Worse, he'd never felt like this. He was empty, shaken, and he took his clothes and threw them out into the hallway so as not to wake her, closing the door behind him. He didn't want to, couldn't look at her anymore. If he looked at her, he'd touch her. If he touched her, more of him would disappear, until there was nothing left at all. He was a bad man, a heartless bastard, a rakehell, a libertine, and he made no apologies. He had never been faithful in his life, and he didn't intend to change. He could feel himself strangling on the sticky sweet strands of emotion she was awash with. She probably fancied herself in love with him. The sooner he put a stop to that, the better. He yanked on his breeches and shirt. What would she expect of him? Nothing, if she had any sense, and Elinor Harriman had always had more than her share of common sense. He had no reason to feel guilty. He hadn't taken her maidenhead. That was long gone to the man he'd ruthlessly skewered. If by any chance he felt a twinge, he could ignore it. By killing Sir Christopher Spatz, he'd more than earned the privilege of sharing her bed for one night. She didn't happen to know that, and he'd prefer she never find out. She might read too much into a gesture that was merely— He could come up with no excuse for it. He still had the man's blood on him. He smelled of sex, of the full erotic flowering of her desire, and he was growing hard again, curse it! He had to get away from her. She'd bewitched him, and he would be dependent on no woman. He moved down the dark hallways almost at a run. His servants could come and clean up the mess that he'd left behind. He'd keep her back there, away from everyone, until he figured out what the hell he was going to do with her. In the meantime, he needed to wash the blood, the sex from his body. Wash away her touch and her scent. Wash away the memory of weakness. He needed to remind himself who and what he was. Francis Rohan, Comte de Giverny, Viscount Rohan, Baron of Glencoe, the Prince of Darkness, the King of Hell. A thoroughly bad man, with no room in his life for a good woman. When Elinor awoke, she was alone, and the sun was up. It looked to be early morning, and someone had come in and lit a fire. There was even a pitcher of lukewarm water on the dresser, but there was no sign of Rohan. She sat up, dazed. She was entirely naked save her stockings and garters. She'd forgotten she had them on. One of the garters had come untied, lost somewhere in the tangled bedclothes. She looked down at her body timidly, and then frowned. She had blood on her. Rohan's blood. She hadn't even asked him what had happened. She sat in the middle of the bed, naked, unmoving, while she considered the strange turn her life had taken. It wasn't so much that she had fallen in love with a libertine, a Raquel, a very bad man. That had happened weeks ago, and she hadn't been alert enough to nip it in the bud. Now it was full-blown, and she had no idea what, if anything, could destroy it. She also discovered exactly why everyone wanted him. The pleasure he had given her last night was astonishing. If he could do that with anyone, it was small wonder the world was ready to worship the King of Hell. He must have had hundreds of women. And now he'd had her, body and soul. The question was, would he want her again? Or had she served her purpose, like so many others before her? The novelty had been experienced. There was no reason why he'd still want her. Not a man who was constantly looking for new and different sensations. She reached for the cloth, slowly washing him from her skin. She didn't want to. She didn't want to wash anything away. She wanted to keep it all, the blood, the seed, the touch, and the sweat. She was being ridiculous, she told herself, striving for her usual common sense. Though where her common sense had disappeared to last night, she couldn't begin to guess. She finished washing, pulling on the fresh chemise some thoughtful servant had brought her. There were clothes as well, though no sign that Rohan had ever been here, except for the various stains on the sheets and her body. Someone, presumably Jean-Louise, had chosen a dress that was simple to put on by herself, though she had a bit of a struggle doing it up. Her entire body ached in places she didn't know she could hurt, and a brief worried smile crossed her face. She'd seen it happen with her mother so many times she knew how these things worked. The blush of attraction, the wild, irresponsible passion, and then parting. And Viscount Rohan was known for his partings. There was a pair of sturdy shoes as well. And, she noticed with sudden horror, her cloak. Not the cheap one that she had tried to sneak out with, but the one provided for her. The money had been collected and put back in the small purse as well. She stared at it all for a moment. Did he want her to leave? Now that he'd had her, was he done? It certainly looked that way. And did that mean that Lydia was free as well? If he thought she was now going to slink away like a soiled dove, he was mistaken. If he wanted her gone, he would have to tell her to her face. She picked up the cloak and purse and opened the door. A footman was waiting, not her friend Antoine. "Good morning, mademoiselle. Do you need some assistance?" "I need to find my way back to my rooms." "I beg your pardon, mademoiselle, but those rooms have now been filled by his lordship's guests." She didn't know if her face whitened. It felt like it. It felt as if all the blood had drained from her body. "Then I wish to speak to his lordship. Can you take me to him?" "Of course, mademoiselle. I am not quite sure where he is right now, but I will take you to his library and send word that you wish to speak to him. May I tell him what it is about?" "You may not," she said, clutching the purse tightly, and she followed the footman down the long, dark hall. Rohan was sitting at his desk, looking through papers, when Charles Redding stormed in. "What did you do with her?" Rohan looked up, deceptively calm. "What do you think I did with her, Charles? Exactly what I said I would." He reached for his glass of Burgundy. "Would you care for a glass?" "No. I need to know what you're going to do now." "My dear Charles, are you enamored? I thought it was the silly chit of a sister you wanted," Rohan said in his silken voice. His hand didn't have a tremor, he noticed. He had moved past the debacle of the last 12 hours quite well, he thought. "Don't play games with me, Francis," Charles said bitterly. "In truth," Rohan said, "I'm much more interested in what happened after I decamped last night. Is the late Sir Christopher stinking up one of my rooms?" Charles shook his head. "Of course not. Your cousin came and took him. He'll see to it that the man gets a decent burial. Knowing Etienne, he'll probably cut him apart and observe his organs first," Rohan said in his light, airy voice. "So no unfortunate aftermath. Only that your guests are at a fever pitch. They seem to like the smell of blood." "I'm so glad I could be of service," he said smoothly. "What are you going to do with her, Francis? She's a gentlewoman. You can't treat her like one of your whores." "Oh, my dear Charles, that's exactly what I did. And I assure you, she liked it enormously." He gave Charles his most angelic smile. "There are two choices, I suppose. Send her on her way with enough money to support her for a reasonable amount of time. After all, one night's top shouldn't equal a lifetime of support, but perhaps enough to get her to England. And the other choice?" "Well," he said thoughtfully, "I had considered introducing her to some of the host's more moderate behaviors. Veronique was extremely interested in her, and you know how she likes an audience. And I'd be more than happy to see her drifting around here in scanty clothes, enjoying herself with some of our young bucks." Charles looked at him, long and hard. "I don't believe you," he said flatly. "You're lying to me." "My dear Charles, why should I lie? Miss Harriman means absolutely nothing to me. Since I'm a charitable man, I have no problem with seeing her safely settled elsewhere if she's not interested in our revels. Last night she was Elinor. Well, today she is Miss Harriman. "And her sister?" Charles demanded, barely containing his temper. Some good could come of all this, Rohan thought wearily. He smiled at Charles. "I think I might have her after all. Miss Harriman makes the most delicious noises when she comes, and it would be interesting if Miss Lydia did the same." He barely got to finish the sentence before Charles flew across the desk, crashing into the floor with him. It was what he needed, a violent outlet, to hit and be hit. The battle was short and immediate, punctuated by grunts and curses seldom heard outside a stable. They were too well matched, and eventually they both lay on their backs, bloody and bruised and struggling to catch their breath. "Hardly a fair fight," Rohan wheezed. "I'm still recovering from a duel." "You bastard," Redding said, his chest going up and down. "You touch Miss Lydia, and I'll kill you." "Perhaps, dear Charles, I wouldn't mind," he said, and then laughed at himself. "My, how maudlin I'm being." He managed to sit up, groaning. "There's only one way to keep her safe from me, Charles. Marry the chit. If you're worried about money, I suggest that is a mere trifle in the face of nauseating true love. I expect you will find a way to manage things." Charles stared at him. "Never in my life have I ever heard you advocate marriage." "Of course you have. I thought Etienne should marry Miss Harriman. He thought he should marry Miss Lydia. If he does, I get her. And I don't think you want that, do you?" Charles sprung to his feet with an agility Rohan could envy. "I won't let you touch her." "So you said. Well, do something about it." Charles slammed out of the office. With luck, he wouldn't realize he'd been manipulated until he arrived at the chateau. Any earlier, and he might turn around and come back. He expected one look at Lydia Harriman's exquisite face and tear-filled blue eyes, and the last amount of his reserve would leave. Love was a tedious thing, he thought wearily, reaching for his ale. He was heartily glad he was above such things. He'd been ridiculously sentimental last night, but then physical pleasure on that level caused its own kind of madness. Amour fou, the French called it. Mad, passionate love, the kind that drove one crazy and made no sense. He was very lucky he was able to put all that aside. It was going to be difficult, handing Elinor the money to get away, and whether she'd go without her sister was always a question. But he expected, once she was certain Lydia was well taken care of, that she would be more than happy to quit these shores, secure in the knowledge that she'd be in the one place he couldn't reach her. Sanity would hit her as it had hit him, and her disgust would be total. Anything would be better than fancying herself in love with him. Love was the one thing he couldn't tolerate. Perhaps he could count on Charles to make the arrangements, once he realized that Rohan had no real interest in his virgin bride. In the meantime, he needed to stay away from Elinor. Amour fou was for the young and resilient, not for the old and jaded, who knew there were no such things as happy endings, true love, or the dangerous, deceptive peace that had swept over him last night. Best to dispense with it before it crumbled beneath his touch. She would be far better off without him. His hands and his soul were stained with too much blood, and there was no washing them clean. He leaned back in his chair. In the distance, he could hear the sounds of the revels going full tilt. And he closed his eyes and began to curse. Elinor backed away from the door. "You can't treat her like one of your whores," Charles had said. And his devastating reply. "That is exactly what I did, and she liked it enormously. One night's tap shouldn't equal a lifetime of support. She listened until she could listen no more. Each word like a sharp stone thrown at her, until she felt as if she were dying from the constant cruel blows. She backed away, too numb to cry, until she knocked into someone. She turned, ready to snarl at the first hapless libertine she saw, but instead found herself looking up into her cousin's handsome face. "Cousin Marcus," she said, astonished. "What are you doing here?" He was still wearing his cloak, and he gestured for her to move away with him to a deserted alcove far out of hearing. "Dear Elinor, I've come for you. I know that Rohan has some kind of hold over you, and I thought to help you escape. I had servants smuggle in a cloak and shoes for you last night, and my carriage was waiting, but you never arrived." "That was you?" she said, disoriented. "Of course it was me," he said. "Why else would I be at such a foul place? Do you know your host murdered a man last night? The blood on his shirt, on her nightgown." "He did?" "It was the pretext of a duel, but it was more wholesale slaughter. The poor man was no match for him. He just happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. Rohan was so angry he wanted to kill someone, and that poor man was the first one he came to. And she was the second," she thought miserably. She looked up at her handsome cousin and his Harriman nose. "I would be most grateful if you would take me out of here," she said in a low voice. "I shall indeed, cousin. I have several things I wish to tell you that you might find interesting, plus a proposal you might not find unappealing." "I need to see my sister," she said, trying to control the utter misery in her voice. "Of course you do, Cousin Elinor. We'll discuss that. Come with me." She had Rohan's fur-trimmed cloak with the matching muff. She would have preferred the rough one, but that was gone. She pulled the new one around her neck. "Yes," she said, and put her hand in his. "Yes." 23. Lydia sat by the window, staring out at the grey day. She'd trained herself not to cry. It always grieved Elinor so, and besides it did no good. It didn't change things. It wouldn't bring Nanny Maud back. It wouldn't erase the fire and her mother's agonizing death. It wouldn't even give her back her sister when she needed her. Tears were a waste of time, and she had no intention of indulging herself, not when Mrs. Clark and Janet were so good to her. And it wasn't as if she was actually worried about Elinor. Lord Rohan couldn't keep his eyes off her, and despite his swagger, she knew he wouldn't hurt her. It was too much to hope for a good outcome, but if Elinor could claim even a small portion of happiness, then Lydia could only be glad for her. Though why she should think happiness would come from a rakehead like Rohan was quite ridiculous. If she had any common sense, she'd be terrified for her sister and her future. But she had something better than common sense. She had her almost infallible instincts when it came to people. She knew who were the good ones and who were the bad, not by society's rules. If you went by them, you'd know that Rohan was despicable, and the man she had once thought was her father to be stalwart and upstanding. That man had abandoned his real daughter, as well as his false one. And while Lydia never held grudges, she knew that a truly good man wouldn't turn a child away no matter how dubious the parentage. Rohan wouldn't have. No, Rohan wouldn't abandon, wouldn't force. And Lydia knew that Elinor was more than a match for him, or she never would have left Paris peaceably. They would have had to carry her out screaming. For a few short weeks, or even days, Elinor was going to have the novel experience of being charmed, courted, even seduced. She was going to have to face the fact that she was beautiful, outside as well as in. And if her virtue was the cost, it would be her own decision, and well worth it. Elinor wouldn't give up anything she didn't truly want to. And if truth be told, she wasn't certain that Elinor was still a maid. Oh, she knew Elinor would never have given herself willingly to anyone in the past, but there were secrets, whispers and lies that had moved beneath the surface of their small family. Angry comments Nanny Maud had made. The grief and loss on Elinor's face when she disappeared for a time when they were younger. Whatever had happened, it had been bad. And for her sister's sake, Lydia had chosen not to pry. She'd instinctively known who was to blame. The one person she could never forgive. The one person who had doted on her to the exclusion of everyone else. The author of their destruction. Their mother. Somewhere along the way, Lady Caroline had lost her right to the compassion Lydia held for everyone else. Not for her feckless ways and the disaster she'd drawn them into, but for her sister's sake. Lydia could overlook anything, forgive anything, except when it came to Elinor. If she was wrong about Rohan, if he hurt Nell, she would find a way to make him pay. But she wasn't wrong. She had seen him look at her when he thought no one was watching. Bad man or not, Lydia had faith in him. He might be the king of hell, but there was redemption slipping past the brimstone. And Lydia could do her part. She'd made up her mind, and indeed, as far as sacrifice went, it was little indeed. She'd learned long ago that bright, pretty things were all well and good, but settling for dull and sturdy was the wise, the generous thing to do. Not that anyone would consider Etienne de Giverny dull and sturdy. He was a very handsome man. A little lacking in humour, perhaps, a bit stiff, and most of his understanding had gone into his study of medicine and little into the rest of the world. There was something else beneath the surface, something she didn't quite understand. It disturbed her, but she decided that was simply her own reluctance, a reluctance she had every intention of ignoring. Which would be no problem. Her mother had been the same, and she knew just how to deal with it, fashioning conversation around them, rearranging life and the past to best flatter them. Etienne saw her as a pretty ornament to his life, and he would treat her well, never hit her, give her children and a secure life. But even more important was what he could give Elinor, the freedom from worrying about her baby sister. It was a small enough sacrifice after all Nell had done for her, and it wasn't as if she'd had any choice. Charles Redding had never said or done anything to suggest she was of any importance to him. She only knew that he was beautiful and scarred, and that she was no possible mate for someone in need of an heiress. She'd seen him only a few times, and for some reason, when it came to him, her instincts failed. She couldn't read anything in his stormy gaze, in his polite behavior. Not admiration, or desire, or even regret. And she was mad to dream about anything else. Etienne had been the one to bring her out here, when she'd been secretly hoping Charles Redding would appear by the carriage, and he'd come to visit each day, drinking tea and giving her such long accounts of all the ways Viscount Rohan had robbed him of his birthright, that Lydia ought to be outraged at the injustice of it all. Lydia had listened to the repeated litany of offences and murmured all the right things, and Etienne had slowly begun to calm himself, and even preen a bit. And surely that was a good role for a woman in life. He was a doctor, a man given to helping people, and she could help him by soothing him, bolstering him, tending to his feelings of ill usage and resentment. It just wasn't what she wanted. But what she wanted didn't matter. At least, not to her. She'd never been able to do much for Elinor, to help shoulder the burden of living with Lady Caroline, and for all Elinor's efforts, their mother only had eyes for Lydia. She could only assume her dislike for Elinor's father had been passed on to his daughter. But it was cruel and wicked, and Lydia had hated her for it. Now she could finally pay her sister back, just a little. How could she possibly resent such a choice? She'd left her bedroom door ajar. Mrs. Clark poked her head in, her plain face smiling. "You've got a visitor, dearie." Lydia rose. Etienne again. He'd said he wouldn't be able to come today, announcing it with the air of a great treat to be denied her. She'd said all the right things, of course. She knew her duty. She owed it to Elinor. She smoothed the front of her dress, one of the pretty ones that Rohan had provided, put the perfect smile on her face, and followed Mrs. Clark down the broad staircase of the chateau with its odd architecture. It was bisected. One half was kept locked, and Mrs. Clark warned her against wandering into those parts. Her imagination had gone wild, and she'd tried to peek through the windows when she'd walked out on the grounds, but it all looked distressingly normal. A little ornate and ostentatious, unlike the comfortable quarters of the rest of the house, including her bedroom. "He's in the library, miss," Mrs. Clark said, barely concealing her smile. Lydia paused by the door, just for a moment, to remind herself why she was doing this. Clearly Mrs. Clark approved, though she hadn't seemed to have much of an opinion of Etienne before, and Etienne treated the housekeeper like a peasant. But if Mrs. Clark had decided she liked him, then clearly there was more to Etienne than Lydia had at first imagined. She pushed open the door, breezing through. "Etienne, I had no idea you'd be able to make it today." Her words trailed off, and Charles Redding turned to look at her, and she froze where she was, halfway across the room. "I'm sorry, I'm not Etienne," he said, his rueful smile twisting his face. Oh, merciful heavens, she thought, swallowing. How was she going to get through this? If she was just assured that she'd never have to see Charles Redding again, never be alone with him, never look into his dark, unreadable eyes, then she might be able to do what she needed to do. Why are you here?" she stammered. "I'm sorry. That's unforgivably rude. It's just, I was so surprised." "May I have Mrs. Clark bring you some tea? You've had a long ride. Perhaps something to eat? It's no trouble, I assure you. I can just—" While she nattered on, he crossed the room to her, taking her hand. "Hush," he said. "Hush, Lydia." She stared up at him, and a sudden dread filled her. For him to have used her name meant dire things were afoot. "Has something happened to Elinor? Is she all right?" "She's fine. Rohan says she may leave, and I thought I would see if you wanted to return to Paris." "He's letting her go?" The panic did a quick dip into pain. Elinor loved him. Lydia knew it as well as she knew her own heart, hopeless as it was. She'd hoped for some kind of happiness for one of them. If he was letting her go, then that hope was dashed. "He is." She suddenly realized he was still holding her hand in his gloved one. She pulled it away quickly. "And where will we go?" "He's an honorable man." "Lord Rohan?" Lydia said, walking away from him. Her earlier approval had vanished with his release of Elinor. Clearly she'd mistaken his interest. "I take leave to doubt that." "He has an honor of his own. He'll see to it that she has enough money to return to England and live there." "That's a high price for a short-term whore," she said bitterly. "You shouldn't call your sister names." "It's not my sister's fault. And you're part and parcel of this. Did you take your turn at her as well?" The ice had built up in his eyes again, and his expression was blank. "Hardly," he said. "Oh, that's right. The revels were in full swing. You probably had half a dozen other women to service." He looked at her long and hard, and then a light came into his eyes. "No," he said simply. "No? Don't tell me you've reformed." "I wouldn't go that far. But I lost interest in whores long ago, I'm afraid." "How noble!" She didn't know her voice could sound so harsh. "And what do you do instead?" "Fall in love with unsuitable young ladies." That silenced her for a moment. And then she rallied. "How many?" "How many what?" "Unsuitable young ladies have you fallen in love with?" "Only one." She was halfway across the room from him, the settee in between them. She liked it that way. He wouldn't see that her knees were trembling. "And what do you intend to do about it?" He turned, so she could see only the ruined side of his face. He did so deliberately, the foolish man, not realizing that she loved both halves of him, the whole of him. "I thought I'd be stupid enough to see if she would marry me anyway, instead of the wealthy doctor and heir to a title. She'd be a fool to do so, and I don't think she's a fool. But something Francis said convinced me that I couldn't possibly be as stupid as he's planning to be and turn my back on my heart's desire." She took a deep breath. "So we've established that she'd be a fool to have you, and you'd be a fool not to have her. How in the world do you reconcile such a dilemma?" She kept her face sober and concerned, while inside her heart was singing. "I would think I'd have to ask her, just to make certain I'd done everything I could. But I'd warn her. I have no money, no prospects, an exceedingly ugly face, and my dearest friend is the king of hell." "You think that would stop her?" "I have no idea." "Would it, Lydia?" She looked into his eyes, the eyes she could never read, and shock washed over her. Of course she hadn't been able to read the look in his eyes. She was used to admiration, lust, flirtation, acquisitiveness. She'd simply never seen love before. "Nothing would stop her if she loved you," she said. "And she does, Charles. She loves your pretty face and your scarred face. She loves your past and your present, and she most especially loves your future. Just ask. Marry me, Lydia." Nanny Maud would have been most distressed. Lydia leaped over the low-backed settee and threw herself at him. He caught her quite handily and kissed her more thoroughly than she'd ever been kissed, with such tender longing that she wanted to weep. When he lifted his head to look down into her eyes, she knew they were swimming with tears. "I'm sorry I'm fool enough to want you, dearest," she said, looking up at him. "But since you've suddenly become so wise, you'll have to instruct me." He kissed her again, and no instruction was needed. Her cousin's carriage was warm and well-sprung, though a far cry from the elegance of Rohan's equipage. The coach took off immediately, once they were inside, and within moments they were far away from Maison de Giverny, away from Rohan, with his cold, cold words. She still felt numb inside. She sat back in the corner, the cloak pulled tight around her, pain and sorrow threading through her body. She sat, silent, lost, until she saw that they were following the river, the wrong way to the chateau. "Where are we going?" "You said you'd take me to Lydia," she said sharply. If one more man betrayed her— "My dear cousin," he said smoothly, "I told you I had much to report. Your dear sister is fine, staying with her fiancé, Etienne de Giverny. You needn't worry. There are proper chaperones, and they're planning a small wedding as soon as they can manage it. She sends you her love, and tells you not to worry about her. She's going to marry Etienne? Elinor said, doubtful. It had seemed the best solution, but she remembered Lydia's wailing confession that she loved Charles Redding. Something had brought her to her senses. Love was a trick, a trap, an illusion. Etienne would take care of her. There was no need for this sudden apprehension. Apparently he's been visiting her out at the chateau every day, pressing his suit, and she finally agreed. It's just as well he took her from under Rohan's roof, don't you agree? Absolutely, she said numbly. Can I see her? It would be wiser not to at the moment. You haven't yet asked me about my proposition. She forced herself to evince an interest. Of course, cousin, I'm very interested. Perhaps he had an elderly aunt who needed a companion, or a cousin who needed a governess. Except that he had no family. His family was hers. I know this will sound unexpected, but I've thought it through in great detail, and it seems as if it would answer everything. It might not be what you want, but I suspect it would work out very well indeed, and— Cousin, Elinor interrupted him, some of her old fire coming back. What are you trying to say? He took her hand and got down on one knee in the swaying coach, and she watched him in utter horror. I'm asking you to marry me, Cousin Elinor. I believe we should get on very well together, and I can't help but feel that all the grand things I've inherited really should be yours, but for an accident of birth. I want to share them with you. Cousin, she said gently, trying to hide her annoyance. Indeed, I have the utmost respect for you, dear lady, and fondness. I think we can grow to love each other very deeply, and I beg you will consider my offer. She stared down at him for a long moment. All the while he attempted to keep his balance as the coach rattled along the rough roads. It would answer everything, she thought numbly. Rohan would hear she'd married, and promptly forget all about her, which is what she wanted. If she couldn't have him, then she wanted it over, completely. She looked at her handsome cousin, holding her hand in his. Yes, she said in practical tones, but I would like to return to England immediately. His smile was beatific. Dear girl! I have a small ship waiting for us at Calais. We can be in England by tomorrow. Tomorrow? She'd be far away from this place, the country where she'd lived for the last 10 years, the place she'd grown up in, the place she'd lost the only mother she'd ever known. Not to mention Lady Caroline. He could never follow her. It didn't matter if he suddenly came to his senses, remembered the long hours in each other's arms, the heat, the tenderness. He couldn't come after her. To follow her would be to risk his life, his miserable, ill-begotten life. And my sister? We'll have her and her new husband to visit us as soon as we're settled, he said. We can get married by special license almost as soon as we reach Dorset. You don't know how happy you've made me, my dear. I was afraid it was too much to hope for. He rose up, taking the seat beside her, and she immediately jumped up and took the seat opposite him, oddly unwilling to have him so near. There is something I must tell you, Cousin Marcus, she said, which might cause you to change your mind. I can't imagine what, my dear. I've lived a difficult life for the past few years. He nodded vigorously. I know you have. It angers me that your father couldn't have aided you when you most needed him. I'm afraid— Marcus, I'm no longer a maid. He didn't even blink. I'm sure it wasn't your fault, my dear. I am certainly not one to hold blame. You will be modest and faithful to me, and that is all that matters." For a moment she didn't move. "Yes, Marcus," she said finally. "Then I will marry you." "Darling cousin," he said, beaming at her. It wouldn't be too awful, she thought, leaning back in the corner of the coach. He knew enough not to try to sit beside her again, not to touch her or kiss her. He would be polite, patient. And in truth, she could lie beneath him and let him rot on her body, because she knew with utter certainty that that was all he would do. There would be no touches, hard and then gentle. No kisses. And she would be fine. She would just need to find someone who would dispense laudanum. Perhaps her new brother-in-law would be so kind, she thought mirthlessly. She looked over at her husband-to-be. He was quite handsome, all in all, despite the Harriman nose. His colourless hair was thinning slightly, very different from Rohan's luxuriant black mane, and his mouth was— She had to stop thinking about that. She had to remember the cruel, heartbreaking words and hold them close to her in case she should ever waver, ever long for him. That man was a lie. The truth lay across from her, dozing slightly as they made their way through the night, heading for Calais. 24. Maison de Giverny was dark and silent. Charles Redding looked up at the huge building in astonishment. It was only 5 days into the 2-week revels, and the place looked abandoned. He'd been gone for only 3 days, and he knew a moment's dread when he surveyed the darkness. He'd waited too long, selfishly assuring himself and Lydia that Elinor was safe under Rohan's protection. Francis had compromised her. That had been in the cards since the moment he'd laid eyes on her, but despite his threats, Charles knew he wouldn't hurt her. And he'd simply swept Lydia off to the nearest English parson he could find and married her out of hand before anything or anyone could stop them, including his own conscience. He wasn't good enough for her, and it was totally impractical, and he didn't give a damn. He was in love, and all the rationalizations couldn't make it go away. The nearest English parson had been half a day's ride outside of Paris, and they'd spent their wedding night in a tiny inn in the countryside. The next 2 days had passed in a blaze of desire and a burst of tenderness, and it was only after they'd arrived back in Paris, returned to his rooms in the Place des Vosges, that they'd both emerged from their cocoon of happiness to think about Elinor's rescue. His wife was safely ensconced there, drowsy-eyed and naked in his bed, and he'd been more than loath to leave her. The only thing that could distract them from their day's delight in each other was the nagging question of Elinor, and he'd come to retrieve her, take her away from Rohan before he could dispense with her. He'd known perfectly well that despite Rohan's threats, he'd make no move to get rid of her until after the revels had concluded, and he would cushion the blow. For all that Rohan strutted around thinking himself the Prince of Darkness, his battered soul contained a bruised nobility that would appall him. Rohan much preferred to fancy himself heartless. Charles had no idea how Elinor Harriman would take her dismissal. From what he'd seen of her, she was a most resilient young woman. If anything, she might come back and smash a vase over Rohan's elegant head, but she wasn't the sort to sit in a corner and weep. Then again, she wasn't the sort to succumb to Rohan's notorious powers of seduction, and she had. And Rohan's usual methods were totally at odds with his current behavior. Redding wasn't certain if he'd ever seen his friend the way he'd been that night. The savagery of his one-sided duel with the unlamented Sir Christopher, the anger when he'd gone after Elinor during her aborted escape. Something was very wrong in his friend's life, and the darkness at Maison de Giverny was a clear sign. He was relieved to see some light behind the windows surrounding the vast front door, and it opened upon his approach, a dour Willis standing there. For a moment he'd wondered if the heavenly host had some new conceit, revels in dark and silence, but he knew immediately that his first surmise had been correct. The place was deserted. "Is your master here, Willis?" he said. "He's here. Everyone else is gone, though, including half the servants," he muttered. "I'm glad you're here, sir. He needs you." "Where is he?" "In the library, drinking or drunk, if I make my guess. No one's to go near him, and since he almost blew Caval's head off with his dueling pistol, the servants, what's left of them, are keeping their distance." "He won't shoot me," Charles said, heading off through the dimly lit hallways. The house was spotless. All signs of the recent party had been swept away. Charles couldn't imagine how he'd done it. Once the heavenly host were in full swing, it was almost impossible to distract them until excess had exhausted them. The door to Rohan's study was closed, and for once no footman sat waiting for a summons. He knocked on the door. "Go away, damn it!" Rohan's voice came from behind the door. There was just the faintest suggestion of a slur in it, another astonishment. In their years of heavy drinking, he'd never heard Rohan sound anything but cool and in control. "It's me. Get the hell out of here, Charles." That was welcome enough. He pushed the door open and stepped inside. The last time he'd been in this room, they'd been trying to kill each other. Obviously, Rohan had continued that pursuit on his own. The room was destroyed. A madman had clearly taken a fire poker to every possible surface, smashing and destroying in a blind fury. The massive desk was overturned, chairs were splintered, paintings torn off the walls and sliced through. And Rohan was in the midst of it. On the built-in window seat that even he couldn't destroy, a bottle of Scots whiskey in his hand. He looked like holy hell, and Charles could only surmise that he'd been doing nothing but drink and smash things since the moment he left. One of the overturned chairs looked to have 4 intact legs, though one arm was gone, and he picked it up and righted it, then sat in it, looking at his old friend. "What have you done with the heavenly host?" he inquired politely. "Got rid of the lot. Drove 'em out of the place, and they won't be coming back." "No, I expect not. Not with their revels disrupted," Charles observed. "And where is Miss Harriman? I assume you sent her on her way as well?" "It didn't come to that," he said with an ugly turn to his mouth. "She left on her own." Redding's eyes narrowed. "How?" "Someone saw her departing soon after you left. Were you fool enough to go after the sister?" "You knew I would," Redding said. "Indeed. You're still young and foolish enough to believe in love." "And you don't, Francis?" he said gently. "I think Elinor loved you." "I didn't give you leave to call her by her given name," Rohan snapped drunkenly. "I wasn't aware that it was your permission I needed," Redding said wryly. "Where is she?" "Damned if I know." "You most certainly are." Redding kept his voice pleasant. "How do you know she's gone?" "Went back to her room." "Rooms. I put her away from the riffraff, and when I went to find her, she was gone." "Perhaps she knew that was what you wanted." "How the hell did she know what I wanted?" Rohan argued with drunken logic. "I didn't know what I wanted." Redding looked at him in frustration. "You've cocked this up badly, Francis. It isn't at all like you. You have more finesse. I can only think there must be something else at play here. Perhaps something on your part. I beg you, Charles, spare me your sentimentality, Rohan said. Redding shook his head. I need to find her, Francis, for her sister's sake, if no other. I would think you'd feel some responsibility. None, he said succinctly, taking another drink from the bottle. She may go wherever she wishes and tup anyone she chooses. I'm done with her. Charles rose, crossed the room, and grabbed the bottle, smashing it in the fireplace. Rohan leaped from his seat with drunken fury, murder in his eyes. And then his face went blank as he stood there for a moment, then gracefully passed out in Charles's arms. Charles let his old friend down carefully on the littered floor and went to the door. Willis was already waiting, with coffee and food on a tray, a bowl of warm water and fresh clothes over his arm. What happened to her, Willis? It's uncertain, Mr. Redding, but I had word that she was seen leaving in the company of a gentleman. Alarm swept through Redding. There was no member or guest of this devil's retinue who was a fitting companion for Elinor Harriman. I believe it was Baron Tolliver. He's a relative newcomer, and I gather he has some relation to the lady. So she's safe. Willis looked torn. As for that, I'm not certain, Mr. Redding. I took it upon myself to see what I could find out about the situation. He'd hired a carriage to transport them to Calais, from whence I can only assume he's planning to return to England. With Miss Harriman. He should be relieved. If she was with the titular head of her family, then he should have nothing to worry about. Except that this was the very man that Rohan had been gathering information about, though he'd been damn secretive about it. The time for secrets had passed. Bring some very cold water, Willis. I think it's time for Lord Rohan to face the mess he's made of his life. Indeed, sir. He nodded, bowing. Charles didn't wait for Willis's return. He opened the doors to the snowy terrace and went back to Rohan's unconscious body. He was too big to lift, so Charles simply dragged him across the floor to the door, hoisting him over the door jamb until he went face first in the snow. He came to quite quickly, heading for Charles once more. "Enough!" Charles thundered, holding one arm out to keep him at bay. "You've spent enough time feeling sorry for yourself. It's time for you to sober up and do something." "I could do your intended," Rohan said evilly in a deliberate attempt to get Charles to hit him. "She's my wife, you degenerate bastard, and you know perfectly well she's not the Harriman you want. Elinor went off with that new cousin of hers. She's probably in England by now. We're going to have to make absolutely certain she's—" He stopped as Rohan began to curse. "What?" But Rohan seemed to have shaken off the vast amount of whiskey he'd had. He rose to his full impressive height. "Get my valet," he snapped, "and order my coach." "Willis is bringing water and fresh clothes," Charles said warily. "But why bring your coach? She's already back in England by now, and you certainly can't even think of going there." "Can't I, Charles?" he said in a grim voice, stripping off his torn and stained waistcoat and shirt. "I'm not convinced she's safe with him. I had him removed from the property at the beginning of the revels, but he must have somehow gotten to her anyway." "And she's safer with you? Allow me to doubt that," Charles said derisively. "You don't understand. He's not her cousin. He's not the true heir to Harriman's estate, but he presented papers that Harriman's daughter had died in France." Charles froze. "How did you discover this?" "I can get any information I need. You know that," he said, his voice dark. "Young Marley, the Duke of Montalbe, all had knowledge of the so-called Marcus Harriman. He's a fake, Charles. He's her bastard half-brother. And I can't believe his intentions have anything to do with Elinor's well-being." Charles felt the ice that he dumped Rohan in begin to form in his veins. Bloody hell. That would explain a lot. Neither you nor I were satisfied that Lady Caroline started that fire, and you yourself said the attempt on your life might have been a mistake. Miss Harriman had accompanied you only minutes earlier, and it would be simple enough for him to have hired a marksman, one of the disaffected soldiers who roamed the streets. Rohan was splashing water on his body. If he's taken her back to England, it's in order to kill her. And I've been sitting here for days drinking. We could be worried for nothing, Redding said. After all, the estate's entailed. What could he hope to gain? Rohan shook his head, then moaned, putting his hands to his temples. Devil of a headache, he muttered, momentarily distracted. Then he looked up, steely-eyed. The estate isn't entailed. Not even the title. She inherits it all, and if she marries, her son inherits the title. I don't think our so-called Baron Tolliver is going to let that happen. He strode to the door, filled with feverish energy. "Willis, damn you!" he shouted into the darkened hallway. "What's taking you so bloody long?" "I'm coming, my lord!" Willis's voice wheezed from a short distance away. "Tell me what to do, Francis," Charles said urgently. "You have no choice but to stay here. But I can go after them, catch up with them before anything happens." It might already be too late. "He could have tossed her over the side of the boat," Rohan said bleakly. "But no, he didn't do that. I'd know. In my heart I'd know." Charles stared at him, stupefied. "You have a heart, Francis? Surely not." Rohan turned to look at him. "We still haven't settled our duel," he said in an evil voice. "You really wish to waste time with such inconsequentialities," Redding said. "Don't glower at me. I've known you too long to be intimidated by the King of Hell. You'll have to give up that title, you know. You'll be drummed out of the heavenly host." "God deliver me from their tiresome play-acting," Rohan said wearily. "Lord save us! First you have a heart, now you have a god? Will wonders never cease?" Charles said, turning back to close the door that was still blowing icy air and snow into the library. "One thing is certain. I'm not letting you go anywhere near England. Not that you'd be fool enough to even think of it. But you're out of your mind already, and it would be just like you—" Something crashed down on his head. One moment he was lecturing his old dissipated friend, the next he was falling toward the littered snowy floor of Rohan's library, and then everything went black. Rohan didn't stop to consider what drove him, what he was risking. There wasn't time. He had no idea when Marcus Harriman had departed with his half-sister, but any kind of head start was unacceptable. He'd done nothing but drink for the past 3 days. They would have left any time, while he'd be feeling sorry for himself. He tied his old friend up deftly, bitterly amused at the realization that the only reason he knew how to bind someone was for some of the heavenly host's more interesting games. Charles would be ready to kill him when he awakened, but at least Rohan would have a head start. He knew full well that there was no way Charles would stand by and let him put his life in jeopardy by returning to England. He also knew there was no way he could stop him. He moved quickly. He had no line of credit or bank in England, necessitating that he take a large amount of cash from his Paris bank. He sent Willis ahead to Calais to hire a boat. He needed one ready to sail at the first tide, and he had his valet pack his plainest clothes. He left the Maison de Giverny less than an hour after Charles had arrived, taking his horse and riding toward the coast, hell for leather. He stopped only to change horses, pushing on at a madman's pace. It was sheer luck that he decided that one more change was necessary, and he stopped at a small inn some 10 miles from the coast. Sheer luck that when the man accosted him, he simply didn't shoot him and move on. It was the Harriman's erstwhile coachman, though his name escaped Rohan. It didn't matter. The man knew who he was. "Begging your pardon, your lordship," the man said. "Miss Elinor and Miss Lydia, they're back at your house, aren't they? They're safe?" Rohan looked at him. Jacobs, that was his name. The question was, who did he serve? The Harrimans or the new heir? "Why do you ask?" he said in a more civil tone than he usually used with servants. "Weren't you supposed to be in Dorset, seeing to the burial of Lady Caroline and the old nanny?" "I didn't wait, your lordship. I came back here as soon as I could. There's trouble a-brewing at the old estate. The man who says he's a cousin, no one knows anything about him. He's turned off all the old servants, and when I tried to find out what was going on, no one would talk to me. They were all scared, my lord, even with the man hundreds of miles away in France." "Indeed," Rohan said, his face a mask. "And what do you suggest I do about this?" "Make sure he doesn't come sniffing around my lady again," the old man said with some dignity. "I don't trust him. There are stories. People have gone missing. I don't want her in any danger. I promise Nanny Maud." Rohan looked at him for a long moment. "I'm afraid we've failed," he said finally, deciding to trust him. "He's already got Miss Harriman." "Oh, no, my lord," Jacobs wailed. "He can't! I'm going after her, though I pray it isn't too late. I've got a boat waiting for me in Calais. Am I correct in assuming you wish to accompany me?" "Yes, my lord," he said, nodding vigorously. "I can show you the best way to get to Dunnet. I know places where—" "Do you have a horse?" Rohan interrupted him. "Me, sir? No, sir. I've been riding on the stage." "Get this man a horse," he ordered the nearest hostler, "and be quick about it." He looked at Jacobs. "You can ride, can't you?" Jacobs drew himself up as tall as his stooped figure could manage. "I'm a Dorset man, born and bred. Of course I can ride." "Then stop talking and get moving," he snapped, his voice icy. It took but a moment for a fresh horse to be saddled and brought forward, long enough for Jacobs to peer into Rohan's face. Your lordship," he had the temerity to begin, "are you allowed back in?" "I fail to see how that's any of your concern," he said, mentally cursing the Harrimans and their talkative family. "Did he have no privacy left?" "Concentrate on Miss Elinor, and I'll worry about myself." "Yes, my lord. And Miss Lydia?" "Happily married," he said, waiting impatiently as Jacob scrambled onto the horse. "To that doctor fellow?" He sounded disapproving. "To Mr. Redding." A broad smile wreathed his face. "That's all right, then." "That," said Rohan, "remains to be seen." To his amazement, Jacobs kept up with him. It was close to midnight by the time they reached Calais, and 3 hours till the next tide. Rohan paced the deck of his hired yacht, unable to sit still, when he heard a voice from the quay. He strode to the side and looked down into Charles Redding's determined face. He should have known. He leaned over the side. "You're not going to make me have to kill you," Rohan called. "I'd really prefer not to." Charles stood looking up at him. "I've got orders from my wife," I'm supposed to bring you both back safely, or it won't be worth coming home at all. At least I can watch your back while you commit suicide." Rohan grinned at him, sober, clear-eyed, determined. For the first time he had the sense that this desperate, crazy mission might not fail. "Then welcome aboard, old friend." "You're going to end up on Tower Hill, minus your head," Charles grumbled as he followed Rohan onto the deck. "Then you'll have 2 Harriman women to look out for," he said lightly. "Presuming we get there on time, and presuming we manage to get back to France without running afoul of the King's men, what do you plan to do with your Miss Harriman?" Rohan looked out past the harbour, into the dark sea. "Is it your business?" he inquired coolly. "It is. She's my responsibility now that I've married her sister." Rohan gave a hollow laugh. "Oh, my dear Charles, she is not going to want to hear that." "It doesn't signify. What do you intend?" "I suppose I intend to marry the girl," he said, unable to sound too cheerful about the prospect. "Why?" "Holy Christ, Charles, do I have to explain myself to you? Isn't it enough that I'm doing the honourable thing?" "It is not. If she doesn't want to marry you, she doesn't have to." Rohan turned to look at him then. "I suggest you don't involve yourself," he said. "Because she's going to marry me, whether she wants to or not. I don't intend to give her a choice." "Why?" Charles said again. Rohan cursed him, snarling. "You know as well as I do, damn you. Like it or not, I seem to have grown a heart. I have absolutely no use for the damned thing, but there it sits, demanding Elinor. I can't live without her." Charles clapped his hand on his old friend's shoulder. "Welcome to the family, old boy." There were times when it seemed to Elinor as if she'd been travelling forever. The crossing had been rough, and her cousin had spent the time in his bunk, casting up his accounts, while Elinor stayed on the deck, revelling in the stormy waves. They suited her dark and stormy mood. By the time they reached Dover, Marcus was little better, and he spent the first day of their journey stretched out on the seat of their capacious Berlin coach, moaning softly. Elinor sat primly on the opposite seat, her eyes lowered. She should scarcely feel pleasure in another man's discomfort, but Marcus's sensitive stomach served her well. She wanted no signs of affection, as he'd seemed inspired to attempt before the sea afflicted him. There was something about his diffident kiss that felt dreadfully wrong, indecently so. She knew why, of course. It was simply because he wasn't Rohan. The thought of lips other than his touching hers naturally felt wrong. Just one more thing she'd have to grow accustomed to. They were to be married when they reached the village of Dunnet on the Dorset coast, the site of her father's comfortable country estate. It had been 12 years since she was last there, yet she found she had no sentimental curiosity about returning. The world had gone from blazing colour to muted black and white, and she expected it to continue that way until her death. It had been that way before she'd run afoul of the King of Hell, who'd shown her the colours of the universe. Bastard pig-spawn Rohan, she thought, glancing at her cousin as he reclined on the seat opposite her. Cousin Marcus was a well-looking man, to be sure, with taller-than-average height and a sturdiness that would eventually run to fat. It was a shame she found tall, elegant men with lean, golden bodies more appealing. Marcus was covered with a thick pelt of hair, so much that it peeped beneath his cuffs and tufted above his severe neckcloth, and every time she looked at it she shuddered. She had gotten over her infatuation with Rohan. She would get over that as well. The best possible cure was a quick wedding and a quick bedding. The sooner she lay beneath him, the sooner she would get past her maudlin longings for what had never been real in the first place. By the time they arrived at the old house, she was so weary she felt dazed. Marcus's excitement had grown as they drew nearer, his lingering illness finally vanishing. "Things haven't changed much since you've been here, Elinor," he said smoothly. "As I've only just taken possession of the house, I haven't had time to put my own stamp on it." What was clearly an unpleasant thought crossed his face. "And, of course, you'll want to have some say in things." "No," she said wearily. "I won't. I'm sure you know the place far better than I ever did. And indeed, it's your house, not mine." There was a look of deep satisfaction in his dark eyes. "Indeed it is, but once we're married, it will be our house." He didn't sound as enthusiastic about the idea as she would have thought. But the house and estate were the least of her concerns. In fact, she doubted she'd ever give a fig for it. All she wanted was a bed and for the world to stop moving. They arrived at dusk, and as liveried footmen helped her down, she glanced up at the old house, waiting for some sense of relief, of familiarity to lighten her bleak spirits. There was none. She looked around her, hoping to see some of the old servants, including Nanny Maud's much younger sister Betty among the staff that was lined up to greet them. There was no sign of her, or any of the servants she had once remembered with fondness. Everyone was a stranger, including the man she'd travelled with, and a faint shiver crossed her spine. A moment later, she was swept inside with a great fuss, taken upstairs to her mother's old rooms, and she knew a moment's distaste. Like the rest of the house, those rooms had been redecorated, presumably for her short-lived stepmother, who clearly had appalling taste. Everything was new and faintly gaudy, and she wondered that her father had married such a tasteless woman. The one thing that could be said for Lady Caroline, her judgment in such matters had been exquisite. Elinor looked about her, at the rich velvet hangings that were just the wrong colour, and there should have been no memories attached. Indeed, brooding over her childhood would give her welcome respite from the current subject of her dark and longing thoughts. The maid who came to wait on her was young and nervous, and once Elinor had washed some of the travel dust from her, she rejected the notion of napping. She'd been trapped in that coach for too long. She needed to stretch her legs, to walk around the grounds and see if those, too, had changed as dramatically. Here, at least, she found familiar ground. She walked past the winter-dead orchards, the spring gardens that were beginning to show just the barest tip of buds reaching through the ground. She remembered playing with Lydia in better times, well out of sight or attention of their parents, and she knew a sudden fierce longing for her sister, so powerful she wanted to weep. She should be happy. Her sister was by now safely Madame de Giverny, she thought, as her mood began to quickly deteriorate. She'd married that pompous, self-satisfied idiot, and it was Elinor's fault. All this was her fault, and she'd ruined her sister's life as badly as she had her own. She fought back the tears. Tears were a waste of time, and in no short order, she'd be a married woman as well. Mistress of the household, she thought she'd left behind forever. She had pined for England, secretly, for the house and grounds, for the life that was gone forever. It now seemed as hollow as her dreams. She let herself back into the house by a side door she'd used when she was younger. Neither the new nor the old Baron Tolliver lived with the formality evinced by the Viscount Rohan. There were no footmen stationed at each door, ready to assist. In fact, the house seemed oddly understaffed, she thought, as she wandered through the shadowy, deserted hallway. Marcus was standing in the hall, looking impatient. "I wondered where you disappeared to, my dear," he said smoothly. "I was worried about you. You've seemed a bit disconsolate lately." "Really?" she said, surprised. She'd been putting a great deal of energy into being amiable and even-tempered. Perhaps her fiancé was more sensitive than she gave him credit for. "All the travel has been wearying." "Of course," he said swiftly, "and my trials aren't over yet. I wanted to tell you that I've been called to London for the rest of the week, some business to do with the estate. I hope you don't mind, dear Elinor. I should be back on Monday, and the arrangements are set for our marriage to take place that very day." She summoned an agreeable smile. "That sounds lovely." Why in God's name had she ever agreed to this mad proposal? She'd been so desperate to leave France, she would have jumped into the Channel and swum. He leaned over and kissed her hand with a wet, smacking sound, and it took all her determination not to pull back. "I'll miss you, my dear," he said, looking down at her. "It won't be long now." "I'll miss you too, Marcus," she replied, holding her breath until she was finally alone. She'd thought the house would feel more familiar with Marcus elsewhere, but it didn't. Some rooms were still the same. Whoever had done the massive redecorating had been uninterested in the kitchens and stables. But no matter how she looked, she could find no one who had been there in her father's time, and she eventually stopped asking. Indeed, there was little that interested her. Not food, since the new cook seemed to favor heavy sauces swimming in fat. Normally, she would have found something to read even in her father's narrow library, but the written word couldn't hold her attention. In fact, she wanted to do nothing but doze by the fire. Her dreams were bizarre and colorful, but most of the time Rohan didn't appear in them, and when he did, he was suitably contrite. When she awoke, her face was still wet with tears, but she couldn't blame herself. She would have thought the more time passed, the less she felt like crying, but for some reason she'd become a total watering pot. The next few days passed in a blur, and she was almost glad she didn't see Marcus until the morning of her wedding. To her surprise, there were to be no witnesses or guests apart from those at the registry office. But she dutifully dressed in the fussy day dress of puce and lavender and was handed into the carriage by her husband-to-be. She surveyed him critically from across the small carriage. He was indeed a handsome man. His lips were full, almost over-generous, and his color was high and healthy. He would kiss her with those lips later today, she thought. And she would let him. Or perhaps, like Sir Christopher, he wouldn't kiss her at all. She would find that a great deal more preferable. The marriage ceremony went quickly, with only the parson's wife and clerk in attendance. Marcus spent an unexpected amount of time making certain that the marriage was duly recorded, that all the paperwork was in order, and by the time he was finally ready to escort her to a celebratory lunch, her appetite had gone from non-existent to flirting with nausea. Perhaps her new husband hadn't suffered from sickness of the sea during their travels, but instead a stomach illness that had now transferred to her. The thought was hardly reassuring. Nor was his kiss once they were alone in the carriage. She could scarce complain. He had every right to put his hand on her breast, to breathe into her mouth, and chew away at her lips as if they were his last good meal. The thought that she'd spend the rest of her life with this didn't help matters. But she simply remained still, grateful at least that Marcus, like Sir Christopher, preferred her to be still. "I thought we might go for a walk along the sea," Marcus said after finally releasing her. "Unless you prefer to go back and retire." "A walk sounds divine," she said hurriedly, trying to avoid the sight of those lips. "The bluffs overlooking the harbour are particularly delightful, don't you think?" he said. "Indeed," she said. She remembered those bluffs. They were high over the rocks near the ruins of the old abbey, commanding a spectacular view of the coast. And if it were up to her, they'd be hiking until midnight, despite the less-than-clement weather. The abbey overlooked the bluffs, and the place had served as a most excellent picnic spot in her youth. A brisk wind was blowing when she alit from the carriage, and she pulled her cloak more tightly around her as she glanced up at the darkening sky. It was still the same cloak Rohan had provided, and it had gone from being despised to giving her a nameless comfort. She took her husband's arm, and he put his gloved hand over hers as they started over the stubbled grass. She looked down at his hand. It was so very different from Rohan's pale, languid, surprisingly strong one. This was undistinguished, with fat fingers and a ham-like appearance, and she quickly looked away. Those clumsy hands would be touching her tonight. One wall of the old abbey still stood, the gaping windows an eerie sight on a gloomy day. They walked past it, heading for the bluffs. She and Lydia would play hide-and-seek among the ruins when they were younger. There were innumerable places to hide, and in retrospect, Elinor shuddered at the thought. The cliffs were far too steep for two children to be playing there unsupervised, but Nanny Maud's painful legs had precluded her accompanying them, and the chambermaid that had charge of them was far more interested in flirting with one of the under-coachmen who'd driven them. The wind grew stronger as they approached the bluffs, and she sensed an odd excitement in her new husband. She glanced up at him. His eyes were shining with anticipation, and he licked his thick lips, and Elinor's heart sank. He was clearly looking forward to the coming night with a great deal more enthusiasm than she was. Men were indeed odd creatures. He scarcely knew her, and yet he wished to perform that most intimate of acts in her body. The ground grew uneven beneath her light shoes, and she slipped. His hand was there to catch her, and she laughed lightly. "Had I known we were going to go hiking, I would have worn boots to my wedding," she said. "I should have warned you." There was the strangest note in his voice. "Had you planned this, Marcus?" He smiled down at her. "In a way." They were at the edge of the pathway, close to the edge, closer than what she deemed comfortable. While she had no particular fear of heights, the bluffs at Dunnet were well known as a place where unsuspecting hikers could fall to their deaths, and she had a healthy respect for the crumbling ledge. "Come, my dear," he said, tugging her. "This is quite far enough," she replied firmly, trying to remove her hand from his grip. She couldn't. His ham-like hand was like iron. She looked up into his handsome face and felt a moment's dizziness. There was no love in his eyes, so like her own in shape and color. There was malice and murder. Suddenly, everything was made clear. She froze, looking up at him. "I've been very stupid, haven't I?" she said softly. "My dear." He was tugging her closer. "You're going to kill me, aren't you?" she said, her voice deceptively calm. "I cannot imagine why, but that's what you've planned all along, isn't it?" "Dear Elinor," he said, pressing her hand, "where did you get such a strange idea?" "From your eyes, Marcus. I know your eyes." His smile changed then, going from solicitous to something verging on evil. I was hoping for your sake you wouldn't realize until it was too late, my dear Elinor. You've been so distraught over your titled lover that you've barely looked at me, and I was afraid I couldn't contain myself on a number of occasions. It has taken a great deal of time to get to this point, and you'll allow me a moment of pride." "Should I?" she responded calmly. "But why do you want to kill me, cousin?" He was pulling her closer and closer to the cliffs, and the ground was rough beneath her slippers. She was going to die, and for some reason she couldn't view that probability with anything more than distant curiosity. "My dear, I'm afraid that I lied to you, and most everyone besides. I've almost managed to convince everyone that I truly am your distant cousin, Marcus Harriman. Your marriage to me ensures that any remaining questions will be answered. If I die on my wedding day, it will be a great tragedy," he said in a solemn voice. "But you were ever known as a daredevil in your youth. Plus, you've been moping around most conveniently, and I've let it slip that you've suffered an unfortunate love affair. I've managed to get rid of most of the old servants, but a few of the families remain in the area, and they remember you. It will be viewed either as one of those unfortunate freak accidents, or a melancholy suicide. I don't really care which, but I always like to have a backup plan." "I could pull you down with me," she said in a cold little voice, feeling the first stirrings of anger. "No, my dear, you could not. I'm a great deal stronger than you are." He patted her numb hand again. "Come along, Elinor. I'd hoped to be back home in time for tea." Madness, she thought. This was real madness, not the crazy joyousness of falling in love. "If you're not my cousin, then who are you?" she asked. His smirk was most unpleasant. "Haven't you guessed? I must confess you've been surprisingly slow about all this. I'm afraid our relationship is much closer. In fact, I'm your half-brother, unable to inherit by English law, while your sister, with her unknown father, has more right to this place. Surely you can see how wrong this all is. I had to do something about it. By all rights, this place should be mine, not yours." The shock of his words was enough to give her the strength to pull away. "You married me," she said in horror. "You touched me." "And I would have happily bedded you. I'm not at all picky about such things. You spread your legs for Rohan, you could do the same for me. But since you were willing to come out here, it seemed wiser to simply have done with it." He looked over his shoulder and frowned. "It looks as if we're about to have guests. We'd best hurry this up." He moved toward her, but he'd underestimated her. She didn't want to die. It was simple, clear, and she wasn't going to simply let him kill her. She held very still, and then at the last minute she moved, slamming her reticule against the side of his head. There wasn't much inside, but it gave her the element of surprise. She ducked under his arm and began to run down the pathway toward the old ruins. There were 1,000 places to hide back there. Pray God she could find at least one. Francis Rohan had never been so terrified in his entire life. Not when he followed his father and brother into battle at the age of 17, facing almost certain defeat. Not when he'd cradled his dying brother in his arms and looked up to see one of Butcher Cumberland's men bearing down on him with a pike. Not during the long, endless night he'd escaped across the channel, curled up in the bow of a small boat, determined not to cry, trying very hard not to wet himself. They'd been moving non-stop, racing across the southern coast. They'd lost Jacobs outside of Dover, but by then he'd told them all they needed of the layout of Dunnet and the great house. He only would have slowed them down, and Rohan had given him money and sent him back to Paris to watch out for Lydia, assuring him that they would bring Miss Elinor home safely. He and Charles went directly to the registry office, only to find out they were mere hours late. Harriman had already married her, which meant that Elinor would be dead in a few short hours, or, if they reached her in time, merely a widow. The local inn was just as helpful. The happy couple had headed toward the cliffs for a walk before returning to the Harriman estate. If they hurried, they could reach them and offer their felicitations. Rohan hadn't waited for Charles. He'd leaped onto his horse and taken off in the direction of the cliffs. He could see the figure of a woman up ahead on the bluffs, racing across the grass with someone close on her heels, and his blood froze. They were almost too late. He spurred his horse just as Charles caught up with him. He had no idea whether Harriman was planning on raping her or murdering her, and it didn't matter. He was going to cut his heart out and make him eat it. Rohan barely waited for his horse to stop before jumping down. They disappeared into the ruins, and he started after them, sword drawn, Charles close behind him. And deep inside his cold black heart, he prayed. Marcus was fast behind her, too close, and Elinor was sobbing with fear. In the distance she saw a dead branch lying on the ground, and she allowed herself just enough time to snatch it up, whirling around as Marcus overtook her and smashing it across his face. He let out a howl of pain, momentarily blinded, and she ran. The foundation of the old refectory was on the right, and she'd hidden down there any number of times. Lydia had never wanted to venture down there to find her. She firmly believed it was haunted by all the dead monks that King Henry had burned alive. She raced down the ancient corridor and found the small well she'd once used as a hiding place. Climbing over it, she ducked down, crouching in the shadows, pulling the hood of her cloak over her face so he wouldn't see her fair skin in the darkness. It was smaller than she remembered, or more likely, she was larger. She waited, listening to the hammering of her heart. She heard his booted footsteps first, ringing on the old stone. "You're down here, aren't you, sister mine?" he called out in that smooth voice of his. "It's useless to run. You may as well make it easier on yourself and come out now." The footsteps faded for a moment, but she didn't dare move. And then they approached once more. "You know you were very unwise to run down here, though I do thank you for it. I'll simply break your neck and leave your body until the place is once more deserted, and then I'll toss you over the cliffs. If the witnesses are produced, and they ask where we disappeared to, I can always tell them we were consummating our wedding vows." The faint nausea that had been plaguing her for the last few days grew worse. She clapped a hand over her mouth and waited, praying, wordless prayers winging up. She had the errant thought that she must believe in God after all, no matter how ill-used she felt. Perhaps this time, when she most needed it, help would be forthcoming. Closer, closer. He had a particularly heavy footfall, and Elinor shut her eyes in despair. He was coming closer, and there was nothing she could do. No ornate pistols in this dim place. Nothing like the one she'd threatened Rohan with. Nothing to defend herself with but her hands. She had a brooch on her cloak, a large, ugly thing that her brother had given her as an engagement present. With shaking hands she unfastened it. If nothing else, she could try to jab it in his eyes, anything to slow him down. And then there was no more waiting. He stood over the small place where she hid, and she knew he'd have that affable smile on his thick lips. "There you are, wife," he said genially, and put his ugly hands down to haul her up. Rohan, she thought, clutching the pin, the sharp side out. If she were to die, the last thing she wanted to see in her mind's eye was Rohan. Marcus drew her up, out of the small well, and she lashed out with the pin, aiming for his eyes. He howled in pain, dropping her, and she went down hard on the ancient stone floor, the pin flung from her grasp. She looked up and saw him, saw Rohan, and she wanted to cry. Death was merciful, and he would truly be the last thing she'd see. A vision or a dream, it didn't matter. Get away from her. The voice was low, deadly, and very real. She lifted her head. He was there. He really was, with Charles Redding behind him. Rohan looked like the wrath of God, and she tried to get to her feet to run to him. Marcus's meaty hand caught the edge of a hood and hauled her back. "I don't think so," he said. "You can't get away with it, Harriman," Rohan said. "Lord Tolliver to you," he said stiffly. "And I certainly can. If anyone finds out you're in this country, you'll be executed as a traitor, and who's going to believe a scoundrel like Redding when it's his word against a peer of the realm?" "The title's stolen," Redding said. "It belongs to Elinor's son." Marcus had a thick arm around her throat, choking her, and she struggled, fighting him. "Elinor's son," he said. And she knew, with sudden, blind, crazy certainty, that she was carrying a son. Rohan's son. She felt a surge of fury, and she slammed her elbow into his soft stomach. Marcus grunted in pain, but his hold didn't loosen. She struggled, kicking back at him, and his grip tightened until she felt the blackness beginning to close in. She reached up to claw at his hands, raking her fingernails into his skin, but he was impervious. "Don't be a fool," Rohan said in his lazy, elegant drawl. "You really can't hope this will work. If you hurt her, I'll disembowel you while you watch, and Redding will help me. I'll be on my way back to France before they even find your body. But I'm prepared to treat you like the gentleman you profess to be." His voice dripped contempt. "You do fancy yourself a gentleman, do you not? I'm willing to fight you for her. Surely you wouldn't refuse a challenge. So you can skewer me like you did that poor fat bastard?" Marcus laughed. "I'm no fool. I'm a better swordsman than Sir Christopher Spatz, but I'm no match for the likes of you. The sound of that hated name shocked her, her response so visceral that she kicked back, somehow managed to connect with something sensitive. He let out a yelp of pain, releasing her, and she scrambled away, running toward Rohan, needing him. But Charles moved in front of her, grabbing her arms and pulling her out of the way, and Rohan's hard blue eyes didn't even glance at her. "You'll fight me, Harriman," he said, "or I'll kill you anyway. This way you have a chance." There was silence from the end of the ancient hallway. And then Marcus spoke, his voice full of bravado. "I'm afraid I don't have a sword." "Charles, be good enough to lend this man your sword," Rohan said lazily. There was murder in his eyes, deliberation in his movements. "And then remove your sister-in-law." Charles withdrew his sword, still managing a restraining hold on Elinor, and handed it to Rohan, who tested it. "A good blade, Harriman. More than you deserve." "Come with me, Elinor," Charles said, pulling her away. She tried to fight him. "No!" she cried. "What if something happens?" "Something will happen," Rohan said without looking in her direction. "Your false husband will die. Leave now." His voice was like ice. "No!" she cried, not wanting to leave him, terrified that Marcus might win. And then there was a part of her, a dark, ruthless part, wanting to see Harriman's blood spilled. "If you stay here, you'll distract me, and that could cause my death," Rohan said calmly, not even glancing at her. She had no choice. Charles pulled her out of the underground hallway, and in comparison, the overcast day was blindingly bright. She had managed to twist her ankle in some part of her flight and simply not noticed. But Charles put his arm around her, supporting her until they reached a place to stop. She rested against one of the many overturned stones, looking up at Charles in despair. "What if he kills him?" she said in a choked voice. "He will," Charles said. "No, I mean, Marcus. What if he hurts him?" "Not a chance in hell." He looked at her with his twisted smile. "You haven't had to listen to him for the last week. The man was dead from the moment he dared a look at you." Before she had time to digest this, he continued, "And I'm sorry, but I'm your brother-in-law. I'm afraid neither Lydia nor I could stomach the notion of Etienne." She managed a brief smile. "To tell you the truth, neither could I." She tried to rise, but her ankle twisted beneath her, and she was forced to sit again. "Are you certain Rohan won't be hurt? And what did Marcus mean about the man he killed?" "Sir Christopher Spatz," Charles said with a note of grimness. "I have no earthly idea why he did that. He came down into one of the rooms being used for the revels, singled out Sir Christopher, and threw a glass of wine in his face. The man was no match for him. I've never seen Rohan more vicious or more deadly." A faint smile touched Elinor's lips. "Good," she said softly, managing to startle her new brother-in-law. He didn't ask, however. "I'm afraid Rohan didn't think this through. You'll have to take Marcus's carriage back." "No," she said with a shudder. She looked back at the entrance to the ruins. "Should it be taking this long?" Redding shrugged. "That depends." "On what?" She tried to keep from shrieking. "On his opponent's skill, and just how Rohan wants him to suffer. I imagine he'll want to make it slow and painful." "I'll be patient," Elinor said grimly. "You're a bloodthirsty creature, aren't you?" Charles said. "On occasion." Charles shook his head with a faint laugh. "You two are a better match than I would have thought." They began the slow walk back to the horses, Elinor leaning on Charles's arm. Her panicked flight into the ruins had taken what seemed like moments, but the walk back felt endless. She kept looking behind her, desperate for a sight of Rohan. They finally reached the horses. The sun had moved lower in the sky, the wind had died down, and overhead she could hear the wheeling and cawing of the seabirds as they soared above the cliffs. When she looked back, Rohan had emerged from the underground cavern and was shrugging back into his coat. She waited, her fury building as she watched him saunter down the pathway to where they were waiting. He was in one piece, unharmed, and he didn't look at her, merely handed the sword back to Redding. "What are you doing here?" Elinor demanded, her voice shaking with tightly controlled rage. He glanced at her, and a faint smile curved his mouth. "I believe I was saving your life." She ignored the treacherous softening that his smile always seemed to start. "Why? A one-night's tup isn't worth a lifetime of support. It should hardly be worth a trip across the channel." She might have almost laughed at the look of dawning horror on his face. Fortunately, It appears that I have inherited my father's estate after all, so you won't be obliged to pay for your momentary weakness." He didn't move for a moment. And then he simply turned and started walking toward his horse. Furious, she said, "Is that it? You seduce me, insult me, and then you simply walk away when I throw your appalling behavior in your face?" He paused, then turned. He looked tired, and there was blood on his sleeve. Not his blood, she knew. The blood of her enemy, and she felt a secret joy. "I don't believe there's anything I can say." He didn't want her. It hit her with crushing misery. It didn't matter that he'd come all this way to save her life. The truth was, he truly didn't want her. She made a strange gulping noise. He would leave, and she would wail to her heart's content. In the meantime, she would be stoic, calm. She would show no weakness. The sobs somehow escaped, and she tried to cover it with a cough. She was so caught up in trying to control her own misery that she didn't realize Charles Redding was suddenly at a discreet distance, and Rohan was standing in front of her. "What do you want from me, Elinor?" he demanded, his voice rough. "Nothing. You can never give me." She choked back another sob. "It's all right. I understand. You don't want me, and why should you? But I don't understand why you killed Sir Christopher, and why you came all this way when you really don't care." "Stop it!" His voice was sharp. "No," she said, her voice unfortunately close to a wail. "You're a miserable, rotten pig, and I hate you." "Of course you do," he said grimly. "You have every reason to, and you've always been a most reasonable female." "Well, I do," she said uncertainly. Her face was wet now, damn it. "So just go away." "I was attempting to do exactly that," he pointed out. "Well, who's stopping you?" "You are. This has been an extremely difficult day," she said, trying to control her voice. "I've been married, kissed by my brother," she allowed herself a shudder, "almost murdered, saved from a nasty death, and you just stand there saying nothing. What would you have me say, child?" "I'm not a child!" she shrieked, stamping a foot like a 2-year-old. A faint smile quirked his mouth. "I'll ask you again. What is it you want from me? Would you have me grovel? That would hardly be punishment enough. I was cruel and stupid and a coward. 3 things I most despise. I scarcely deserve to get the one thing I need most in this world. What is it you want?" "I want you to love me," she wanted to cry. She wiped her tears away. "I'll have you know I don't usually cry. This has just been a bit trying." "Indeed," he said politely. "Are you going to answer my question?" "It doesn't matter," she said. "You don't want me. And I'll be just fine on my own." He stared at her, and some of the grim tension began to leave his body. It was more than a faint smile by now. "Why, Poppet, whatever gave you the impression that I don't want you? I must point out that in this country there's a price on my head, and I came after you anyway. I'd have to be mad not to love you, and for all my sins I've never been considered mad." She stared at him. "You love me?" she asked in disbelief. "More than life itself," he said simply, and took her in his arms. There was a light behind his hard blue eyes, one that danced. "Mind you, no more wickedness. I've given up my allegiance to the heavenly host, and I intend to be the most staid, honourable gentleman. You'll have to marry me now." She stared up at him. "And what if I think you're doing this out of a misguided sense of decency?" "Oh, any sense of decency I possess is most definitely misguided," he said cheerfully. "I never do anything unless I want to." "And what if I don't want to?" "Look at it this way, Poppet. You can spend the rest of your life making me suffer." And he kissed her. It was rapture, astonishing, bewildering, and his hold on her was so tight it felt as if he'd never release her. She sank against him, letting go of the last of her anger, the last of her fears, the last of her sorrow. She slid her arms around his neck, pulling him closer, and kissed him back. He was hers, and she was his. "I think we'd best get going," Charles Redding interrupted them. Rohan moved his mouth to Elinor's ear, biting it lightly, and a shiver of delight swept down her body. "Did I tell you, dear Charles, that you are most definitely de trop?" he murmured against her skin. "Not as de trop as the king's men should anyone discover you're here. Come on, you two. The yacht's waiting for us in Bournemouth. The sooner we're out of here, the better." Rohan threw back his head and laughed. "He's right," he said. "Come, my love. That is, if you'll have me, miserable bastard that I am." There was just the slightest look of uncertainty in his hard blue eyes. It was probably the only time she would ever see it, and she would treasure it for the rest of her life. "Oh, I'll have you, my lord," she said in a dulcet tone. "After all, it's better than rats." This concludes Ruthless.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.